Alright. How do I start these things again?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Hello, people of Defend the House?
That's normally, yeah.
Hello, people of Defend... That felt weird. What do I say? I definitely don't say hello. I don't say hello. Hello. I don't say hello. What do I say?
Let's see what you said at the beginning of the last episode.
Okay, we should keep this all in, by the way. This should be the intro.
The last time you tried to do an intro, I interrupted you.
Okay, we'll go back even further. What do I say?
You said, well, hello, people.
Oh, yes, that's it. I knew it was off the second I said it.
Let me check. Yes,
I
well,
can feel
hello.
it.
Yes.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
Well, hello,
All right.
people of Defend the House, and welcome back to the big Roundup podcast. Did I get that?
I know. It's okay if you forgot the name because a lot of people thought we forgot about this series in general.
Yeah, did I get it right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so today we are covering the games from the month of February and March.
No, just February, actually. Elden Ring came out February 25th, I believe.
Dear.
Or 28th or something, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
People might notice that it is not March, which would probably be like a relevant time to get this video out. We did not forget to upload this video, no.
No.
We just haven't made it yet.
Yeah, it's almost July when you're listening to this.
Yeah. We
Oops.
continue to be the most topical and on top of things review podcast on the market, as always.
Yeah, I mean, that's why people come to us, so
yeah,
we gotta deliver.
I'm going to break the fourth wall a bit and just say that this is the second time we've done this intro.
Yep.
Because we did actually record the Dying Light 2 and Horizon Forbidden West chat. I don't want to say like in a nice, speedy fashion, but
no,
in
it was
an
in
acceptable fashion. It was acceptable.
It was about what?
Oh.
It was almost 3 months after those games had come out.
Oh.
Not 5 months after
I
those
thought it
games
was like
had come out.
March or something.
No,
Oh.
it was May, like the middle of May, no, maybe it was April. Oh, I don't know, dude.
Okay.
It was April. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was middle of April. Okay.
Well, first of all three of these games are really long.
They were
Pretty
all.
long.
Yeah, I mean, Elden Ring is over 100 hours. Horizon
Yeah.
is 80, 70 to 100, and Dying Light. Well, they said it was 500 hours, but we all know how that turned out.
Yeah. But the game to blame specifically is Elden Ring.
Yeah, and the person to blame is you.
Me, and then kind of Ben. But mostly me. Definitely mostly me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got Dying Light 2 and Horizon done in like a not too bad fashion. We got it done, maybe the back end of March. By then we were playing Elden Ring. And obviously we like to pack in the big months games together. So we were always going to do Dying Light, Horizon, and Elden Ring in one video. And then just like life got in the way and Elden Ring took forever.
Yeah.
I think I had like 1 wedding, 3 stag do's, 1 dose of COVID, and a hematoma on my ankle.
Mm-hmm.
Just and like 60 30th birthday parties because me and my friends were all getting old.
Mm-hmm.
And then it got so late that we thought, well, at this point we might as well just wait for our friend Ben to also finish the game. And Ben is the I was going to say leader. He runs the podcast. I don't know what the leader sounds weird. I don't know. He runs Defend the Podcast. So it's been so long that we thought we might as well just wait for Ben to finish it because he has never played a From Software game. And we thought it would make an interesting chat to talk with, 3 people who have like different experiences with the franchise.
Yeah.
I have played all of them. You've played a few of them, and Ben has played none of them. So yeah,
and we'll cover that more, I think, in the actual Elden Ring chat.
Yeah.
In 4 hours listening time.
So let's just get right into it and move into Joe and Jameson from 2 months ago talking about Dying Light 2.
Travel back in time. Here we go!
So now we just have to start chronologically, obviously, with Dying Light 2 and do our best to remember our thoughts and feelings on that game.
Yeah. I think you will probably have... I don't know, you might have a more detailed and specific thoughts on that game. Not necessarily that... I don't know, if you remember them, of course, but mainly because you You played all of Dying Light 2.
Yeah.
And you also replayed Dying Light 1, 2 years ago. I played Dying Light 1 when it came out 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And I really liked it. And I remember a lot of things about it. But some of the things that I might say with regards to Dying Light 2 compared to 1 might not be 100% accurate. But it's based on what I remember. So take that as you will. I did not finish it. I think I put about 27 hours in.
Yeah.
I got pretty close. I think I had about 3 or 4 main story missions left, and then I just stopped playing, which we'll get into, of course, as well. So that's just a little context around all of that.
I like Dying Light 1 a lot.
Yes.
If people listen to these podcasts, these long audio things, they will know that because it was in my top 10 games of the generation. I think it was my number 10, I
believe so, yeah. It was number 10, yeah.
Dying Light 1 has a very specific charm. It kind of reminds me of the Resident Evil magic factor. I don't know how to explain what it is. It's like a campiness, a silliness, but also grounded in stuff that's actually fun to play. I don't know. I can't really quantify what that magic factor is, but I think Dying Light 1 had that, even if it was a little rough around the edges. The weird thing about Dying Light 2 is I would say it does have some of that campiness that I really liked about Dying Light 1, but it's not very cohesive, and I feel like a lot of Dying Light 2 is just worse than Dying Light 1, even though it's a new game, and Dying Light 1 came out 7 years ago, and it's the same studio.
Yeah, my opener for Dying Light 2 would be, based on memory at least, Dying Light 2 is like a worse game in almost every single way than the first game. I
can think of one thing I definitely like better in Dying Light 2.
But yeah, and I don't really remember Dying Light 1 for the campiness or the story stuff. I just remember it for having like a very unique sort of vibe with the mixture of the parkour being great, the loot being really varied and ridiculous and pretty dumb, and then this switch over into nighttime where it was like actively stressful. And especially 7 years ago when I was a little baby boy, it was spooky stuff at times. And it even though it was a zombie game, especially in 2015, the zombie fad was just like exhausting. It still was fresh. Yeah, and for sure. Felt unique, and then it had a personality, and that it had just a lot going for it that still to this day makes it stand out, I think. And I feel like all of that is gone here.
Yeah, I will say that I did like Dying Light 2. I had fun. Yeah. I got a lot of laughs.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly at the game, not with the game, but sometimes with the game. But yeah, again, I will do my best to go into specifics, but my overall thoughts are that it doesn't really bring a whole lot new to the table. The stuff it brings back to the table, it feels clunkier than Dying Light 1. And, COVID happened, and a lot of video game development suffered. A lot of games have come out rough around the edges. But, what are we going to do? We're talking about the game and if we liked it and what worked and what didn't. And it just feels janky in a way which oftenly is not charming, like Dying Light 1 was. And I'm not referring to the co-op specifically, because obviously we did our silly Mythbuster videos where we broke the shit out of the game. I think that was the only co-op we played. And I am not bringing that into this review at all. I'm talking about the solo experience. Maybe just start with the parkour. It's a fundamental part of the game.
Yeah.
I do think that at times the parkour in Dying Light 2 is better than Dying Light 1. There's a skill tree in Dying Light 2 that, as you go into the game, you unlock a variety of different parkour skills. And there are moments where it really does work in a pretty beautiful way. When you have the paraglider, some of these fancy jump tech tricks, When you push a zombie off a cliff, ride him down, crush his bones, and then jump off another one onto a, whatever you call it, but a wind draft. I wanted to say the Elden Ring term. I don't know what they were called. The fans that boost you into the air, an updrafter.
Yeah.
There's some really like great moments of parkour fluidity in Dying Light 2. But for every moment like that, there's like an opposing moment where it feels really clumsy and clunky consistently.
Yeah.
And I would say a lot of my Dying Light 2 experience comes down to that, where sometimes I will have a moment in combat which feels very similar, where I'm using these skills, I'm blocking a projectile, I'm chopping someone's head off in a really satisfying way, and then the next fight is really clumsy and frustrating, and I die and I'm annoyed. And again, coming back to the parkour, I don't know what about it made it feel clumsier than Dying Light 1. There's some strange choices. Like, one right off the bat I can remember is in the first map, there's like these sloped roofs. And for some reason, you can't just walk up them. You have to spam F or E or spacebar.
Or you can spam. You can sort of also just like spam jump and just skip that animation. But that doesn't feel good either. Yeah.
I also think the first map is designed in a way which doesn't as freely allow for good parkour. The first 15 hours where you're in the first like suburban, smaller area are definitely nowhere near as fun as the city area. But I'm going to get to the city in a little bit. Again, there's other things like, for some reason, the game doesn't ever want to let go of a ledge. You'll be pressing let go and he'll grab onto it like 3 times in a row. Sometimes they put items in weird areas, like you'll be in a combat zone and you'll try and jump kick someone and you'll grab onto a pipe on the ceiling and then they'll start stabbing you. There's just like these constant moments of clumsiness and the game doing things you didn't want it to do. But then I would have the opposite, where I would have a really cool string of parkour and it would feel great. This entire game just feels like frustration followed by moments of like, ooh, that was cool, followed by jank, followed by frustration. It kind of always steps on its own toes, in my opinion, when it comes to the whole game, but when we're talking specifically about the parkour, that as well.
Yeah, I agree. I would say it was probably like, for every one fun parkour moment, I would have like 5 where I would just be like, what the fuck are you doing, game? What are we doing? What are you doing? Oh my god, what's happening? And the parkour is such a constant element that you're basically doing that, saying that to the game like every 3 minutes. Just like, what the fuck? What's going on? What are we doing? Why can't it jump? Hello, game?
Maybe it's a symptom of adding more abilities and skills with the parkour
I don't know,
systems.
like, the parkour didn't feel any different in terms of systems or skills from what I remember of Dying Light 1. It just felt somehow like they took the same system and just made it way jankier and way more frustrating. Some of that I did discover, it was only like, I don't know, maybe 15 hours into the game that I read a forum post that said if you had rebound the crouch key, all of the skills that require you to hit crouch, to like do a roll when you land or push a zombie off or something, all of those just didn't work. And so I spent 15 hours like trying to time my crouch when I would land to not take fall damage, and it never worked. And that was just because of bad PC port stuff. But I can sort of push that aside and just say, when I'm running around on the rooftops, sometimes like a jump just doesn't get made, or he just sometimes doesn't grab, or sometimes he just won't let go, or this or that. And it's a very weird problem for a game to have, because like, I would say they more or less nailed the parkour in the first game, almost, from what I remember. And it's strange that 7 years pass and it regressed in quality.
Yeah.
And then, I think all these chats are going to be a bit scatterbrained, but like, part of that is also, I am very confused about the rollout of new parkour items in the game, because in Dying Light 1, you got the grappling hook, in the last 20% of the game, probably.
Maybe a bit earlier, but yeah, near the end part.
And that's the exact same case here, which is odd because it's a sequel, and I know it's a different character and all this lore shit, who cares? But like, when a sequel comes out after so much time and it's just the exact same power loop again,
right?
It's like, now you have the fun things that you had at the end of the first game, but you're at the end of the second game, and it's like, I wanted those things in the first hour.
Definitely, yeah.
Which is something that some other games in here maybe do well, which is where they're just like, here's all your tools, okay, bye! This could have just used to... like, if the grappling hook had been there 90 minutes in, it would have been... I don't know, it just would have been a lot more interesting. And then that leaves them room to come up with new things to give you at the end of the game instead of just the same things you got in 2015.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when Dying Light is... Like, there are people that played Dying Light for, like, 300 hours.
Yeah.
Or more.
That's also the interesting thing. Yeah, that game is not just like a one-and-done thing. It was supported for so many years with so much content that it became like this never-ending live service game in a way.
So to start the game without slide and the jump kick, it just... I understand, like you said, it's a new character. He has to learn these skills, which is fine. But it doesn't feel good because that's the flow state that I know of Dying Light. And that everyone who's a fan of the game knows as well. And it just made the first 15 to 20 hours feel just like not good when it comes to the parkour and some of the combat. I will say, because we've been a little bit negative, near the last chunk of the game when I had all the skills that I remember from Dying Light 1 and had some of the newer skills, again, like I said, I had some really good moments with the parkour and the combat. I would say that the first 15 to 20 hours of this game were just a bit of a slog in general. The low amount of skills, the lack of powerful weapons, so zombies are quite cumbersome, the lesser map as well. I really just don't think much of that early suburban map. I just don't think it's like visually that interesting, and it's not very fun to explore. I'm going to transition, again, this is all over the place, but I'm going to transition into my main positive of Dying Light 2, which is I really like the city. I think the city looks great, the design of it, I mean, and I really just enjoyed moving around it. I think that's where the parkour system in this game really works the best, and I think it's well designed to make it flow, especially with the paraglider. They have like open windows, which you can seamlessly kind of glide into, kick a zombie. It's just like really well thought out. I can't think of a time in the city where I would be running down the street and I didn't know my next parkour move to like gain height or keep going at a good speed. So yeah, I think the city is good. I think it looks good, and I think it's fun to move around and play in. But you don't get to it for 15 hours. Oh, you know, it depends on the speed you are going at in the game, but I just don't...
I think I only got there at about the 18 or 19 hour mark.
Yeah.
And I stopped playing at the 25 or 26 hour mark, so yeah. I don't have a lot of positive to say about the city because it's actually probably the thing that stopped me playing the game was the...
Okay, interesting.
The first half of the map was like, it's fine. Like you said, it's just kind of like, bleh. It's 3 stories tall, and you just sort of run around on the rooftops for 20 hours doing fetch quests. And
yeah.
I also played on normal. You played on hard, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't notice, I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, when we get to combat, that'll come up, I'm sure. But so like the first 15 hours, the first zone, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is okay. I'm just doing story quests because the side content is almost non-existent, or not worthwhile, and there's no tension or challenge, or there's like nothing interesting happening, but I'm playing it, so whatever. And then I got to the city, and I felt like absolutely nothing changed.
You get the paraglider. That kind of changes things.
Sure, but I mean in terms of like every other aspect of the game. Like you get some more parkour stuff, and that's fine. I didn't think the grappling hook was very fun, even though, but I also only spent like an hour with it. But it's just like it's basically just like you have the uncharted like rope, and you just can swing from it, and it just seems completely shit.
Yeah, it's weird, that thing.
I thought the grapple hook in the first game was like a grapple hook, right? Like you just grapple anything and you pull yourself to it, right? In the first game, like,
yeah.
Isn't that's a grapple hook? Yeah, okay. So So, the parkour, I think it probably got more interesting, but I did not spend like an enormous amount of time in the city. I do agree that like cranking up the verticality is, again, that's something that like they should have started with that. The city should have been the last like 10 hours of the gameplay loop, and the location should have been the first 10 hours, and then they should have just escalated further from there, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because it's a sequel. But yeah, when I got to the city, it just felt like absolutely nothing had changed, and because it hadn't, in terms of all of the larger gameplay things.
Oh, yeah.
And I just got so checked out, and then stopped playing a few hours later. So
I can see that for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I can't speak so much to the city, because it's actually, like I said, it's what stopped me playing the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think on paper, the city seems really cool and the appropriate escalation for that series, because the city in the first game was definitely not this level of vertical.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was, I don't know.
Yeah. I definitely agree about the first 15 hours. It should have started in the city. You should have started with a bunch of these skills already. Because it just feels like the same loop again. And it just, for a sequel, it feels bad to regress, I think. Even though,
totally.
I guess logically it makes sense with a new guy, but there's prioritize fun, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Miles Morales game, right? Like, it starts you with almost every skill from the end of the first game. You just have it as they're just like passively there, because that's how it's supposed to work. Even though it's a different character, it's like it doesn't matter. It's the same person playing the game. I had this experience in 2015. I don't need to do it all again. If I wanted to, I would, and probably should just replay Dying Light 1. Because it just seems like a substantially more cohesive and coherent game across the board.
I don't blame this guy, whoever he was.
I will say that
yeah, go ahead.
I do think that the environmental design in this game is pretty cool.
Yes.
Obviously the setting is based I don't know, 15 years after Dying Light 1. So instead of it just being a classical apocalyptic zombie setting, it has, kind of similar to Horizon, it is an apocalypse which people have then rebuilt on top of.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you got to some of the locations in the city, but there's like a giant ship which people have taken over, and
that fucking ship.
I hate navigating that fucking ship.
Oh my god.
I think the design of areas like that, where they've thought about how people would reuse these locations for a new purpose and a new society, I think all of that stuff is actually really well done. Again, that stuff is more prevalent in the city than the beginning town.
Yeah, but even like all the rooftop farms, I like all that stuff. Yeah.
It has good environmental design. It's still like a pretty... Technically, it's not the prettiest game, but
yeah.
I think from the design point of view, it's good.
But yeah, they do a good job with that stuff. And just the... I think just like the architecture in the city is good. It's compelling. It's got a neat mixture of styles to it, and it feels like a real place in a lot of ways. Yeah, and I agree. Environmentally, it's good. Visually,
it's like, fine for like that.
Fine.
There's like a bunch of games which started development in last gen, and now they're here now, and I think it's fine. I'm sure a lot of these games also meant to come out in like 2020 and 2021 before,
if not even earlier.
Exactly, yeah.
But even like Dying Light, again, like even visually, Dying Light 1 stands out to me. Even today, that game still looks sharp, and it still has this sort of certain like grunginess to it that I like, and that, I don't know, even visually, just feels like it lost some of its personality. But you know, whatever. Visuals are like, who cares?
There was like a weird note I have written down here. I haven't played in a while. I know they've been patching it. Techland are very good at supporting their games. But when I played it, a weird part of it was the zombie physics weren't as fun and interesting as Dying Light 1. Like, the bodies wouldn't flop around as well. Zombies wouldn't crumble and fall as well. They wouldn't fall off buildings as well. And I remember that very, very specifically because it was my favorite part of Dying Light 1. The best part was drop-kicking enemies off buildings and all that stuff. And there's just like something about the zombie ragdoll physics which just were a downgrade from Dying Light 2. And it's not a huge deal. Again, I got the drop kick in Dying Light 2 and I had a great time kicking zombies off of rooftops. But it's just it's a weird thing for like an element of a physics system to be worse than a game they made 7 years ago. It's the same engine and same game stuff, right? So why is like an aspect of the physics worse?
That specific note, like, it's such a small thing, but that just sort of represents, I feel like, the entire game. It's just like, there's a lot of little things like that where you're just like, this seems worse than the last game that came out almost a decade ago.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of that is due to ambition in certain areas. Like,
sure.
Combat and parkour maybe feel clunky due to, I don't know, over-ambition of how many things they wanted in it and lack of refining due to COVID, etc. But like, a physics system of how bodies fall is a strange one.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that just, I don't know. There was
maybe
like a couple of few things like that.
Tried to make it more realistic? I don't know. Yeah.
I don't want it to be more realistic.
No, not
at all.
Realism's boring.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think one of the things which was a bit of a disappointment for me was the weapons in this game.
Yes, yeah.
Dying Light 1 has a good progression when it comes to weapons. They start off a little measly, and then as you go through the game, they start to look a bit more menacing. And I think a big part of that is the mod system. In Dying Light 1, you couldn't craft mods. You couldn't make them. You just had to... Fuck, am I wrong about that? Actually, now I'm doubting myself.
I think you could craft mods in the first game.
All I know is that they were harder to get.
Right.
I remember, like, I'd get a mod, I think it was called King, and it would give, like, more durability, more power. And it was expensive and rare. And I would, like, probably think about which weapon I was going to place it on. And I feel like I have more memories of my special weapons in Dying Light 1, not the DLC weapons, just the vanilla weapons, and them getting more powerful and me being attached to these powerful weapons than I did in Dying Light 2. I felt like I had such a large range of weapons in Dying Light 2 at all times, and that I could apply these crazy fire, lightning, frost mods whenever I wanted, and every weapon just kind of felt the same, because I just made them all lightning and fire and have a smash thing. And that stuff's fun. I like lightning weapons, but it felt so accessible to every weapon from like the first couple of hours. And nothing really felt special. Like, I have memories of getting like a big hammer in Dying Light 1 and finally being able to apply fire to it. And being like, oh, fucking hell, I've got a fire hammer. I hope this thing lasts forever. And then I had like 6 of them in Dying Light 2. And I don't really remember like an individual weapon in Dying Light 2 and being like, this is my weapon. I'm so excited that I found this. Because you can just buff every shitty weapon to be pretty good.
Yeah. And you don't have the interest in the insane grind required to upgrade all the other mods. You just put points into the 2 you mentioned are the exact same 2 I use, fire and lightning.
Yeah.
And you just slap that on every single weapon. Yeah, that sort of summarizes like my entire spiel I was about to go on with regards to everything related to the gameplay. Is just like 3 hours into the game, I feel like I was done. Like, I had everything. Not skills, because they really drip the skills out to you slowly, but the weapons never got interesting. They were just like, it's just, I had a hatchet with fire and lightning on it like 4 hours in, and I would just swap it out for, you know, the next higher level thing, which I would just buy at a merchant as well, because I don't think I ever found a single piece of interesting loot.
It's actually a little regressive because they took out guns, which I'm not like against them taking out guns. They have a crossbow and a bow, which are kind of fun to use, but I feel like it's a little weird to offer less stuff in a sequel.
Yeah, the guns had an interesting, you know, push-pull with the sound attracting more of them, but they have high damage. But yeah, just the lack of fun weapons, it really has a lot of trickle-down, because there's not really any side activities in this game in a weird way, in the sense that, like, everything is basically just like, here's a dark hollow or a military convoy, and you can't clear them off your map because they never go away. They just refresh, which is fucking annoying.
It is,
But B, all you get from them are weapons, and in my case, I did I think I did 2 militaries and 1 Dark Hollow, and didn't find a single interesting thing there, and so I never touched any of them ever again, because I would just every 5 hours go to the vendor in town and buy a weapon that was like 40 damage points higher than the one I was using.
Yeah, and you have so much money as well.
And so when you stop doing the 2 main activities that are on the map, you're just left doing the whatever the hell, the like quarantine zone thing to get
there's like a million parkour challenges as well.
And parkour challenges, which like I don't hate them.
Yeah, they're right. Okay.
And then all you're left is like with story stuff, which is like I don't give a fuck about the story stuff, and there's so much of it, which I don't know, maybe we'll talk about it, maybe we won't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
we will.
But it's amazing how much just the weapon thing trickles down to impact like every aspect of the game.
Well, yeah, because it's supposed to be an RPG, you know?
It's a loot game. Like, there's so much loot in the game. And none of it matters because it's all strong. And in my case, on normal, it really doesn't matter because the combat is brain dead easy. Like, it's just... you were talking about skills and stuff. Like, I didn't use any skills in combat. Because I'd just walk up and go slice, slice, and the thing was dead.
Yeah.
and every now and then I would drop kick someone just because it's funny. Especially drop kicking humans off of rooftops. But, like, none of the weapons and skills matter because the thing you have, whatever it is more than strong enough to just easily slice everything in half. And it just starts to cause like this weird ripple effect where every hour that passes feels exactly the same, and that's why when I got to the city, I gave it 5 hours, and then I just stopped because I was like, bleh, like I don't care anymore.
I like how the game starts with one skill, and it's the weirdest skill in the entire game, where you like walk up a human and jump off of their shoulders into another person. Do you remember that? It's the very first skill you get.
Is it really?
Yeah. You get, like, in the opening combat tutorial, and you, like, walk up them and jump off their shoulders and dropkick someone else. It's like the first skill in the game. It's so weird.
Yeah, and I never used it.
I did a few times, and it made me laugh because it's janky. Again, like, this game made me giggle consistently, but mostly because it's just, like, a strange game at times.
It really is, and the way they let you progress through the skill tree is extremely odd as well. I remember messaging you. I was, like, 8 hours into the game, and I think I messaged you saying, I don't have the ability to slide, but I can wall run and jump off of things. Like, I had end game skills before I had unlocked the ability to slide.
It is weirdly deep into the skill tree. I'm not sure why.
And it's just so bizarre. And again,
like
that it's a
hours.
sequel. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a sequel, and it takes 20 hours to unlock the ability to slide.
Because the problem is you have like one skill point at a time, and there's always something that sounds more like fruity and exciting than a slide. So you go for everything else.
Like me, I'm just like clicking. I didn't even really mean to. I was just buying the skills that sounded like things I would use, and they were. And then before I knew it, I had wall running like Titanfall.
Yeah. Like, do you want a ground pound or do you want to slide? It's like, well, I'm gonna get the ground pound, man.
And it's like, slide. But wait, I still can't slide under all these half walls. It's really annoying. It's such a weird game. It is so bizarre. Like, pretty much every part of it just feels like kind of a mess.
It feels a little like it was made by a B team at the company, or it was made by someone else who's imitating Dying Light.
Yeah, it's very, very odd. It's just
or a giant expansion to the first game. I don't know.
Except it's like doesn't add anything new. Like the following was a great expansion because it's.
You get a car and you can upgrade it. It was sick.
You get a fucking car, yeah. And that's not in the game, right? There's no car in Dying Light 2.
No.
What?
Or guns.
Like what? Like or guns or you get the paragliders, like the one new thing, right?
Yeah,
like,
pretty much. Yeah.
And it's cool, it's useful, cool. But also if you had given that to me like at hour 4 and then had like 6 other cool crazy things that you could get. And then they crammed in like 8 1,000 fucking hours of dialogue and story stuff into this game, and it's, oh my god, I was so exhausted.
We should leave that for the end.
Okay, yeah.
I'll just quickly list off that there's an armor system in the game now, and it's like one of those dog shit things which I hate, where every armor piece has a list of 12 things, and it's like, add 3% to your critical hit chance. And it's like, I'm not struggling at all because my weapons are powerful, so I'm not going to read any of this. I would just like put on whatever had the most defense and ignore the 17 attributes on each piece of armor, because I'm not going to read all this shit, especially if it says like 2 and 3%.
Exactly. Like, these small percentages are so uninteresting in games. Like, this is a bit of a tangent, but like, I am dabbling with Tiny Tina's Wonderland right now, and it's the same fucking Borderlands-ass dumb shit skill system that they've had for 15 years, where it's like, you get plus 3% shield capacity with your skill point that you just earned, and it's like, this is not satisfying, and I don't care. And that's the same with Dying Light, where it's like, here, like you said, plus 2% stealth, plus 1% parkour XP, plus this, plus that, and it's like sub 5%. Who gives a shit?
Maybe, again, because both of these games, Borderlands and Dying Light, have this kind of weird presence where they're also designed for these fans who want to play it for 500 to 1,000 hours.
Right.
And maybe that's interfering with the majority of people who probably just want to play it and see the credits and move on. Maybe majority is not right, but it's got to be, right? Like, it's going to be a small, passionate group that play these games for like 500 hours.
Yeah, and I don't know what you would do in Dying Light for 500, Dying Light 2 for
they just grind like it's,
hours.
Like Borderlands. Just do the same shit and just keep getting stronger. They like the core of it, I guess,
Yeah, it's I don't know why, skill trees need to be much more interesting than they are currently in I would say 90% of games, or just don't put one in.
I would say the skill tree in Dying Light 2 is pretty good when it comes to the unlockable unique skills. I know you didn't maybe use them as much, but I mess around with a lot of them.
Yeah.
And I think they're fun. There's some really like dumb or wacky stuff in there. You can like jump off of zombies, stamp them in the head, push them off of buildings. Again, it's been 2 months, so I can't remember all the specifics, but I definitely unlocked a couple of things and just found them to be really goofy and funny.
I do agree, yeah. There are some good things in the skill tree. It's just that, like, it takes so long to get them. That's really the main thing. Is there might be maybe 30 or 40% of the skills are actually fun and goofy, and then 60 or 70% of them are just like, I don't care. I'm just buying points because I have them. That's what I mean.
That's every game, kind of, I'll say.
I know, and that's what I mean. It's just like, I want... Let's just go fucking crazy, guys. Come on. It's a video game. Who gives a shit? It's a single-player game. And this comes up again in Horizon. It's just like, okay, there's a lot of cool skills here, but also, the other half of them I never touched. Let me do some crazy shit. It doesn't matter because it's a single-player game. Who cares? Let's just go crazy and have some fun. And especially Dying Light, like, because it's so unrealistic and dumb.
Yeah.
Like, let's just put all the fun, crazy skills. Let's put all those at the top, and then let's come up with even dumber skills for the bottom half of the skill tree.
Because
that would be great.
Honestly, it does get there at the end. You really do get to a place where you're doing some really wonky shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's a jump near the end where you can jump and just turn 90 degrees, 180 degrees in the air and go in the opposite direction. Your momentum just, like, flips a switch.
Yeah, I got that. I didn't really use it, but I did get that. And it's like...
It makes, like, no logical physics sense, but they're just not worried about it making sense.
I mean, this is the game that, as a passive thing, that this just exists in both games. You can just fall from any height and land on a car.
Yeah.
And you're fine. And it's like... Well, that's not how physics works, but who cares? It's fun. And I just wish that they had leaned more into that and then just found more interesting... Like, if they had made the loot more interesting and then just made me want to actually use the tools more, it would have been
I think for me, that's more the issue. I feel like the spirit and the heart of Dying Light is still in Dying Light 2. And it still has those really great moments of silliness and schlock. But it just doesn't push its own ideas, really.
Yeah.
And it takes its fucking time to get there as well.
Exactly. Yeah, that's really what it boils down to for me. Is like I look at Dying Light 2 and I think this has the potential to be something that I could really like. And I feel like in 2 years with updates and mods, like I might replay it and have a great time because it needs to both get dumber and also get more serious in like two sort of diverging paths because there's the whole nighttime aspect, which they changed up substantially here as well. And made it completely meaningless. Night doesn't matter at all anymore. And the first game, you would get 2 XP, double XP, which happens here as well, but the XP gains are so tiny and the requirements to level up are so massive in 2 that the double XP doesn't matter. But then also the first game, there were the volatiles everywhere, and they were they were a threat. And the way they lit the nighttime and the way the flashlight was essential was... I love when a game gets extremely dark and hard to see, and I love when a flashlight is needed. I know we don't necessarily agree on that, but it's something that I love. Yeah. I love when I can't see shit and have to turn a flashlight on, and Dying Light is so good at that. And then Dying Light 2, it's like, oh no, night's coming, and I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to keep running around on the rooftops. I can see everything perfectly. There's like these... like boomer, whatever what are they called? That they're just on the ground that will scream at you and call a horde, but it's like, that doesn't matter. I'm never on the ground in the nighttime because you don't need to be, and there's just zero tension anymore when night comes, and that's what I mean when it's like, I also want them to get more serious, because if there's a mod where it's like nighttime is fucking horrifying again, then that makes it much more interesting to me, because then in the daytime it's like this dumb goofy thing, and then night falls and you're like, oh shit, time to buckle up. What am I gonna do here? That was what I liked so much about the first game, was that flip between day and night, and it's just completely gone here. It's just... Yeah,
I'd agree. There isn't any tension with the nighttime stuff. I think I got in the nighttime when it comes to the volatiles chasing you down, I think twice in almost 50 hours.
Are there volatiles at night?
Yeah, you get screeched at, and it says chase started, and that's when
it's like a GTA Wanted level, right? And then
maybe it has to get to like a certain level before volatiles appear.
Yeah.
Actually, I think when I got, it was when we were doing Mythbusters and we were messing around.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not actually sure if it happened naturally while playing the game.
I think I think I set off the screechers, maybe 2 or 3 times, and I was just like, okay, whatever. I just kept running to where I was going, and then nothing happened.
Do you know one thing which is a little wasted, because I kind of liked the idea of it? I like the idea of the gameplay mechanic where if you're in the dark, you have a timer before you like go insane and get infected. But again, the economy for all that stuff is so broken that you never have to think about it, because you have so many items that can just pump that timer up. I think I did some maths, and I was like, I went into my inventory and I counted whatever the items are called, I can't remember. I like counted on the calculator how much time I could actually just stand in the dark in real time, and it was like 4 hours. Real time, because of how many items I just picked up while playing the game.
Yeah, I did not like that system.
I don't know, it's kind of tense, especially like in the early game you have to pick up the blue mushrooms. You're like, what the fuck are these mushrooms? Yeah.
I don't like tension from just like a meter on the screen. It just was obnoxious to me. It was just like this another thing that I just have to like cycle through. Yeah, but it was something that made
the nighttime feel, I don't know, risky and dangerous.
Again, like you said, by like hour 4, it's like, oh, I don't care. I have 85 of these like purple tier immunity boosters. I don't even know where they're coming from, but I've got them. Yeah. And it just doesn't matter. Yeah, I think I saw one volatile in the entire game, and it was in a story mission.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's kind of crazy to me. Like I thought when I got to the city that nighttime would get like way more serious business, because it would make sense. It's just maybe not from...
Yeah, there's no variance really in the zombie design in this game either. There's one zombie that has like the claws coming out of his back, but he's not really challenging. He's a boss fight in one of those little
the boss thing. Yeah, he's just relegated to a side activity. He's not... it's just regular zombies, and one of them sometimes jumps up on the other zombies. There's that one type of zombie that I don't know what he's doing, where he jumps around, but
yeah, that's it. Like the jockey from Left 4 Dead.
Right, yeah. And the big boys are there, and it's like, who cares?
Again, you hit them, and then you dash back, and you do that over and over. The same thing you did in Dying Light 1.
Yeah.
I think there's a boomer. I don't think there was a boomer in the first one, but I don't know. Again,
yeah, but
we've
like
seen it all
again,
before.
I mean, the boomer. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's like Left 4 Dead came out in 2008. Like,
I feel like they missed an opportunity where this is minor spoilers, but I'm sure you got to the mission where you are like kind of turning into a viral yourself, and you can go wild and slap the shit out of people.
Yeah.
That was like fun and goofy, but it was just stuck in these scripted story moments. Like, why not tie that as like an alt? You know, you
put that in. There's a skill tree that you level up. Yeah.
Yeah. But it takes like a long time to like charge it up, and you can use it like once every 30 minutes.
And maybe you could get more of that meter filled when you're in the nighttime, going crazy. And then if you let yourself go really close to crazy, then you're like really building up the meter quickly, and then
you start to lose control of the game, and you just like, that'd be cool. Yeah, but I don't know. There wasn't a whole lot of new ideas within here.
No,
it was very safe, but in a way was just like rough at the same time.
It's a very... I know we're not quite wrapping up, but it was a very disappointing, frustrating experience, because it is like... There are a lot of parts about it that are almost there.
Yeah.
But there's just so much about it that is just like a huge step back from a game that was really cool.
I will agree and say I'm disappointed by Dying Light 2. I think I liked it more than you. It sounds like a conclusion, but we do have a few more things to talk about. But while we're here, I liked the game. I had fun. I still think the general gameplay loop of parkour, kicking someone off a roof, chopping a zombie's head off, looting, I still think there's some charm there. And I still think the game has a certain spark and magic to it. But yeah, everything we've just said stands, and it just, I don't know. I think I don't want to talk about advertising and all that stuff, because whatever, that's a whole industry in itself, but it just looked like something more progressive for the core format, and it was just, I don't know, another one, but a little worse, kind of.
Yeah. And, you know, they spent a lot of time talking up their story stuff, and then obviously, if you pay attention to the behind the scenes, all of that shit got pulled out because the main narrative writer was a sex pest and all this shit.
Right,
and you're like,
right.
And, you know, so like if they had nailed, I'm on board with them being like, okay, the sequel, we're going to do more or less the same gameplay stuff, but we're really going to like try and do like some crazy story shit in terms of branching narrative and like good RPG storytelling. Like if they had nailed that stuff, I think I would be interested in that because I like story stuff in game, but the result is just like, it's the same game again, but with a fuckload of story content in it, and all of the story stuff sucks so much.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's the most exhausting story content stuff I think I've ever experienced, and I was pretty good. I gave it like 15 hours where I was listening to all the cutscenes. Mm-hmm. And then at a certain point, I just started spamming the skip button because I could not care less about anything anyone said in this game, and it's so overwritten. Oh my god.
Yeah, the story is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I can't believe how bad it is. It is atrocious.
I watched you finish that, and it was shocking.
I can't believe how bad the story is in this game. It's a zombie game, man. Just the original game was very simple. Actually, I like the original game. It had like one Chekhov's gun where I think it was Carl Crane was undercover, kind of, and he was like slowly, almost like in an Avatar Pocahontas way, he was slowly starting to join the locals rather than working for the whatever government thing he was doing. Yeah. And then there was a simple threat that the city was going to be nuked and you had to stop it. It was simple and straightforward, and I liked it. There were stakes.
Yeah.
But Dying Light 2 tries to string you along with this like idea of you finding your sister, but you don't know who she is, you don't know who your character is, so you have no ties to her or cares for her. Or even the main guy, I can't remember the guy's, Aiden something.
I don't know.
But then that isn't a focus for the majority. You're just doing these small like political melodrama things where there's different factions fighting against each other, and again, that could be done well in zombie movies, TV shows, and games, like little political faction things going on in a post-apocalyptic world. But it's weird when you've been in a city for 2 days and the main character is pretending like he really gives a shit about all this stuff and people's moral compass while you are killing hundreds of people. It's just so messy, and then it comes together at the end in a horrible fashion. Nothing makes sense. It was really bad. Really bad. And I felt kind of bad because I think a lot of the voice actors in this game really gave it a good shot. I liked a lot of the characters in this game. I think the performances are good and everyone feels like they're giving it their best. But the stuff they're saying is just, like, not interesting.
Yeah.
And there's also just weird clashes of tones. The main story takes itself very seriously. Some of the side quests take itself really seriously, but then some of the side quests are really goofy in a way that I enjoyed and thought was funny. But it doesn't, like, gel together at any point. It's the worst part of the game by a million miles. It might be the worst story, narrative, and writing I've seen in quite a while. It's not good.
Probably since Mass Effect Andromeda, for me, it's like there's just so many scenes where you're like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, what is happening? What are you talking about? What are these lines of dialogue you're saying? And oh my god, everything that everyone says takes so long. It's like, to say one sentence to move the plot along takes people 15 sentences to say. And
yeah,
oh my goodness. And yeah, I don't remember much of anything from the first game story-wise, but I remember the premise and the ideas being good. Like, it was a city that had a zombie outbreak when the Olympics were on. Yeah. And it's like, that's a fucking great idea. Mm-hmm. Like, not only does it write off, like, you can explain away, like, some of the zombies are really fast runners, probably because, like, they're fucking Olympic athletes, you know?
It's a fun idea, yeah.
But also, you have all these interesting... I do remember some of the side stories from the first game where they're like, the Olympics were here, and the Olympics really suck when you live in the city that the Olympics come to, and also, like, weird stories of athletes coming in and that everyone's trapped, like you said, and there's the threat of the nukes, and there's good ideas in the first game, and I don't remember anything about the second game story.
Oh my god, it's so confusing, dude.
Yeah, I don't even know where it takes place. I mean, it's a fictional city, but, like, I remember Haran, and it's like Turkey, sort of, you know, and you're like, but this game, it's just like, I don't know.
I have no idea.
And they try to paint this much larger world, but it just doesn't work at all.
There's, like, again, in some of the side quests, there's moments of levity, there's some fun, laugh out loud moments, but it's so, like, sporadic and random. Mm-hmm. I don't want to, like, say something. There's just some weird moments in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Really weird moments where it takes, like, a dark turn in a way which it doesn't earn. And then the ending is just a disaster. At least the ending I got. This is going to be maybe a hot take. This might be unpopular. Uh-huh. Because I think people might disagree, but I don't really like or care when a game has a splitting narrative. It doesn't do anything for me. I actually sometimes get a little bit of FOMO. I'm like, oh man, I want to, like, Google which direction to go in because I want to, like, get the most out of my one playthrough. Do I even think I'm going to play this game twice? And then you get an ending, and then you just go on YouTube and watch the other two endings anyway, and it's just... I don't know, I just don't get anything out of it, and it means that they have to put, like, twice as much resources, and there's quests I just don't get to play, because I don't want to play Dying Light 2 or 3 times. I don't want to, like, do all the different things, so I just miss out on content, and I don't know, I don't really get much out of splitting narratives. I think it's cool when you have different experiences in a video game from another person who played it, but it doesn't have to be a story. It can be just like a sandbox and you progressed and did things in a different route rather than they made 4 different cutscenes and I got to see one of them and I missed out on 3
our paths through Horizon will have probably been very different from each other, but it's an A to B to C story.
Yeah.
And I actually think that for the most part, I think a lot of developers have more or less abandoned the splitting narrative stuff because of exactly what you said. The resources required are obscene. It's way harder to tell a good story. Yeah. And no one really gives a shit.
And you run the risk of things not gelling together in a way that feels natural.
Right.
Because my story did not. Let me tell you that.
Oh my god, no. It would look... Holy shit.
I'm just going to spoil it because the story in this game sucks ass. So what happened for me is I'm pretty sure I rescued my sister at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And then it transitions into a cutscene where I'm leaving the city on my own, and then that character whose name I can't remember joins. He's from the beginning, he's in all the trailers. I like him, he's a good character.
Hakan?
Hakeem?
I don't know. Hakeem? Something like that, yeah.
He joins me, and he's like, we're gonna go do something, and my sister's just not mentioned again.
Right.
So it feels like I got like the wrong ending cutscene compared to the ending I got.
It's like we're playing a Dark Pictures game.
It does, and it just felt so stupid. Because I was like, where's my sister? Did she die? I thought we rescued her. Wasn't that the whole point of the game?
And I think like I sent you a message like a week later, there was a patch that said like, we've made changes so that some of the endings make more sense.
Yeah. Again, it could be COVID stuff. Maybe if you played this game in 2 years, it would be a much better product. Because again, like we said, Techland's very good at support.
Yes.
If you haven't played Dying Light 2, I would recommend waiting for another year.
Oh yeah. At least.
Because these games, I mean, they're janky from day one. So it's not like time's going to pass. It's going to be, oh, this game aged badly. It's kind of the charm of these games. They've always been a little rough around the edges. But not to the point where they don't make sense and they're like clumsy and ugly to play. So I would recommend, if you haven't played Dying Light 2, just to wait. Because it's in a rough state. I don't think I have much more to say. Overall, I would say I still had fun because the core charms of the game are there for me. The core gameplay loop is still there. But from a sequel perspective, I think it is disappointing.
I agree, yeah.
I expected more. Yeah, I don't know what else to say,
we were hyped. We were looking forward to Dying Light 2.
I know, man. I love Dying Light. I still like the IP and the franchise, but 2 is just... I expected more.
Definitely, yeah. I will go on a mild tangent that will transition us out of Dying Light and into Horizon.
Okay.
Dying Light 2 is kind of like the last like straw in a way for me, I felt at the time, because in the sense of I am so fucking tired of games being unfinished.
Mm-hmm.
Because we came off of the fall season with Battlefield and Halo.
Right.
And, you know, that comes like 8 months after Cyberpunk, and, you know, and I get it, COVID is a fucking nightmare. I can't imagine how hard it is. Like, games are so hard to make when everything's flowing perfectly. You know, big sympathy to everyone making games, and big shout out to everyone shipping games, because, you know, throughout the pandemic, there's been some pretty good games over the last couple of years, so good on them. But the like quadruple whammy in the last basically year of Cyberpunk comes out, and it's like, well, there's a lot of good here, but in 3 years it'll be way better. And then Battlefield comes out, and you're like, well, maybe in 3 years the next Battlefield will be better. I don't know if they can say that.
Let's not talk about Battlefield.
And then Halo comes out, and you're like, well, maybe in 3 years or 5 it'll be good. And then Dying Light comes out, and it's like, well, maybe in 2 years this will be something I like. And then there was like the added part of like, oh my god, I'm so over open world games that are this sort of style. And Dying Light 2 is like, oh god, I literally was thinking once or twice, like, I don't know if I am capable of enjoying Horizon after Dying Light 2, because I was like, I don't think I like open world games anymore.
Yeah.
And so it was just sort of like a bunch of just like me, I don't know, feeling bad about the games industry that sort of came to a head with Dying Light 2 in a way where it's just like, I gotta stop playing this because I'm just bummed.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna move on.
Yeah, you didn't miss a whole lot, dude. I think you saw everything.
I saw almost everything in that game anyways. Yeah, like, I could have done maybe 6 or 8 more hours of the main quest and beaten it. But no thank you.
I will go back to Dying Light 2. I'm sure there will be expansions or whatever.
Oh, yeah. They already said they're going to support it for 5 years, so...
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Dying Light 2 because I still like the soul of that game.
Me too, yeah.
I want to see it in its fully finished state and see what they add to it in the future. But the initial offering is... I I don't know.
Yeah. I can see myself going back to it as well in a few years, along with many other games.
Yeah.
Or I'll just never play any of them ever again because who cares, and play new, better things. Maybe, hopefully.
Yeah, who cares is a good option.
Yeah.
Who cares? Okay. Oh my god, dude. The list of stuff I have for Forbidden West is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I have a fair number of notes as well.
Oh my god, I have so much. Okay. Horizon Forbidden West. So Horizon Zero Dawn was one of mine, or maybe I should say our favorite games of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And we were very excited about Horizon Forbidden West. This is going to be a complicated review for me, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes, I'm just going to start off swinging here.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I think Horizon Forbidden West is the best game ever made.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I don't think that at all.
I agree.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think we might... I don't know. I'll be curious where we agree and disagree.
Yeah,
I'll
me
say
too.
this as my transition from my depression of Dying Light 2.
Yeah.
Horizon Forbidden West, I was obviously extremely excited for, of course.
Mhm.
And I would say the last 2 years have been very long and exhausting. And Forbidden West felt like the first, like, oh, I'm actually enjoying something again.
Oh, yeah.
It's so depressing to say out loud. Oh, I don't even know.
Oh,
if I
no.
want to.
Now you have to say it.
Forbidden West is probably like the happiest I've felt in like 2 years.
I will say...
But also, I have many constructive, caring criticisms.
Yes.
That I hope someone at Guerrilla at some point writes down, or maybe they already did because there are a lot of smart people there. They probably know. That we'll get into. But yes.
Yeah.
I was very happy playing this video game.
Oh my god. The first 10 hours of this game are euphoric because I would say the Daunt, the opening chunk of this game, is borderline perfect. It flows perfectly. It's the perfect size. It looks incredible. The side activities are minimal and paced really well. Some areas are not so well paced and not as not held back. I don't know. I'm trying not to spoil my thoughts here. I'm trying to do this in a more... Let's start with something... Let's start with the most positive thing about the game, which no one can dispute, which is that I think Forbidden West is the best looking game ever made in the video game industry. And I don't think it's even close.
Yeah.
And for people who have just watched videos of, the game looking all shiny and look, it's a PlayStation 5 game and the graphics are good. The graphics are absolutely unbelievable. It feels like a game which is from 5 years in the future.
And it's something that YouTube compression absolutely destroys.
It is utterly mesmerizing for the entire time you're playing it, it can range from 50 to 100 hours.
Yeah.
But it's more than that. It's like the direction of the art, the way they use light at specific times and in specific locations. And I don't want to start listing off everything, but it goes into character design, location design. Everything is so well thought out from an artistry point of view. Animation, detail. It is unfucking believable to look at. Especially if you have the right setup for it. If you sit down in a nice comfy place, put it on the 4K TV. Jesus Christ, man. It is like a religious experience at times. And, it's shallow to say, sometimes something looking good kind of helps.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of helps, man.
But like you said, it's not just like a graphics technical showcase, the first note I have written down is, in all caps, the artistry of everything. Yes.
Yeah.
The landscape design and variety, the clouds, the visual density of every single thing, like every rock and tree. But then you switch into like, wow, look at the design of Plainsong. Look at the never-ending variety of costume design, which is something the first game was incredible at as well.
Yeah.
Every single person you meet in this game has their own unique costume, and the costume speaks about them and looks.
Yeah.
And it tells you about like what culture they're in, but also their personality, and then the animation and the cutscene animation, and oh my god. And then you have the robots walking around, and they look unbelievable. And the new robots are amazingly cool.
Yeah.
And then you have the music. Oh my god, the music is so fucking good.
So
Every
good.
piece of music is so good.
Yeah.
And everything sounds amazing. There is so much ambient natural noise in this game. It's crazy. If you just stop and stand still and listen for a few minutes, it just goes on and on in a way that is hard to grasp without playing it, because it's sort of got like the cyberpunk Witcher sort of thing where it's like, okay, I can show you my 5-minute beauty video and be like, yeah, that's a good looking game. I can show people it in real, on the TV. I can be like, look guys, look at what games look like nowadays. And everyone goes, holy shit. Mm-hmm. But what you don't understand is you can play it for 100 hours and see new things all the way through. See new little areas, talk to new people, and every cutscene is like meticulously animated. Every area feels unique. The infinite variety of time of day and weather and place combinations.
Yeah.
It's like, it's hard to grasp when it's on a scope that's like that. That is like The Witcher, where it's just like, or Cyberpunk we talked about last year, where it's just like every square inch of it in every aspect is kind of mind-bogglingly well produced in terms of the visuals and the art and the animation and the music. They're out of their fucking minds at Guerrilla.
I think like any category which you could put under just artistry. Music, visuals, world design, even like the thought behind how towns function and how cultures would evolve in different directions. Guerrilla is the best in the world at it now. They are firing on cylinders which no one else can reach. I used to think it was Naughty Dog, but they look like children now compared to what Guerrilla can do. They look like they're from like 10 years in the future compared to the next people who are in second place.
Yeah.
It's just everyone who worked on this game is doing the best work of their life, and they're doing it like this is the last game they will ever make.
Right, yeah.
We're going to get into other things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to a technical display of video game artistry, this is like a magnum opus piece so far, I would say.
Yeah, and it's there's like a level of imagination that is really obnoxious because everything else seems so lame after.
Yeah.
And even like I don't know. Even like Elden Ring is just like, there's some good, weird, dumb fucking shit in Elden Ring.
You're treading on dangerous ground.
But like,
here,
there's still like this like level of like, it's a dragon.
Yeah.
But then they're just like in Horizon. It's just, I don't know. They just go for it, and it's like no idea is rejected, and it's not incoherent. It feels like the absolute end game area, or even the cultures that are perhaps not immediately located near where we start the game, let's say, without spoiling things, everything feels like it exists in the same universe in a way that is really, really amazing.
Yeah. There's so much like thought and respect given to every faction and part of the world.
Yeah.
More so than Zero Dawn, I would say. I feel
100%.
Zero Dawn still has really great world building, but I would say that some of the factions in Zero Dawn still can maybe be kind of bookshelved into some kind of fantasy stereotypes. I know it's not fantasy, it's sci-fi, but
it's still fantasy as well, yeah.
There's the clan of people who just drink beer, and it's like, oh, these are the dwarves in this world, kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah. And then there's like the Nora, who are the nature lovers, the elfish sort of, and then the Karja are the warrior race, and you're like, okay, yeah.
But all the factions in Forbidden West are so thought out and interesting, and their customs are fascinating.
And some of them, their history is like, it not only is it fascinating, you look at it and you're kind of like, this is a weird thing for a culture to spring up around. I get it, but it's kind of fucking weird in a way that makes sense as well.
But the whole Nora religion was based around the door from Zero Dawn.
Right, yeah. And
the All-Mother.
The entire, oh my god, I'm having a brain fart on their name. The who are the main faction in this that have their 3 sub-factions?
I was literally, as I was saying, I also forgot, and I didn't want to...
Oh my god, this is so weird.
I remember the
Tanakh.
The Tanakh, that's it.
The Tanakh have, like, 4 sub-factions, or 3. The Mountain, the 3.
3, and then the Utaru?
And then the Utaru is a different one, yeah.
Okay.
The Utaru are not part of the Tanakh. They're their own thing. But, like, the Utaru have these 3 subdivisions of their civilization, and each of them have their own interesting history and culture and all these things. But then, like, the entire faction of the Tanakh are based on, like, old military propaganda, and you're just like, this is a little awkward, because, like, us playing the game, you look at it and you're like, this is, like, weird U.S. military, what? But then from their perspective, 1,000 years later, they're like interpreting lost messages, and they are like, oh, inspired by brave warriors, and you're like, I get it. This is so weird and fascinating.
That stuff continues to
everything.
Be like god tier level writing, where the influence of our world and the effect it has on a new population of people without the context of how it was used in our world. That stuff continues to be like the best thing in the entire game when it comes to storytelling, I'd say.
For sure.
And how every faction has maybe found something different, and how that has affected their way of life. Because, if you were a primitive civilization or a society, and you dropped one piece of technology on the ground, it would change everything of how they lived and how they looked to the world. And every faction has like a different perspective and a different angle on that novelty. And it's just, I don't know why, because it's just such a unique piece of like sci-fi writing. I haven't read every piece of sci-fi, but for me, I haven't seen anything like this, or,
Yeah.
And it's just so good. I love it.
Primitive civilization encountering different pieces of ancient tech, and then you fast forward 600 years.
Yeah.
And they have all these, there's so much history going on there. And that's one of the things that I think this game does so much better than the first. It's just the modern day story, the present day story stuff, and factions and characters and all that is so much better than the first game.
Yeah.
Especially just like the general sense of identity that everything has, I would say.
Yeah.
It's really, really, really impressive. And there are some really exciting new factions that come in near the end in terms of where they might go for a third game, I would say. I'm talking about the Quen specifically. Not the others, which we'll get into, but
because the Quen felt underused. Like, they just were introduced, and then, I don't know, they felt...
Yeah.
That was one part which felt a little bit underutilized, or, like you said, maybe it's going to be more utilized in the third game. But
I think,
the Quen stuff felt a little odd to me, I will say. Everything else, like the Tanakh and the Utaru, felt like super thorough and grounded. And then this faction that just kind of has arrived, and you're not in their land. They're
exactly,
I don't know, that stuff like didn't feel as grounded for me.
Their existence answers some like lingering questions I had from the first game of just like, is this a worldwide world that we have, or is this a North American world that we have?
And I like the idea of the Quen a lot.
Oh yes, yeah, and that's why I say, like, for a third game, there's probably going to be a lot of good shit with the Quen. That would be my prediction. But yes, that the the world of Horizon is so good.
It's so
that
good. So
it
good.
pisses me off.
Yeah. It's still, for me, the best video game world that ever has been.
Yeah.
I know that's like, but it's too
A
good.
note I have, it's the last thing I have written down. And it's just, I can't believe, like, we had no fucking idea what we were in for with Horizon when it was announced like 7 or 8 years ago or whatever. And I just kind of can't believe, like, the course it's already taken in just 2 games, I would say. It's just like, when they announced it, we're like, ooh, dinosaur, cool, primitive, yeah, okay. And then, just the journey of like, oh, we're discovering the first game and it's out of its mind. And then the second game, they do so much good stuff with their world. And it's just, I like when we get stuff like that, where it's just like, oh, this looks neat. And then it turns out to be like one of the best things ever. And then, and you get that every like 4 or 5 years for 10 years. I want more like that, please, video games. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go to next.
Maybe transition into another positive. Let's keep it positive for a good chunk of time, because Dying Light 2 was a little bit more on the negative side. I think the combat system in this game is the best improved part of the game. I think it's absolutely exceptional this time around. I think I kind of have to explain an addition because it really changes everything about how the combat system works. And that is the simple addition of detachable parts on robots and the fact that you need to detach specific parts from a robot before it dies in order to receive that part.
Yeah.
Because the first game, I still liked the combat in the first game. I literally just wrapped up my PC playthrough before I started Forbidden West. But just like with, I don't know, something like Doom, when you know the counter to one of the machines, you kind of just get out the counter, you kill the thing once you have the knowledge, and then you move on. It's still fun. You're using different tools all the time, and you have to personally learn the counter to each of the machines, and each of them have a different way to take them down efficiently. But in Forbidden West, you don't really just want to murder everything this time around. You kind of turn into a bit of a hunter. You kind of skulk around in the bushes, you analyze your targets, and you look at specific elements of the machines. You will look at specific parts of the machines because you need to detach specific parts to upgrade weapons and armor, which is a fundamental part of the progression of the RPG system and getting stronger in the game. So no longer can you just be an absolute machine yourself, destroying everything in your path. You have to think about how you're going to take these machines down. And it makes the fights much more stressful and difficult because you can't just kill these fucking things that are trying to rip your head off. I remember early on, one of the most aggravating things to do early in the game is to try and take the teeth out of the hippo boys. I can't remember what the hippo boys are called.
Yeah.
The wide maws?
Yes, wide maw, yeah. They're big tusks.
And the hippos early on, when you're not powerful, are an absolute nightmare. And you're trying to hit these teeth, which half the time his mouth is shut. And that's just one example of
and you have to bait out a certain attack where he opens his big dumb face up for you long enough for you to shoot them. Yeah.
And further into the game, there's an extra mechanic where you have to take down a machine without destroying a specific part.
Oh my god, it's so difficult.
Yeah, if you burst a specific part of a machine, you don't get a drop from the robot. Yeah. And it just changes the way you approach combat for the entire game. Because if you want to, you can still be an absolute lethal lady and just take down everything, but you get less loot and you get less items to increase the power level of your gear. So you're encouraged to think about the way you're going to approach the combat. And the combat was already fun in Horizon because the robots look incredible. It feels great to play. There's a good variety of weapons, but it just adds this needed depth to the game to make it fun for 80 hours. And for me, outside of obviously the game looking incredible and better than Zero Dawn, this is the part which is the best improved from the predecessor. I think the combat system in this game is just really, really good. Really clever game design and just fun to play for the entire time.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. The combat is just, it's just fun all the way through.
Yeah.
And of the 3 in this video, it had the best power curve for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Dying Light had none. Elden Ring is sort of like a heartbeat. It was just up, down, up, down, down, up. Anyways, but I played this on hard.
Mm-hmm.
Plug your ears at 30 FPS. Oh. So it was It was a good challenge. I did that knowing that I have played through the first game a few times, and at least once, if not, I think I did a very hard on PS4 and very hard when I played it through on the PC, and it wasn't a problem. I went with hard, and it was great because it's fucking hard, and it makes it so that the machines really feel like a threat, and that ramp up was really nice in this because I was getting my ass kicked by the burrowers and the scrappers for the first 20 hours.
Interesting, yeah.
And then they introduced the little fucking jumpy kangaroo guys. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I like that because that's mainly what you're fighting for the first 10-15 hours, and it made it so that every encounter with them was challenging. But then that just applied to every machine up until about I would say around it was 90 hours for me to play through the game, and I would say by about the 70-ish, 75-ish is when I had gotten to the point where I'm like, everything's just dying easily now.
Yeah.
But up until that point, it just followed this really nice, smooth ramp of, okay, the burrowers are not a problem anymore, but now we've got the medium tier guys. They're kicking my ass. And then we go on to the big boys near the end game, and they're kicking my ass. And it lets the combat systems sing in that game. Harder difficulty is the way to play Horizon, I think, because you get the sort of lore side of, oh, the machines are a threat and they actually are challenging, but then you just it gets you to engage with all of their combat systems at a deeper level, trying out, focusing very heavily on elemental stuff, parts, making use of your valors and your heals and all these things. So I really liked the power curve in it. I will say, I'll probably say this line a few times throughout this. One of the things I said about when we talked about the first game that I hoped the second game would do, that's the line I will probably say a few times. I wanted them to do more Monster Hunter stuff.
Right.
For their second game, and they did. They nailed it. I mean, I've never played a Monster Hunter game, but in my head, what I imagine Monster Hunter is I got to go and hunt this specific thing off this monster. Yeah. And Horizon Forbidden West nails that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
With the part system.
You're not surviving or destroying stuff, you are hunting.
Yes, exactly. And it is a phenomenal addition. Absolutely. It's not... The combat systems are not without issue or complaints from me.
Should we start?
I'm just going to go into them. Well, I mean, every aspect there are going to be things of like, I love this, I want them to improve this, back and forth. So combat-wise, like, I agree it's amazing, and I have so much fun playing it. And my favorite combat systems are ones that when a fight ends, I realize I've sort of been holding my breath, Like Doom is so good at that, where it's just like, okay, I can breathe again. Oh my god. And I get that with Horizon's combat on higher difficulties because it's just like everything clicks really nicely. But one of the downsides of the harvesting parts is cool, but it's not as useful as I wanted it to be. Okay. In the sense that upgrading gear is good, but it's not that useful.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, when you want to go from purple gear to orange gear, upgrading orange gear is a mega grind. Too much. It's too much. And the rewards are not so worth it.
I actually got like 3 pieces of legendary gear and I never even equipped them because at the moment they were worse than my 4 leveled up purple gear. Exactly. And I looked at the requirements and I was like, I can't be bothered. I mean, I was playing on normal as well. It's just like, why would I,
Right, yeah. And even, I did some farming near the end game where I dropped it down to normal, and just because I'm just like, I don't want to beat this game yet. I want to fully upgrade some of my gear, like the spear, orange spear max level is pretty good. But I didn't need to, and that's something that I think would make the parts harvesting more interesting, is just...
more of a payoff for your work.
More of a payoff, more upgrade, less work for the super high tier stuff, and then also maybe maybe a little more customization of the gear with those parts. I'm not sure, because I remember seeing all these Monster Hunter World things of just all the crazy gear that you can make and sort of customize. And I would be interested if they did a little bit more of that for the second game. But it is a phenomenal system. And I'll be curious to see just even how if they tweak it over the next month or two, because they've been patching this game a lot, not just bug fixes, but they have introduced a few balance changes and also one or two major new features. One in particular that I wish was there when I played the game. But at a certain point, the hunting system is sort of just like, I don't really need to engage with it anymore. But it only hit fairly late, which is a good thing. So, also combat related. They definitely have made machines a little, maybe even a little too aggro at times. They are really up in your face, close range.
Well, I just finished the Frozen Wilds with the Scorchers and the Fire Claws, so everything felt like nicer compared to those assholes.
Right, yeah, and but it's been maybe a year and a half since I finished my Horizon 1 PC replay, so I can't remember exactly, but I did feel like things were getting close to me a little more often than I liked. And I know I could have been using a rope caster, I suppose, but... and then, again, it can't be certain. I'll be curious to see how it feels on a PC, in a year or two. But the main side effect of things getting close to you is you getting knocked on your ass. And I don't know who at Guerrilla had their finger on the dial for amount of time Aloy lies there doing fucking nothing, but they turned it up by about 90% from the first game, and I hate it.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I hate being knocked over and interrupted in games so much. Literally, my entire Elden Ring playthrough was built around not having that happen. Literally, I'm not fucking kidding. And so there were some major, and it happens, you get good at dodging, obviously, right?
I just want to interject and say that I've always found in these games, in Horizon, I find the dodging strange, because there's definitely iframes in there somewhere. Like, you can dodge through attacks, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't understand it, because sometimes it doesn't work the way I think it's going to work, or some attacks I dodge and I still get hit by them. Like, I know for a fact, like, a Stormbird will dive at me, and I will dodge, and, like, the AoE will not hit me, and it feels good. Right. But sometimes, like, a Ravager will just, like, swing at me, and I'll dive, and it will still slap me, and I'll get knocked down, and I don't know, I just, like, couldn't quite figure out the rules behind Horizon's dodging, and I felt that way for both games. I just couldn't quite figure out how it worked, and it results in some frustration.
Yeah, and they got rid of the long dodge from this game as well, right?
Right.
Because in the first game you could hold to dodge you roll like 10 feet instead of 5 feet. I don't know if that actually matters, but yeah, the iframe window is hard to read.
Yeah, I couldn't quite figure it out.
I mean, I've played through the first game several times, and even 90 hours into the second game, I would still just get knocked on my ass by a lot of attacks, because I'm like, where was the dodge? I thought I dodged that, but I didn't. And it's more so just the fact that she spends so much time lying on the ground and spamming B, and it just doesn't do anything. She's just lying there, and you're just like, Aloy, I got fucking things to do here. Can we move it along? Like, and it's the most obnoxious, most frustrating thing in the world to me in all of games, of being interrupted out of an attack and then just lying on the ground like I'm having a little nap in the middle of combat. And it just ruins the flow. And I've definitely seen people complaining about that, and I kind of hope they adjust it. Even, not for 3, but for here. For
if I close my eyes, I can hear the sound that she makes. That one sound she makes when she gets knocked down.
Oh!
Yeah, I can hear it. It's like stuck in my head forever.
Yeah, and it's so that is very frustrating. It doesn't make the combat unenjoyable. It just is a frustrating thing that comes up more, and it came up more in this than I ever remember in the first game. Even though you definitely would get your ass knocked over a lot in the first game, but it just feels like the dials just they're a little out of whack for that stuff.
Just like another positive to list off.
Sure.
This game has an amazing variety of weapons and robots.
Oh, yeah.
And that makes the game really fun and varied all the way through.
35 40 robots, something like that. 30?
And the robots themselves have variants. So there's like a change in flow. You can see a robot and think, oh, this one is vulnerable to acid attacks, when it's not, because this one is a different version of it. They're usually small changes, so it doesn't like throw you off too much. But it's just like a small thing which makes you think a little bit.
And it's great.
It
is. Were there variants in the first game?
I don't think so.
No, they weren't. No, yeah. I mean, there's like 35, 40 robots.
There's so many.
They're all amazing. There are definitely, returning favorites for sure, but a lot of them are new.
Oh yeah,
and then the weapon variety is tremendous. And I did the usual thing of, the first 30 hours I used this set of weapons, and then the next 60 I used this other set that I sort of honed in on, and just didn't touch probably more than half of the weapon types. And I know that when I replay it at some point on a PC, I'll use completely different weapons, and they'll all be fun. That's the thing that I discovered replaying on the PC. The first game was just like, oh, every weapon in this game kind of rules. You just have to learn them. And
there's also the addition of what's the alt power called? Is it Valor skills?
The Valor Surge.
And then each weapon also comes with like a weapon art, a special skill.
Right. Yeah.
And it really opens up options for you to kind of make like an RPG build within Horizon. It's definitely a modest like RPG element compared to obviously something like Elden Ring or a proper RPG. But there's enough variety in there where you really can make it your own, and depending on the robots you are facing, you will tweak and change that stuff. I wish you didn't have to go into the specific menus to change those things. I mean,
you can hot swap the weapon arts, right, with the D-pad,
but the Valor, you have to go into the skill tree, which is so weird.
It's very annoying. And there's also no way to cancel a Valor Surge, which is weird as well. Like, I want to be able to pop it, and then, maybe it depletes to, like, a 30% amount or something.
Right.
I might pop it near the end of an attack or a fight and then just kill the last thing, and then I'm just running around with my Valor Surge active for, like, 3 minutes afterwards, and it's like, wow, that's yeah.
But there's some like really fun stuff to experiment with in there, and there's a lot I didn't even use. So I look forward to like my PC playthrough in 2 years or so, and I will probably play a completely different way. I mostly liked Triple Notch, and I think there was one which I only started using towards the end where like a single shot is super, super powerful. And I really enjoyed that with the oh my god, there was like a torpedo spear art. So I would put that on, activate like the mega shot, and then do a huge weapon art torpedo thing, and those fucking spears would do so much damage. It was awesome.
The spears are so good. The propelled spear where it explodes midair and like airstrikes them. Oh my god, it's so satisfying.
It's like an RPG.
Yeah. And the power shot with like the longbow or whatever is also really good, and I only realized that near the end of the game. And there's at least 2, if not 3, of those quote-unquote weapon arts for every weapon type in the game, which is crazy. And I used maybe 20% of them, maybe 30%. Like, and the Valor Surges, there's 2 per skill tree branch, and there's 5 branches. There's like 10 or 15 Valor Surges, and same thing. I used a couple of them.
I like systems like that where there isn't an overwhelming amount of options, but the options you have can marry each other into different combinations. And it's more about experimenting with a combination of what you have than, a skill tree like Dying Light 2 where you have to think of like 30 different parkour moves on the go.
Right, yeah.
I like that stuff a lot.
And I like that they just sort of leave it up to you to decide how to play. Like I think you, at some point at least, said you were using traps and stealth a lot. And
traps are like crazy good.
Let me tell you, I never touched any of that because I think I said it during the Last of Us Part 2 chat, I never want to hide in tall grass ever again. Thankfully, this game just kind of
running.
I know. But I also mean like the stealth stuff, and it's like, well, this game, it doesn't really ever make you hide in the tall grass, which I appreciate because I'm over it. I just want to play aggro all the time, and they just say, yeah, okay, sure, go for it, man, whatever. I am glad about that. I
mean, we're still talking about just the combat system. Like, there's so many things in it which just make it feel good and make it varied for your entire journey. Like, I've got one small little note here where one thing I noticed from switching between Zero Dawn and Forbidden West is that machines have way, way more weak points on them. So, like,
oh, yeah.
I remember in Zero Dawn, there would be these frustrating moments where a robot would have like one weak point and he'd have his like ass to you and you're like, would you just turn the fuck around, dude? And you'd run around and he'd be turning around. But in Forbidden West, there's all these weak points. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming when you like unlock a new machine and he has 20 parts on him. But the point of the design is like, no matter where you are in the fight, there is something you can shoot at and tear off at all times. And it just makes the fight flow so much better in this game. You're never like looking frustrated unless, again, you're trying to get a fucking hippo's teeth out of his mouth. But apart from that, there's always something that you can specifically shoot at and aim at rather than just like, I don't know, the body of the machine.
Right, yeah. And they have the armor stuff is a lot more thought out here, where you can really peel armor off and reveal even more weak spots. I definitely remember like Thunderjaw fights where in the first game you'd knock off the antenna, the two guns,
right?
And wait, let me look at my Thunderjaw model, and then the other thing, right?
And the side panels to the heart.
The side panels, and then you'd be out of weak points, and then there's that one in his belly, and I'm like, I'm never gonna fucking hit that. I have to strip armor off. I have to get him on his back. It's never gonna happen. And then you would just chip damage him until he died. But in this game, it's just you scan it, and there are 75 yellow spots that you can work with, and it makes it just makes it flow much better. The only enemy I can think of that doesn't have enough is the Fireclaw and Frostclaws. The Fireclaw especially.
Yeah.
If you're trying to get that sack webbing and not pop his belly, you really don't have anything to work with, and it's just pure chip damage, and it's not very fun.
Yes, I will say, like, the mechanic of don't destroy a part was definitely not as fun. I mostly would use what's it called when you take over a machine? Overrides. Because the fellow robots, when they were fighting, you know, that robot wouldn't pop any of their special, whatever you call it. And I would just kind of sit back and watch them like rip into this thing and then maybe finish it off with an explosive spear. When I try to do it myself, there'd be like sometimes moments of frustration where you would hit it by accident and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake. I've been fighting this Frostclaw for like 10 minutes, I just broke his stomach.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea.
It is.
Being like, don't destroy these things, but I think they just need more of those sacks per enemy, really. So it's just like you can still maybe pop one of them, like the what are they called? Like the giant alligator boys with the big sacks on their back. Those guys.
The bellowbacks.
The bellowbacks. Like the bellowbacks are good because they have the front throat gullet thing that you can still pop, and you don't lose anything. But the Fireclaw really is, and the Frostclaw are mainly the two frustrating ones for me. It's just like their only weak spot is the giant sack, and it's so easy to burst it. So it was definitely a bit frustrating.
I didn't use it a whole lot, but I do think melee combat is better in this game. Mostly, I just used a charged attack, and I would smash an enemy to the ground and then kill it, and I was like, that felt good. That was satisfying.
Okay, interesting. I think the melee combat is fucking terrible in this game.
Well, we're talking about the melee pits or just like using it in combat?
Nope, just melee combat in general. I think it stinks. That was again one of the things from the first game that I really wanted to see them improve was the melee combat.
They tried.
And when they showed the state of play, they were like, they showing off some new stuff, and I'm like, oh, interesting. Okay, if they're going to make the melee combat way more engaging, then that's cool. But I just think it just is not. It does not feel good. It is not fun. Just connecting with enemies is hard to do and doesn't feel good. The combos,
combos
are a nightmare to pull off. The build up, charge, and then transfer it to an enemy. Interesting idea, but it takes forever to build up the charge and then transfer it to an enemy to then hit it with a bow shot.
I didn't really use the combos. I liked integrating it into fights for the heavy smack on the smaller guys to knock them down.
Okay.
Even for the little Velociraptor guys, you could hard smack those guys to the ground for a finisher, and it was really helpful.
Interesting. Okay, it's definitely one of the major things for the game where I'm like, I really wish this was better, because I tried not to engage with it as much as possible because it just sucks. I just don't think it feels good or is fun in any way. And
I can see that. I can see it.
I pretty much never meleeed any machine in combat.
It's kind of useful. I will say it's kind of useful.
Most of the time, it would just miss or do nothing, or I'd be smacked back for trying to hit someone, and I would be lying on the ground looking up at the sky.
Yeah. For me, it was just like another piece of variety to mix into the flow of it, you know?
Yeah. I think they have the potential and the like in-game, world stuff to make a really, really, really cool melee combat system and have that as an additional thing to all the weapon combat. But it was one of the sort of three big pillars, I would say, that I was hoping to see improvement on in this game, and it did not improve for me. And,
That's fair. That's fair.
I would actually say of the main three pillars, none of them improved for me, but we'll get to that as we traverse our way through this conversation, if you will. And yes, also the melee challenges are atrocious. They're like the most unbelievably shit thing. I looked up, like, I would read YouTube comments on videos explaining how it would work, and I would still not be able to do it. They were baffling. They're absolutely baffling.
I did
feel like complete
one,
shit.
and then I quit the second one because I thought it was horrible. And I feel like we're going to naturally transition into this, like... There's a problem with open world games where I feel like developers feel like they have to try and do everything ever for open world games. And you have strengths and weaknesses with what you know and what you don't know. We just praised the combat system mostly for like 30 minutes solid. Guerrilla are very good at making, I don't know what you want to call this, an action bow shooter, whatever RPG. They're very good at it. It doesn't mean that you're good at melee boss fights. I would say that even From Software can make shitty melee boss fights sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And it's all they do. It's a really hard thing to get right. I think obviously the Souls genre is the thing to look at the most. And I think we've all seen people that have been trying to make Souls-like games for years because they like what From Software does. But the more you play of those spin-offs, the more you play The Surge, the more you play... I actually haven't played a few of them. I've kind of more like watched that genre and seen other people try them. I remember, what was that one that came out a while ago called like Mortal something? I can't remember. Mortal...
Yeah, I know which one you mean.
Anyway, let me skip forward to what I'm trying to say, is that most of them are not very good or people don't like them very well. And I think it's because with melee combat, if something's like a little bit off, it hurts more than maybe like a shooter game does. If something doesn't flow right in melee combat, it feels bad. And that's going to come up even in Elden Ring chat, let me tell you that.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, if you are not really good at designing melee combat, I don't think you should do it.
I would agree, yeah.
If you don't make racing games, you probably shouldn't make you probably shouldn't make fucking...
Fuck, man.
Oh my god, dude. Oh
I won't lie. Like, look, I love this game.
Me too.
With all my heart, I do.
I love this game.
And we'll talk about, some of the, like, story progression stuff, but, like, they introduce... They introduce one of my favorite things of all times in games, which is the Normandy equivalent, aka a home base you go back to talk to, and we'll come back to that. But the first fucking thing you do after leaving this base, that I'm like clapping like a child at, like, yay, I have a base, that's so sick. And then there's just like the first thing you do, for me at least, I walked out the base into the grand open world that's finally opened up, and the first thing I see is, we've added racing missions to this video game. God. And I was like, oh no.
The races are so bad, dude.
There are only like 4 of them.
Oh my god, I did 1. And the second one was so broken I couldn't finish it.
There are, I think, 4 of them. And there's a weird like story payoff at the end with a character. I did do all of them like a sicko. But they are fucking terrible.
Yeah, terrible, man.
Racing missions in all open world games are bad. They've never been good unless it's like Burnout Paradise, but that's
it's another genre which is actually quite hard to get right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like the races in The Witcher 3 is just like, oh my god, they're so shit, man.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, the game would be better if this wasn't in here. It's a small part of it.
Yes.
And it's optional. And all that, of course. But it's just like, you don't need it.
Yeah.
Because it stinks.
The problem with like saying it's optional is there's so much good stuff in side quests. The characters are all so good. The writing is great. 95% of the performances in this game are exceptional as well. Everyone is acting their heart out. So I kind of wanted to do everything in the game, just because I want to be around the characters. I liked the setup for the racing missions as well. There's like this build up towards this expert racer who never says anything and has a mask on. And I want to see what happens, man. I don't want to go on fucking YouTube. I want to see it myself, but they sucked and I don't want to play them. I feel like we're going to like transition into side activities, because this game is of like such a quality in certain areas that you want to do everything. So the argument of like it's optional is definitely valid, but certain elements of the game are so good and you just want to be in the world for as long as possible that you want to do everything. And I think a large amount of the side stuff in this game is just not good or interesting. I wouldn't say a lot of it I found actively frustrating. I'm going to limit that to the melee pits and the races. The majority of the stuff in this game I just don't think is very exciting or good. Mm-hmm. And it's not a very negative thing to say, because, you know, having like a fine time is fine. But the problem is that I think when this game is firing on all cylinders, it's one of the greatest games ever made. When everything comes together in Forbidden West, when the combat is firing on all cylinders, when you're seeing these giant robots, the music is there, you're doing a side quest, main quest that you care about with characters you care about. When it is firing on all cylinders, this game is out of its mind good. And then I would set aside a whole night, and I would play 5 hours of this game, and I would do drones and black boxes and scavenger stuff, and it just like wasn't that fun, man. And it felt bad for the pacing when I would be like, I'm going to clear out this chunk over here, and it would just be like metal flowers, which gave me nothing I needed, and whatever the red gleam is called. And man, this game I think has too much stuff in it, and I think a lot of it is just not that fun. And I think it's a detriment, even if it's optional, because there's such a high quantity of it, and because when the game is at its best, it's amazing, and you kind of long for those moments again because of how much of the stuff I think is just a little bit meh. Not bad, just average. And this game, I just think shouldn't be average at any times, because it could be exceptional all times, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I completely understand, and I would say I agree. That was pillar number 2 of I want to see them improve the side content. That was like from the first game. You're like, the side content in the first game, meh.
Yeah.
The side quests in this game, dramatic improvement.
Yeah, they're
enormous.
Good. They're really
fantastic. Good. There are a lot of really fucking good side quests in this game. And that stuff it's just a huge leap over the first game, which I don't remember any side quests from the first game at all. And and if I when I replay, because I will replay the first game many times over the next 20 years or whatever, but like I just go through the main story. Like the side quests are not interesting, so but we'll put that at later for story stuff. But yeah, the side activities are not. I agree, they're not terribly interesting. I would say, you know me, I like to just sort of do everything when it's a game I like.
Yeah, I can be the same.
And yeah, so like I did everything.
I did almost everything. I didn't do the melee pits or the races, but I did all the fucking drones and the vantages. I fucking hate the vantages, man. I hate the vantages. Oh my god.
They were... Yeah, I liked the vantages in the first game, but they were not as fun in this.
In the first game, you just go to the spot and you get the flash into the past. It's like, oh, it's cool. And I like that part in Forbidden West when you see the past. But like just like walking around and
finding the spot was really finicky. God. Yeah.
And the drones, you just climb a thing and wait. That's all you do in the drones.
Yeah, the drone. Yeah. Ugh. What I appreciate, I will say, about all the side stuff is that they do have. And it's your complaint as well, is that they do have story hooks and rewards for completing all of them in terms of story stuff, you know? Like the finale of the racing mission, is weird and interesting.
I bet it is. Yeah, I bet it is.
And you meet an old character from the first game who was weird and interesting. And it's kind of dumb, but that's okay. The whole game's kind of dumb, which we'll talk about.
Yeah.
And like the reward for doing all of the major rebel outposts is like a full mission, like a loyalty mission with errand, basically. And I did do that. And like the mission wasn't very fun because the human combat stinks. But like the story rewards were things that I liked and cared about, and so that sort of made me just sort of go through the motions with those activities. But I agree that they were not particularly inspiring. And the worst one for me is, I hate saying it because I was so like into the idea when it was introduced with the relic ruins, which in the first game, they're just ruins. Yeah, the ruins are just icons on the map in the first game. It's just like, here's the ruins of a city, and you're like, oh, this is interesting. But here they turn it into like an exploration and puzzle-y sort of thing, and I'm like, oh, this is a cool way to sort of get more out of these ruined areas. But unfortunately, it's a Sony game. Yeah. And they didn't get the memo, neither did Naughty Dog, though, as we talked about, that box puzzles fucking blow ass. They suck shit.
When I was doing them, I was thinking about your complaint of the dumpster stuff in Last of Us 2.
Like, fucking Chloe in Lost Legacy in 2017 or whenever, 18, said, we're done with box puzzles, right? And Nadine was like, yeah, they suck, man. And then The Last of Us 2 came out and was like, just kidding. And this game, it's like, our innovative new thing for this side activity that is kind of interesting on paper is box puzzles, and they are bad box puzzles.
Yeah.
They're again, it's like you keep saying, they're trying to do everything, and they're not focused on what they're really good at, which is like combat, world building, character work, that sort of stuff.
Like puzzle design is difficult.
Puzzle design is very hard. Yeah. And the puzzles in this are like unintuitive. It's unclear where you're going, what you're doing.
Oh my god, one of the last ones in near the destroyed San Francisco, where it's like multi-layered in 2 different buildings, and you're swimming in it as well. I was so confused and couldn't figure out what to do for ages. There's like an elevator, there's an underwater part, there's 2 different buildings. Oh my god, it was a nightmare. Or the one we got to like drag that train carriage slowly with the wire.
That one is such a pain in the ass. I actually like soft locked the one in the in Las Vegas where you flood it.
Right.
I flooded it, and one of the boxes like moved in a weird way, and I needed to unflood it, but I couldn't because they were both floating, and so I think it was soft locked.
Yeah.
But me being a cheeky little climbing asshole managed to find a very, very specific little path where I could jump, glide, and then land on something and not like any magnetic climbing. It was just lucky landings.
Yeah.
I managed to exploit my way to that ornament and get it. And you know what? It felt good because doing things the wrong way in games is satisfying. But again, it's an idea that I like. I like the idea of you get to actually explore these ruins, you get lore, and there's puzzles there, but the execution is just not there. And so I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's kind of essential for the pacing of the game, right? You don't want to be just fighting robots for 50 hours straight. You need these little detours.
Yeah.
But most of them weren't very good. Again, the world is beautiful. I think at the beginning I kind of teased the fact that, the game being amazing to look at does help carry it through some of that stuff. And I would say most of it was not like, I wasn't annoyed. I wasn't like, ugh, this is absolutely terrible. It was just not excellent.
It's because it's Horizon and you want everything about it to be 10 out of 10 all the way through.
And this game can be a 10 out of 10, and it has these moments of glory, and you kind of start pining for that feeling again. And just a large portion of the game, depending on how thorough you are, is just not up to its own standard within the same game. It's kind of a bit odd.
Yeah, I agree. And I think I sort of wrote off a lot of stuff when they said it's coming out on PS4. I think I sort of immediately, when they said that, I'm like, it's just going to be the exact same game again. And in a lot of ways, it kind of is. Except they expand, and I mean, they do improve a lot of things, as we've already discussed. But in terms of side stuff, like when I saw all of the same things, I'm not really surprised by any of this, and I don't know that I can blame it on PS4, because who knows? And also, again, 2 years of COVID, I don't know. It's hard to say. But 2 games now, it's like, okay, the third game, I want some major changes to a few different things, and side content is one of them for sure.
It just feels, this format feels old, man. It feels really old.
It does.
Can we just at least get rid of the fucking like question mark format? I hate the question marks. You climb up all this shit and it's just something you don't care about when you get there. Can you at least let me know what it is so I can ignore it? I hate the question mark stuff. What's it gonna be? And it's just a metal flower with stuff you don't need. And it's like
with like blue loot. And it's like, I don't need any of this shit.
Dude, what a waste of my time.
Yeah, it's a formula that works in terms of player reception and sales and all these things, and so
we're in a post-Elden Ring world where even the normies have played that format now, so...
Yeah, but I mean, like, the next Assassin's Creed is going to sell 50 million copies, right? You know, like, at the end of the day, that is sort of, like, the biggest concern about just Sony in general, is that, like, their games are amazing well, most of their games are all sort of very similar, but, like, when they pop off, they really pop off. Horizon, God of War, amazing, obviously, but... I do worry that, like, this sort of homogenization is just going to continue, but it sort of feels like a false worry, because we really haven't even started this generation. Like,
I know, but if
everything is cross-gen, I know, but that's the thing, right? So, like, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or whatever, right? Or if whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. But I'm fucking sick of it, dude.
I know. I agree.
Like, I didn't like it in this game, and like the core gameplay of this game is fantastic, and it looks the best I've ever seen. And I still didn't like it in this game. So if Horizon can't carry the format, I don't want it anymore.
Yeah, and that's why I say, like, I think I desperately
playing it
hope,
like side by side with Elden Ring, like, oh my god, it was rough.
Yeah, I desperately hope that when we get to a third game and the next God of War game afterwards as well. Granted, but I'm just sort of presuming Ragnarok is basically going to be identical to the first game, which is fine. We're in this weird transition phase. I desperately hope that 3-5 years from now, the open world formula is very different, because this is the formula it's been since, I mean, you're talking about the question mark thing. Skyrim was like the one that really nailed that in, and that was like what made the game so addicting at the time. It's just like, oh, there's a question mark. What's it going to be? And then you get like 50 meters from it, and you're like, oh, it's a dungeon. I'm going to go in. Yeah. It's a formula that works, but it's been so long of the same formula that, it does need to go away.
I hope Ragnarok doesn't adopt it, because I would say Forbidden West does it more than Zero Dawn did it. Yeah. And I don't know, like you said, let's just hope Sony isn't in love with it so much, because when I actually played the beginning of Forbidden West, I would say the Daunt reminded me of the flow of something closer to God of War, and I really like the way God of War did it. It's like a minimalized, cut down idea of that format. That is like,
it's sort of like a linear focused open world.
Yeah, and it's like digestible and nice. I like that approach, and I kind of wish Forbidden West was more like that. But it was very ubified.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a tricky thing because it works so well in terms of financials and reception.
And you can say the game's like 90 hours long and people love it.
Exactly, yeah, good value and all that shit. So, I hope there are some changes in direction, and I also, I hope Ragnarok isn't just the same thing. And both Horizon games are the like oldness of their world are highlighted by the weirdo Japanese open world game that came out 1 week later in both games' cases, you know?
Yeah, so that's so weird.
Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring both came out a week after Horizon and Forbidden West, and both of those games really do highlight like how different an open world game can flow when the handholds are taken away. And and that was something we talked about in our episode of this, where we talked in the same episode about Horizon 1 and Zelda.
Yeah.
And I wanted them to take lessons from Zelda, because there is a lot of good lessons to learn from that game and from Elden Ring about just like, let's open things up, let's push things to the side, let's let people like figure their own path through it. And they definitely didn't do that here, and I really hope they mix it up for the third game, because if we have a Horizon 3 in 2025 that's just a Ubisoft open world again, oof,
for sure.
Yeah.
There's one last thing we have missed, by the way, before we move on to maybe talk about story stuff.
Okay, yeah, that one thing that isn't story. Yeah,
yes. The climbing sucks, dude.
It's sort of related to Breath of the Wild, yeah.
The climbing sucks.
Climbing in this game is atrocious.
Oh my god, it's so bad.
I hated it so much, man. And like, I figured you would hate it, but like you like this style of climbing more than I do.
I know, dude. I like it in the first game because it's just like follow the giant yellow bars. But in this game,
I hated it.
Oh my god,
I did not like it in the first game because it's that magnetic climbing. I just hate it so much. I've been saying for years how much I hate it. And the second game, I appreciate the fact that the system allows for them to not have big, dumb, yellow painted bars everywhere. It makes for a more natural-looking environment.
Unless you hit the focus, then it is just yellow bars all over a mountain.
Right, yeah. But I mean, when you're just like walking around, it's like, okay, but the result is just they overcomplicate the climbing, and also the magnetic climbing just still doesn't work. In fact, it's less reliable than the first game.
Yeah, it's worse.
The number of times I'm in the one position moving to the only other position you can possibly move to, and the jump fails.
Yeah.
And I fall down. That happened probably every 45 minutes for me. It's just like every single climbing puzzle, there's at least one jump that you are going to make, and it's literally the only path, and it just fails. And you just fall. And you're like, what the fuck? How does a magnetic climbing...
And she just magnetizes to the alternate route, which is the one you don't want to take, and literally no direction on the stick will make her take the other one. There was one cliff I just couldn't climb a cliff because she would follow a route which led me back down, and like no matter what I did, she always went to that route, and I couldn't go up, and I just gave up and left.
Yeah, both versions of the climbing are really frustrating. The like open world handholds are literally everywhere.
Yeah.
Climbing stinks because you'll be pushing up, and it's completely mindless because you're literally just pushing the stick forward, and I guess that counts as gameplay. I've been complaining about that for too many years. Please, Sony, for love of... But then you'll just hit a spot, and she's like, no, I'm not moving. And I scan, and there's just like yellow everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, and then you try to go left, and she's like, no, I'm not doing it. And then you try to go right, she's like, no. And then you go down one, and then it works. And you're like, okay. Or you'll push left, and she'll like do the leaping jump like 30 feet away.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Where are you going? Or sometimes you'll try to use like your natural intuition and be like, oh, I'm going to climb up this mountain, but the whole thing is red. And you're like, why is this mountain red? Why can't I climb this thing? It looks climbable.
Yeah. I appreciate, I like this about both games. You can get up into a lot of places that they don't, it's not that they don't intend you, well, there's no path to them, and you can get up into a lot of spots that like, and I know this from filming the beauty videos, like you can Skyrim your way up some mountains that you're not meant to go up, and I like that they just let me do that, and that it's all finished and traversable, and there's no invisible walls, and in some cases actually
that was easier than actually just climbing it.
Well, yeah, in some cases it was easier, and in some cases there are actually like green shine rewards in some of those weird spots, which is cool. That's sort of like the Mario style thing, but the climbing is abysmal, and it's the more frustrating ones are the ones where you're on a linear path and there's only one way to do every jump, and she's like reaching out to make the jump. And I had this happen with probably half of the drones. I would go to jump onto the drone and she would just completely miss.
Yeah. Oh my god. Did you ever do the thing where you went to get your glider out, but it's the same button to let go of a ledge? And you'd actually like I magnetized the drone like twice because I didn't think I was going to make it. So I was holding to get out the drone. And then I dropped all the way, dude. I fucking hated the drones.
Most of the time, the drones, like, she would be reaching her hand out, indicating the jump is good, and I would make the jump and she would just fall. And I would lose all my health or in some cases just die.
The drones are so weird, because in Zero Dawn, the tall neck activities were not good, because you would just climb up and wait for the tall neck, and it was just kind of boring. And in this game, the weird thing is they made the tall necks so much better this time around.
They're fantastic.
There's still a couple of instances where you have to wait for it to like come around. But apart from those few instances, they're like super creative and unique and different. They feel like their own like unique missions. Same with the cauldrons, actually.
Same with the cauldrons, yeah.
But if you're going to fix something, don't just put the shit version in from the last game, because that's all the drones are.
Yeah.
You just climb and wait. It's the same thing from the... it's just so weird.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
God.
Yeah. And that is something side quest related that, we forgot to mention, is that like the cauldrons are good, even though there is still platforming in them, but they're all super varied and interesting.
And again, the visuals carry it so far, because like the intricacy is out of this world in those places.
And the tall necks are really good as well.
They're great.
They're great. Yeah. And so it's like you have these two activities that are unique to the world and to the game, and they're good, and they improved them a lot in this. But all the other activities just weren't improved. And then the climbing stuff it's again, I remember saying this after the first game, like, just give us like real ass free climbing, or
why is no one doing Breath of the Wild? Why is no one doing it?
I don't know.
I
don't understand. Yeah,
like, it looks a bit goofy at times, but it works.
Assassin's Creed did adopt it. But no one wants to play that.
Unfortunately, everyone does.
And getting around the Horizon world in both games is frustrating. I think the mounts
suck as well, by the way.
The mounts are a fucking pain in the ass. They sucked in the first game.
They get stuck on everything.
They get stuck on everything here, and so I just walk. I just walk everywhere I go.
It's a shame, because the new mounts, I won't spoil them in case people haven't played it, but the new mounts are super cool to look at.
They are. Yeah. And the really new mount is a game changer.
Yeah.
But you get it like an hour before you finish the game.
But I think that makes sense, because it would trivialize, you zip around so fast in that thing.
I know, but again, it's sort of like the Dying Light thing, where it's just like, it's such a great addition. I knew it was coming because
I'd been spoiled a bit of Twitter.
I had read it before the game was out, but it was from like a sketchy leak, and I was like, I don't think that's real. And then at a certain point, the game makes it very clear that it's real,
because you get every single unlock except for it.
And also, like, there are quests where it's like, I have no idea how to get up there. Maybe later.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, okay, that's sick that you're going to do that. Cool, great. We all know it's coming, great. And I left some quests to deliberately, so that I could take advantage of it. Yeah. And I get it, like you said, it would trivialize it all, but also that would have been great, because the traversal sucks, and having it trivialized is awesome. It's a game changer. And having it for the third game is going to be that's what's exciting about the third game, is like, it's like the opposite of the Dying Light.
You're going to lose that power for sure.
No, there's no fucking way. There is no fucking way they go into the third game, and you will be able to swim and do other things in the third game from minute one. There's no way they take it away. They are too smart for that. No way. No fucking way.
For sure.
I walk away from Horizon,
because it makes designing the game so much more difficult when you can't control the direction the player comes from.
That's good. That means they have to really change up their formula for the third game. I think it's
too early to talk about that.
I know. I think Guerrilla is smart, and they know. I think they have a trajectory for their third game, and there's a lot of exciting potential for it in terms of mechanics and stuff like that. But yeah, the traversal is such a nightmare, and it's like probably the biggest thing for me that I don't look for. Like when it comes to a replay, I'm gonna get so annoyed by the traversal so many times all over again, and it's ugh.
Because everything else you can ignore. Like I wouldn't do the side activities again, but
exactly, yeah. Unless there's a mod that unlocks flying from the get-go, which it would be kind of great, honestly.
Another small thing, it's really not a big deal because you don't have to do it much, but there was like some stealth stuff with swimming, which I was like, I just wasn't really like into hiding in bushes and waiting for crocodiles to swim past.
Yeah, I only feel like I had to do that a few times, but it's just sort of like, it's the exact same thing. It's hiding in tall grass. I'm not interested.
And you can't counter it. There's no choice. You just gotta kind of...
You just sit there.
Yeah. It's a small thing.
The underwater stuff, it looks amazing. Again.
Oh, God, yeah.
I think like just swimming underwater stuff, it feels good, which is
it does.
Not a small thing, because underwater levels are shit, and it really, when you look at the map, you're like, this is a huge ass map, and then you also remember, also there's all this underwater stuff. It's cool. It's a good addition, and I like it.
Yeah.
But underwater stealth, we can do without that.
Yeah. Again, I have like, we'll get to them eventually, but I have like miscellaneous notes that I've written down.
Yeah. But I would say outside of story stuff that I feel good about moving into story stuff. Yeah.
Again, I have some miscellaneous notes, but we can leave it to the very end.
Yeah, I don't have any other major points beside the story, I would say. Yeah.
I think for the story, I think a good place to start, because it's an area I think for me is overwhelmingly positive, is the characters.
Yeah.
I think it's the best part of the entire game. It almost is like a meta commentary on solo video game heroes that feel like they have to do everything on their own, which I thought was kind of clever. I'm not sure if it was trying to be meta, and it was specifically talking about Aloy trying to do everything on her own, but it kind of felt like it was addressing these open world RPGs where you're just one guy and you're just doing everything. And again, I don't want to spoil too much about the plot, but like a big thing when it comes to Aloy's character specifically is about her allowing in more help, allowing more people in to help on her journey and not feeling like she has to carry the burden of the world on her shoulders. And I think it does that stuff really, really well. I think, I won't go into too many details, but every character gets a moment to shine. They really feel like they have their own like depth and their own personality, their own backgrounds. Everything is fleshed out more. Like Erend isn't just like the funny drunk man anymore. Everyone's got their own thing going on. There's like inner relationships between the characters. And I think they do a really good job of making Aloy more interesting. Because I think she's kind of flawed in certain aspects of this game. She's stubborn. And at one point, she's kind of intolerant of a character who obviously, I think, is quite hurt from their past traumas. And she's like pretty abrasive about it. And I found her like a little bit unlikable in certain aspects. And the way that comes around to a like nice conclusion, I thought was well handled.
Yes, yeah.
There's probably a lot more you can say about the characters, but I'm trying to kind of skid around some things. I don't want to spoil it in case people haven't played it, but every character gets their own moment. And it's just great. I don't know specifically who does the performances, but they're all wonderful. They all should be very proud of themselves because they have great chemistry. They're all unique and they do a great job. And I love the band of characters.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest point for me, I would say, with the story stuff in this is the first game was a story driven by the main plot.
Yeah.
Actually, I would say even less. The main modern day plot is not very interesting in the first game. It's fine. You're
just seeking out knowledge for most of the game, really.
Yeah, there's like the like Karja and the evil faction.
Yeah.
I can't even remember their name.
Shadow Karja.
The Shadow Karja, yeah, and they get sort of wrapped up in this as well, the side stuff, which was nice. But yeah, the first game was very much just like I am going into the main missions, and I am reading diaries.
Yeah,
and that stuff's amazing. But I didn't remember really much of anything with the characters from the first game. Aloy is just kind of like a basic nothing character in a lot of ways. There are interesting things about her, but it doesn't come through so much in the first game. She's a fairly stale character.
Yeah.
And then all the side characters I don't really remember from the first game. I remember
pretty much just Aaron for me.
Yeah, I remember Aaron, and it was because he was kind of a goofball, but there was some side story stuff with him that I also remember.
He's good.
He's good. But like when I started playing Forbidden West, and Varl showed up, and I was like, "Oh, it's that guy."
Yeah.
From the first I think I remember him. I think. And what was interesting to me about what I found compelling about the story stuff in the second game is that it sort of transitioned from like early on I was compelled by the sort of main world plot stuff, but it switched at a certain point into just being like, I'm just here for the characters.
Yeah.
And that's a big surprise for me. I did not expect it. I think you said it well about everything they do with Aloy and her stubbornness and doing everything solo, and it's really the thing that stood out to me is like it's a game about like she's asking for help, getting the friends and family she never had, and it's like that stuff is all really good and handled nicely. She is sort of obnoxious and frustrating at times, and but it serves a purpose, and it gives you character growth. And I was surprised by that switch for me because the first game is so driven by the main plot, and the early parts of this game for me were so driven by the main plot.
Yeah.
And then the main plot kind of just starts to get really fucking stupid, and I was into that as well, but not more in an ironic sort of way. But yeah, that switch over at like the 20-hour mark into being like, we're actually going to really spend a lot of time with the characters, and that's what mattered to me all the way through to the end was caring about the characters, which is a great switch. Like I said, they give us the Normandy equivalent of a base that you get to go back to and talk to everyone. And I only got to that 20 hours into the game. Like I feel like we never talked about just the slow unraveling of this game because it is fucking gigantic.
It is.
Even if you just did the main plot, it is long.
Like a 50-hour game minimum, probably.
Yeah, and I got to the base 22 hours in, and I was like, oh, they just finished like the prologue of this game and set up the entire rest of the game.
Yeah. And
it's a small thing having a base with all your mates that you go back to talk to after every story mission, but I love it so much.
Yeah, it like
and
evolves
it's done
as the game goes on.
Exactly, yeah. I love it in this game as well. I like it in every game. I liked it in Guardians of the Galaxy. That was, I talked about it when we did our discussion of that. I was like, it's got a Normandy equivalent. Yay!
Yeah.
But this one is really good. Yeah, it visually evolves. There's constant unique banter between everyone, and then you can, after every story mission, go back and spend an hour talking to everyone.
There was it's optional, but man, there's a lot of chatting.
And it's good.
I liked it.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
I went back for all of it.
Absolutely. I live like that's the shit I like about games more than anything else, really, Like it's why The Witcher stands out so much to me. It's just like I just want to talk to these interesting characters and see the stories.
It's immersive. Like the more characters talk about recent events, the more just organic everything feels, honestly.
Yeah. And that's probably the highlight. That is definitely the highlight of the story stuff for me is the switch into it being more of a character driven adventure.
Yeah.
And I'm the cast is great, the diversity is great, everyone does a great job, all the writing is super strong, and the voice acting is tremendous, and it's again for the third game, it's a good gang, and I'm excited to see them all again, and that is not something that I had with the first game whatsoever, and so good on them for sort of transitioning or putting a lot more focus on like, hey, we want to build a good cast of characters, and they did a really good job with that stuff. The main story stuff I didn't mind, but like I said, my brain sort of switched into being like, the early parts are fascinating because they address very explicitly the big lingering questions from the first game, right? About Far Zenith, the Signal, the Odyssey, all these things. They cover all that.
That stuff is very, very exciting and very cool.
And yeah. And then at a certain point, it sort of starts to transition into like a big, dumb summer blockbuster. And I sort of just switched into being like, okay, sure, whatever. I'm here for the characters. Let's just do it and have a good time. And I had a good time all the way through the main story, even though it's severely lacking compared to the first game. But I also think like that's inevitable in a way because the discovery part of the first game is so hard to beat.
It is hard to beat.
You go ahead.
I thought the main quest of this game was a little odd. I thought the pacing of it was strange because it felt like it was moving along at a really nice rate for like the first, 40% of the game. You get that big reveal, and after that you meet a new character, and it's like super exciting. And then it kind of felt like I wasn't interacting with that part of the main quest for a long, long time. I was doing side quests and character stuff, and you obviously are doing a lot of stuff with like the current political issue between the Tanakh and this rebel clan, which I liked. I liked that stuff.
That stuff is better, stuff. Yeah. Like that's something that is better than the first game. Is like the tribal stuff, yeah.
And then I was excited for the build-up towards the end of the game, and I thought the ending sucked, dude. I thought the ending of this game really sucked, and I was immensely disappointed by it. It just... How do I talk about it without spoiling it? They set up a lot of interesting new characters in the game.
Yeah.
And I was really into it. I was like, oh my god, I want to know all about these characters. Let's just say we won't be knowing anything about any of those characters, and I still don't know really anything about those characters. I have a million questions I would love answered about those characters, but I'll never know, I guess.
Probably not.
I thought
maybe
Silen's plan was just kind of fucking stupid because it just at some point doesn't make sense why he keeps Aloy in the dark at all.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense why he just doesn't tell Aloy stuff. And then, like, the new doohickey, they just pull out their ass at the end where they're like, no, this is the new bad guy. And it's like, what are you talking about? How is this a new bad guy? I have no
idea.
And then one of the characters is like, I want to save you, so she fights you. And it's like, why are you fighting me?
Yeah.
I thought you were literally, the whole thing was about Elizabeth Sobek and that she wants to save Elizabeth Sobek. And her whole thing was that she's going to take you off and she's going to save you. And then she fights you. It's like, it just absolutely crumbled and fell apart for me at the end. And I really expected more from Guerrilla. I just thought the end was bad. I thought the end was bad, dude. Like, really low tier stuff. And I was really disappointed by it.
That's too bad.
I'm really disappointed by it. It kind of made me less excited for the third game. I will say it. Because the story was so important to me. And for me, they were the best sci-fi writers in video games. And after that, it's just like, nah. I just don't think they are.
Well,
or they ran out of time. I don't know. It's
also the guy who was who wrote all the main stuff for the first game.
Yeah.
He was the narrative director for the second game. And it, but he is gone from Guerrilla. He left about 1.5 years ago. So there is, it's interesting though. Like this is why I like our chats because your brain and we sometimes diverge in what we remember, and that's great because like the things you just described, like with Carrie-Anne Moss's character at the end, I was like, did that happen? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
because I was just like, I was into the character stuff.
I liked the character as well.
I don't really care what plot happens. I just am here for the character stuff. But I do agree, like it is.
I like their sci-fi writing. I think they're good at it, or they were good at it.
Yeah, I think they're good for the first half, and then it just. It's not even the first half. It's like, it's quite a large chunk of it is good, is quite good. But then it's the last third of the story really skips along.
I don't like the setup for the third game. It's just so it just feels like another X-Men Apocalypse thing where it's like there's something that's going to destroy the entire world, and it's just like, how do we make it bigger? How do we make our version of Thanos? And it's like, God, man, it's just like, all right, here we go again.
I like the third setup from the idea of like just gathering allies. That's what I think about.
Yeah, I like that.
All these interesting characters and places we're probably going to go.
But also, when they showed whatever they call, I can't remember what they called the thing. You might have to cut some of this out. Nemesis. Yeah. I was actually kind of excited because I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
In my brain, I was like, I had this idea. I was like, holy shit. Did Hephaestus create a spacefaring robot to wipe out the last of the humans because they deemed the Farzinus as a threat? I was like, that's such a fun idea. And then
I have no idea what it even is. It's like
she said it was their digitized memories, consciousness that went rampant. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's such a better idea that Hephaestus made a space robot to chase down the Farzinus and they've been running around trying to get rid of it. That's like such a fun idea, and I'm an idiot. These guys are sci-fi writers. Like, it's such a better idea.
That is probably the most frustrating part about the main plot, is that like there are so many crazy good ideas.
And a lot of them in the game themselves were great. Like the Zenith is so cool.
And I also think the idea that the arch nemesis for this entire game is a faction of CEOs from the modern day that have lived for it's a fucking hilarious,
it's
great thing. And even though we don't actually know basically anything about any of them, but like the one thing that does come across about all of them is they fucking suck.
Because they're 1,000 years old, so they've lost their morality and their
they lost their morality 1,000 years earlier because they were tech CEOs, and that's funny and that's good.
It's such an interesting idea dealing with people that have lived for that long. Like, what would it do to your mind? And I want to know their history and everything, and they're just gone.
And the fact that like, I think I messaged you when we were like, I was like, I bet this is them, and I bet like.
Yeah, you did guess it.
And I called all that, and I'm like, that's crazy. And they just sort of don't do anything with it. And maybe we will get to learn a bunch more about them in the third game, but it is something that should be in the second game because it's the main plot of the second game. It's the main driving force is this Farzinus. And that bit at the end, like, I mean, I like the part where there's just a bunch of dumb robots fighting in the background. That was pretty sick. Yeah. But the bit at the end when, like, 40 of them, of the Farzinus, just like hover down. I was like, there's more of them? I didn't even know. I thought there was just these 3 assholes. Gerard? Like, who the fuck is Gerard? And
it felt
Eric?
Weird that there was such a small amount of them and that they were so like clumsy at all times. They were so useless. And then you just kill one with a bow. It's just like, oh, I don't know, man. It just, I know his shields were down, but it felt so weird to just, like, it's such a cool idea, and then they just cull it from their own game.
No, I'm not, I think you're totally right. It's just one of those things where it's like, I wasn't really bothered by it, but I agree that, like, it's a massively underbaked part of their world that they... And again, like maybe some of it comes up in the third game and you learn more because that happens here with the first game for sure. Like it's such a crazy thing to add into the Horizon world mix, and they don't spend enough time fleshing any of it out for sure. Yeah,
they seem like really cool characters, like the main 3 bad guys. I was like really interested.
They seem like real fucking assholes, that's for sure. But
I like Carrie-Anne Moss as well.
Yes, and also, she did a good job.
She did.
Shout out to Carrie-Anne Moss. Yeah. She can still do good video game acting. She was pretty good in the Mass Effect games.
Yeah, she was great.
Also, shout out to Angela Bassett, who played what's-her-name, who is like barely even in the game, but she was pretty good. She played Regala.
Regala, yeah.
And Regala is basically not in the game unless you do something to have a very long conversation with her, which I did. I don't think you did.
I'm not sure I did, no. I think I killed her.
Killed her ass. Yeah.
But
that conversation with her might be like one of my favorite conversations with someone at the base in the whole game, honestly. Her writing and voice acting is good. It's good. It was so when you replay, keep her alive.
Okay.
I recommend it. She does a good job. But yeah, I was so into the main story stuff in the early game because like they open with the Farzinus, and they answer so many of the big questions from the first game really quickly, and that was very satisfying.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, they have a lot of great ideas that are just executed, are not executed properly. With the main stuff. And then I agree that like the villain introduction at the end is corny and dumb, but also if it just means a big adventure for these characters I'm into that, you know? So
it felt like something that was shoved in by like some executive at Sony, where they're like, there needs to be an ultimate bigger villain. And Guerrilla were like, no, please, we have like this thing planned out. The good guys have to kill all the bad guys. It's like, oh, okay.
You know what? Oh my god.
It feels like a Marvel ending, man.
This game, I just realized, this game is so much like Mass Effect 2. Not only do we have all these like Carrie-Anne Moss, Normandy, but the main plot of Mass Effect 2 is so fucking bad and stupid.
I can't even remember it, honestly.
And the end of it, you fight this giant Reaper Terminator thing, and it's just like, what the shit is going on? And then the entire thing is like, oh, the Reaper is the ultimate threat. They're finally coming. And, you know, that's the third game. They have to escalate. But it's like... And yeah, that escalation is very frustrating. It always has to be like the world-ending thing. That's the only plot in AAA products anymore. But much like Mass Effect 2, this is the game where it's like, oh, the characters. The first game, Mass Effect 1, world, amazing. Second game, oh god, I don't want to complete this train of thought though. Mass Effect 2, oh, the characters are so good, just like Horizon. Mass Effect 3, Mass Effect Andromeda. Oh my god. No, anyways. 3 and 4 Horizon will be amazing as well, for sure. Oh god. Oh fuck.
Shit.
Cut all of that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say when it comes to the story stuff.
There's
half of the main quest is great, and the characters are phenomenal.
There are some really, really great main story missions in the game.
Oh yeah, it's worth saying for sure.
Like some tremendous one. I think the whole Poseidon quest into Las Vegas is like one of the best game quests I've played in years, honestly.
Yeah, when I earlier said that this game is sometimes at its peak the best game of all time, that's what I was referring to. The main the main quests.
Most of the main quests are really good.
Oh yeah.
Up until like the very end, and I think the tomb mission is just a fucking mess.
Yeah, let's not dive into that again. That tomb mission is so weird.
Matter. It's so weird. It feels like something that they probably could have just like cut that whole story. Like it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's strange.
And you know, I do wonder about some of those things where it's like, were they rushed? You know, COVID. I don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
The last 2 years of development or COVID, work from home stuff. Who knows? It's hard to say. But I would say, overall, I was very, very content all the way through.
It's definitely like less. Like the intricate sci-fi behind Zero Dawn was out of this world. Like when you read in depth about the different systems in the Zero Dawn system and like all the
like the DNA storage for Apollo.
It's crazy thought out.
Yeah,
and the whole of Forbidden West feels a little bit more schlocky.
For sure.
It really leans on what Zero Dawn built in that area. And I liked all the AI stuff in this game. After the interaction with Hades, I was kind of expecting each individual sub, whatever you call it, to have maybe a little bit more personality. I really like that weird Hades scene where you like go into his environment and talk to him.
I had to turn on subtubtitles to understand what he was saying as well, because it was so garbled. Yeah, that was a great scene. Yeah,
maybe they wanted to, because I think what's the main AI called? What's she called? I forgot her name.
Gaia?
Gaia.
Yeah.
I think she says like every AI is going to put up a fight and doesn't want to come back, but there isn't really an interaction with them. So again, maybe there is something behind the scenes where they had more ambitions in this area and just didn't have the time. I'm not sure. I still like that stuff a lot.
Yeah, and all the missions related to getting those AI functions are all really good.
Oh yeah.
And all most of the main. Yeah, I would say almost every main story mission is just like, ooh, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna do a main story mission. This is gonna be like 2 hours of gold, and almost every single one of them is that.
Yeah,
there's like
sure.
one or two that are a little short. And I'm like, what the fuck? That was only 20 minutes long. This is bullshit, because the majority of them are probably like a full 90 minutes long and are just so well made. This is not related to story, but I do have. If we should probably start rattling shit off. I forgot to mention one of my favorite things in the whole game, and it's one of my favorite things that the great open worlds do, which is interconnectivity.
Okay.
Between side activities relating into main activities, I especially like things that change over time. There's some environmental stuff in the game that changes over time, which is cool, and they never really make a point of showing it, but like the blight, the storms, the red rivers, like all that slowly goes away.
Oh, right, yeah.
Did you go back to Plainsong after beating the game? And
after beating the game, no.
Or did
but
you
I did
like
see
fully
the crop,
finish the?
I saw when the crops were like back to normal and the what machine gods were still going. That was cool.
Yeah, I love the way that the settlement forms in Vegas. And,
oh yeah, I went back there a few times.
And there are quests, and I love those 3 characters.
Oh,
and then there's also, like, if you go to other Oseram camps, even I went back to in the Daunt, Barren Light.
Yeah.
People in Barren Light Oserams are talking about that settlement.
I did see that.
Like, that stuff is so good in this game, and there are so many little things that change throughout the course in the world that they never shout out or pay, like the flooded area in the north that you do a quest in. You come back 10 hours later and the settlement's being rebuilt.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, or there's in the Daunt at the very back of the map, right at the entrance to the caves.
Yeah.
There's like an abandoned lumber yard, and there are bristlebacks there. Once you've cleared all the bristlebacks, you come back and the logging functions are up and running again, and it's got a name, and there's no quest or anything. It's just there.
Maybe that was like the design philosophy behind the metal flowers, just to kind of make you go backwards. Because you don't get the metal flower thing for ages, and then you like slowly go back to the beginning of the game, and you see all these things.
Yeah,
I did like that part. It was nice to revisit the areas.
Yeah, I love going back to areas and seeing things changing. It just makes the world in this game is just so much more living and
it's very
fluid
reactive
than the first.
to the in-game quests.
Yeah,
little dialogue things everywhere.
And this game has like the best like dialogue sequencing I've ever seen in an RPG. Like every time I did something out of order, it was always addressed in dialogue.
Yeah,
and that is. You know, it's a small little thing, but it adds a lot of production value. Just like, they thought about this. They thought, oh, what if the player does this and this, and then comes back and does this? Well, we got to write dialogue for it. And it goes a long way. So that is probably the last thing that I wanted to make sure we talked about. It's just like that. Areas changing and interconnectivity is amazing.
There's a lot of great little like NPC dialogue things that get triggered by your actions. I can't remember what it is. There's like one specific shop that you like blow a wall through, and the guy's like, Jesus Christ, man, you could have just asked, or something like that. And it's really good. The game has a good sense of humor. It's not trying to be like a quippy Marvel movie at all times. It just like every now and then it drops like a really smart little fun line, which I enjoyed.
Or when you like jump around in a settlement and someone's like, what the fuck? Why are you jumping around? What are you doing? Just use the paths, you weirdo.
It's great.
Yeah. I love that. Those are the little things to me that stand out in an open world game and make them stand up above the rest of them. Like it's there are so many little things like that in The Witcher 3 where things change over time, or there's smart dialogue, or like just things are laid out naturally. And Red Dead as well. I mean, Jesus Christ. And Horizon is one of the first ones in probably since Red Dead where it's like they really put so much attention into the open world part of the game in terms of just like making it the world believable.
We probably haven't like praised the like entire environmental and town designs enough either.
Oh,
like, it's the mechanical nature of some of these places where they have like machinery going on. You can just sit and watch it for like 5 minutes and like just like wait for the video game trickery, and it can like really be hard to spot at times. It's really well done.
I love that stuff so much.
Yeah, it's great.
Games. Yeah,
because usually you see like an NPC do this route. You're like, oh, here's the loop. But I mean, they hide it so well in this game.
Yeah, and also just the scale of the world itself is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's huge.
And slowly like realizing how big the world is was quite a fun part of the discovery of the game for me. Yeah, for sure. And they pack so much into small areas. Like there are whole quest chains that happen on an area of the map that's like 1 square centimeter, and you're like, I didn't even know this was here, but it's like this whole little cave system or abandoned village or whatever. And that stuff is excellent. you have any miscellaneous, I'll just think if I have any others.
Yeah, I wish I did them early now because they are complaints and we were ending on such a positive. And this game deserves to end on a positive because overall it's just crazy good. I wish there were no fights near the edge of water because, fuck man, if you get near the edge of water in the middle of a fight and you start swimming, it's just so frustrating.
Yes.
God, have you ever tried like accidentally started climbing a cliff while in combat as well? And,
oh god, it's infuriating.
Get her off the cliff. Oh my god, it's so annoying.
Yeah.
This isn't like a big deal, but the compass sucks in this game. I don't know. The compass is so weird.
I never saw it. I had my head off. So
this game acts like it's Grand Theft Auto, where if you mark something on the map, it would be like it's 2,000 meters if you follow this road.
Right.
And it's like, but I have a glider. And I think I recorded one clip because it made me laugh so much where the game was like, it's 2,000 meters to your destination, but if I walked a little bit to the left, it changed to like 150 meters because it realized I could just go down this wall.
That's so funny.
I just don't understand why games like stick to a road like it's GTA. I have I can climb mountains and I have a paraglider. I don't. That guidance stuff in open world games is always so weird. It always just sticks to the roads, which I guess makes sense from like a computer logic point of view, but I don't have to stick to the roads.
Right.
It's, the traverse. I don't know.
I think some games do have like a beeline path, distance that they tell you.
God, if there was an option, I'd be mad because it would literally send me in the wrong direction, the compass.
That's so
because
funny.
That's where the road was.
Yeah.
It was, I had to like open my map and just look where it was.
I didn't even engage with any of that. Yeah, I stuff like this, I like to turn the HUD off and just like I use the little in-game, in world, you can see the marker way off in the distance. I'm like, I'm just gonna go towards that on my own.
It's a much better idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if you use the potion system much, but it's really weird in this game.
It's so clunky.
You have like a satchel that can only carry 8 potions, and you'll like auto pick up a potion and it will take up a slot. So you'll try to craft. Oh, and the weirdest thing is, I would unequip like stamina potions from my hotbar because I don't know what they're even for. I didn't even know there was stamina in the game. So
that's for your weapon art uses stamina.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I got rid of them. And then I was like, why can I only make 3 potions? Why can I only carry 3 potions? Because I should be able to have 7. And it's because I picked up 4 different potions and they're like stuck in my bag and you can't stop that from happening.
And you can't even see them, because they're not on your bar. Yeah, that's...
It's really weird and clunky, specifically that like hotbar potion stuff. I don't know about that, it's weird.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it because it bothered me all the way through, especially because I only wanted health potions. Like, it's all I ever wanted.
It would get to the point where I'd have to like, you can't drop them, so you have to drink them.
Yes,
you'd have to equip
it's
them
so stupid.
And stand there and drink 4 potions like an idiot. It's so stupid and weird.
Yeah. And it's too bad because like there are a lot of good quality of life improvements, and especially the stash is a great improvement. But yeah, the hotbar, micromanaging that all the way through is fucking annoying. Yeah.
I've got 2 more. I'm going to end with a positive. I thought the visual design on the armored canisters was sometimes a little hard to decipher. Sometimes I'd be looking.
Canister.
Yeah, so sometimes like an elemental canister you need to like knock armor off before you can trigger.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I like wouldn't be able to tell if it was armored or not because some of them had like a little bit of armor around the canister, so you can still see what the canister is, but it's armored. And then I'd be hitting it with a fire arrow, and I'd be like, it's not triggering. Is it armored or not armored? I just like couldn't tell sometimes. I thought the visual design of that was a little weird. This is like bullet points, but.
Oh,
And the last one is, I thought the headshot sound on the humans was fucking awesome.
Huh, I don't even...
You don't remember the sound of like blasting someone in the head in this game? Like, it was fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Something the skull was cracking open.
It's the best way to deal with the humans is just shoot them in the head with an arrow.
I love the sound of it. Sure. It was kind of gnarly, honestly. It like sounded like the skull had blasted open. It was grim.
Huh. Yeah, I don't really remember that.
I noticed it enough to write down a miscellaneous note.
That's funny.
And that is my last note of the Forbidden West.
I like the way it sounded when the human's head split open.
I like the skull cracking sound. It was good.
Hey, a good headshot sound goes a long ways for
It was great.
Yeah. I have closed my notes.
Me too.
Feel like,
me too.
I mean, I think there are many other little
oh my god, there's so much
moments
in that game.
and things that I could be like, ooh, that was so good, and stuff like that. But And I think that was a good chat because we agree, we disagree, we vary, and all of the criticisms come from a desire for the game to be the best it can because we care about it a lot.
Absolutely,
sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
like overall, it's a wonderful game. It really is. The stuff it does well, it does better than most other games ever to exist.
Yeah,
and the stuff it does bad for me, it's not like super, super frustrating. It's just like I kind of was expecting and hoping for a bit better.
Yeah, and I definitely have pretty much the same list from the first game from this game that I hope is improved in the third game.
Mm-hmm.
The big 3 or 4 things that I wanted them to do better here were not done better, and I really hope they change it up. But even with the many ups and downs and the many times where I was like, this is so fucking infuriating, especially the climbing, I still just was so content all the way through. It was just... It's so refreshing. Everything about Horizon still, even though there is a lot of stuff that is old, it just feels so fresh still.
Yeah.
In terms of just the combat in the world and the storytelling.
If you just like admire and like video games, you should probably play this game because it's a celebration of aspects of video games, really.
Yeah. And I think it is sort of a shame that it came out a week from Elden Ring because there was like no discussion of Horizon. And it not only does it deserve a lot of discussion in terms of like it obviously deserves a lot of praise and a lot of stuff. A lot of the positives were not really. I feel like no one but you and I played this game, and it
feels like it.
Like it was one of the most positive gaming experiences I've had in a long time, and there's so much about it that's just like mind-bogglingly good, and no one fucking talked about it. But I also am disappointed because I want the discussions about things that need improvement to happen. And it just feels like it just came and went. And I'm sure it'll sell millions and millions of copies. And I mean, Horizon is one of Sony's biggest IPs, and it's
they gotta stop releasing it 1 week before the biggest open world game of the last 5 years. They gotta stop doing that.
Don't put Horizon 3 out a week before
Elden Ring 2.
Elden Ring 2 or Elder Scrolls 6 because no matter what Elder Scrolls 6 is, it's going to overshadow Horizon 3. So
you have to imagine the people at Guerrilla are actively deep inside the Elden Ring well and the discussion of Elden Ring because they were probably hoping that it was going to be their time. So they're going to be looking at everything that was praised about Elden Ring. So maybe
I don't know.
That is good.
I'm just fascinated to see where open world games go in general because I feel like Breath of the Wild was like this moment.
Yeah.
And no one did anything with it except for Elden Ring.
5 years later.
Right? 5 years later, Elden Ring came out, and again, it's Japanese studio, and it's not like these games. It's not like Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring sold poorly. So I think Elden Ring is definitely more of an aha moment for the industry. Probably because it's multi-platform and the sales can be so much higher. But I really do hope that we start to see some new ideas with open world game design.
For sure.
Or you focus down into like the way the first God of War is in a lot of ways an open world game, but there's like, it's focused. It's more precise, but I think just in general we can all move on from a lot of these open world design pillars.
Absolutely. We don't want to get into it like right now, but like nothing that Elden Ring does is that like revelatory. It's just the fact that it doesn't hold your hand and it lets you find stuff on your own. That's like the main core principle of the whole game.
Yeah, and it's sort of like a specific combination of a lot of very familiar principles.
Yeah.
And making something feel very different. So
it's like how many more of these games have to do well before developers understand that discovery is something that people like natural discovery. It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Like it's right there. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, for Horizon, I would say it very much like it reminds me a lot of The Witcher 3, where it's like The Witcher 3 is full of like bad open world activities.
Yeah.
And the combat's not very good in The Witcher 3 either. But none of that matters to me, and that's kind of how I felt at the end of Horizon. I was like, when the credits roll, and even the credits are beautiful in this game.
I watched it.
I was like, man, that was one of the best game experiences I've had in a long time.
Yeah.
Even with all the issues and complaints that I have with it.
For sure.
So,
yeah.
Good on them.
It is an excellent game. The highs of the game are some of the highest I've ever had in any video game. And it's just an exceptional piece of media when it comes to like professional artistry. It's just like so impressive.
It feels like the first and only like next gen game that has ever come out.
It really
like,
does.
I don't know when the next thing is, you know.
Yeah, and like
Ratchet was like a nice 9-hour tech demo, but that's kind of all we've had aside from Horizon.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I feel like Horizon is like the new benchmark for location design for me.
Oh yeah.
And not to skip ahead, but Elden Ring does not dethrone it. I will say that.
No, there's a lot of great art in
Oh my
Elden
god,
Ring.
so much good art.
Yeah. It's been such a weird ping-pongy month where it's like Dying Light was just like, video games, no! And then Horizon was like, oh, you know what? Horizon and Elden Ring both sort of are just like, oh yeah, games are just getting started.
Yeah.
Like they have so much room to grow and amaze and
I wish more people.
They're real fucking good.
Yeah, I wish more people had played both Horizon and Elden Ring because they're actually very interesting to play together.
Yes, yeah, they're a really interesting contrast.
They are, because they're both excellent and they both have problems.
Yes, I think actually Dying Light into Horizon into Elden Ring was a fascinating trio of open world games.
Yeah, it was.
Just from like an academic sort of discussion perspective.
It's like the same genre, but three radically different things.
Yeah. You have like the Eurojank mess interpretation. You have the like
homogenized
quintuple A
Sony.
like homogenized Sony, and then you have like the crazy people.
Yeah.
Japanese nightmare game.
Yeah.
Which we'll get into later.
Yeah.
AKA right now.
All right. Finally. We have been waiting to talk about Elden Ring for... Well, it's late February, right? March, April, May, June. Almost 4 months? Maybe almost exactly 4 months.
Yeah? Almost?
In fact, yeah, pretty much.
Dang.
And this should be interesting, actually, because I don't really know how everyone feels, and I don't know if you guys know like my conclusive thoughts on Elden Ring. We obviously talked a lot as the game came out, and we went along playing it just because it was such a moment that you kind of had to discuss your experience. But when it comes to like, I don't know, the specifics, I don't really know where you guys landed on it. So it should be interesting.
And also we have quite different general experiences with FromSoft games.
Yeah, what I was just about to say is in case people like, I don't know, skip past the intro because they want to like get to Elden Ring specifically because we're timestamped and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Just quick clarification. Ben is joining us from the podcast.
Hey.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Ben.
Hi there, everyone.
And all three of us have different experiences with the franchise. This is kind of why we waited for Ben to be done with it, because we thought it'd be interesting. I am... I wouldn't say I'm like a super hardcore fan. I'm not someone who... I don't know, the hardcore From Software fans are crazy.
I guess relative to us, I would call you a super hardcore fan, but yeah, I suppose. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't really play all of them to like New Game Plus 7, and I don't have tattoos of Bloodborne, and I don't play PvP. You know what I mean? Like that level of stuff. Yeah. I've just played all of them. Mostly once. I played Dark Souls 3 a couple times, and Sekiro twice, and that's pretty much it. I have like quite mixed feelings across the franchise, but overall I really like the From Software games. I don't want to speak for you boys, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, I don't like the FromSoft games, historically speaking. I liked Bloodborne a lot. And I've tried all the Dark Souls games to no success. I think I put 90 minutes into one. I think I actually put like 6 hours into 2.
What?
And about 90 minutes into 3.
6 hours into 2?
And I don't like any of them. I don't think they're fun at all. And Sekiro is sort of somewhere in between. But I respect all their games a lot. And there's a lot of like design stuff in their games I think is awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, for the most part, I don't like melee combat. I don't like boss fights. I don't like getting frustrated. So it's like the perfect trifecta of all my triggers in one game.
Yeah, extremely fair.
Yeah. And Ben?
I pretty thin CV for me in regards to
This is why we wanted
games.
you here.
Yes, this is my first FromSoft game. Mostly just, when I think about it, I think it has to do with, like, I just didn't have the right platforms at the right time, mostly. Or I didn't... something about it did look too big boy gamer for me. I don't know. I don't know whether it was going to be too much of a test of skill or just frustration that I didn't want to take on. But there was always something about the Souls games that felt a little bit impenetrable for me.
The marketing can be like a little bit gatekeeping and obnoxious a lot of times.
Oh, extremely. Yeah, like Prepare to Die edition.
Yeah, I think they're always portrayed as like less welcoming than they can be.
They're
really like not that bad. They're difficult, but they're not that bad.
And I certainly would not fault FromSoft. Like, that's up to them, but like I think sometimes the megaphone can make things a little bit obscure as well.
Yeah, like the community is so obnoxious and the marketing departments do their weird things, but when you like look at what FromSoft, like how they actually present their games, it's sort of just like, I don't know, it's sort of hard, I guess, but we just are making the thing we're making, and everyone else is freaking out over it, and it's like, okay, yeah. And
like the previous Dark Souls games have always had magic and summoning real players, so there's always been ways to circumnavigate like it being a pain in the ass.
Totally,
except for Sekiro, which doesn't give a shit.
Yes, that's true.
No way to get around that guy.
We haven't all you have not finished the game, Ben, but you are like, you're at the final boss. It doesn't matter. Like
I'm very satisfied.
Yeah.
And I know,
everything,
and I know, like I know my ending and everything like this. Like,
yeah. And Joe finished the game like what, a month ago? Or a few weeks ago?
Maybe,
and then I finished it like over 2
weird.
months ago. So it's a little bit, everything's a little spaced out here, but that's okay. Yeah.
I think I tacked it on at the end of the last podcast, but it's a game that I definitely am glad we did. Well, obviously we would never or could never rush a conversation about anything. I don't think, but let alone getting together to do this podcast or this program. And
we do call a podcast. It's the big
Roundup
Roundup
it does end up
podcast.
there. My apologies. But no. So I'm satisfied with the amount of time we took to get around to this game, regardless of how long it's been since it's come out.
Yeah.
There's always such like a bum rush with Souls games anyways, with the critics, and this show is always late anyway, so... We call it a review podcast, but it's mostly like a retrospective, not supposed to be like super topical.
It's actually just called the Big Roundup podcast now, so we're just rounding up our chats, right?
Oh, I can't remember.
I know,
we do this so infrequently.
Things have changed so much as well over the years, so... But, yeah.
I do remember we dropped review.
Yes.
I remember now because we were so slow.
Thankfully, we've dropped the dates.
Totally.
So it's just the games now.
Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like Joe, I feel like you should just lead it because you're the Dark Souls guy. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I guess. Yeah. How'd you feel about this?
Where do we want to go here?
I feel like starting with game feel. I don't know because you can. If we started on the map, that's like the map's the map.
Or like start at high level opinions. I don't know.
I'll give a high level opinion.
Right.
I love opening with high level opinions. It really sets the mood.
Cool.
But I'll be like loose and vague about it. I think Elden Ring is in some regards and in some aspects one of the best games ever made. I think in other aspects it's good. And I think in other aspects, it's not as good as other stuff that From Software has done by possibly quite a long way in certain areas.
Yeah.
And it makes for just kind of a strange experience of extreme highs. And I would not say extreme lows for me. There are definitely middling parts, but it was a real roller coaster of emotions, this game. It has some absolutely incredible moments. Maybe the greatest, actually I'm going to say it, the greatest open world map ever made by miles. And, everyone's talked about it, but the scale of this game, we'll get into the scale, but it's just like in another league compared to everything else. But I also kind of found myself consistently frustrated. Not like other From Software games. I know From Software games are hard, and that obviously leads to moments of frustration. I've had those in all of the games, boss to boss, Sekiro especially. I don't want to like give away too much because it's a very specific point, and we will get to it. But there was something in the game which consistently irritated me throughout the entire experience, which kind of soiled it a little bit. So I come out on the other end feeling just like really mixed and confused. Overall, it's definitely an amazing game. Parts of it are just undeniably incredible, and I don't even know how they made some of this to the scale they did.
Yeah.
And other areas are just like still problematic in a From Software-like way. And other parts I just feel like are a downgrade from Sekiro. And yeah, it's confusing. It's hard to have a like conclusive thought or opinion on a game when some parts of it you think are a masterpiece and are better than anyone's ever done, and part of it you don't like as much as the previous developer's own game.
Yeah, I would pretty much.
Yeah,
I would say we're probably pretty similar on that. Like, I would agree. I would say there are certainly parts of it that are quite astonishing and like staggering, and you just sort of worry about how the people made it in 4 years because it was probably a nightmare for them. But
was it really 4 years? That sounds undoable.
That sounds crazy.
It sounds like it sounds like it was more like it started pre-production and stuff in like about 5 years ago. So
that's still crazy. Wow. If you think about other AAA stuff,
because it's not like they didn't ship games right in the last 5 years. Anyways, so yeah, I would agree. Like a lot of it is amazing. Other parts suck shit. Other parts are kind of just like, okay, we still have all these problems after 15 years of these games and they haven't fixed anything. And I would agree. Like it's very confused is the perfect word for me. I would say it was just like, a lot of it's really good, but like my heart isn't in it, but also like all their games, I respect the hell out of so much of it. And,
oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. So this should be an interesting chat. And then Ben, how was it for you as the first go?
You could definitely see its roots. I mean, you can if you follow the gaming industry. It is a From game through and through, down to the UI and everything. I was, if I can go off UI, taken by it. I loved it. I did love its fade away. I didn't think it was too busy or anything. Anyway, I can't get too granular about that. I think this game is... don't even know where to start.
Do you like it?
I do like this game quite a lot.
Yeah, he does. I've watched him play it. I know he likes it.
This game is pretty good. I guess to the tune of, this is my most played game, my most played single-player game since Dragon Quest XI. Which
what's your playtime at, by the way?
160 hours.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, I'm at 160.
Damn.
Yeah,
I think that's about where I'm at now, but that's been like 3 months of making other videos in it, so that doesn't count at all.
I think that was 110.
Yeah, I was just looking. You were 111, and you finished a little under a month ago. Yeah,
which to that point, I'm very much satisfied with the nooks and crannies I've explored across my 160 hours. Like, I'm not immediately compelled to jump into anything right away, other than just like to see the power jump in a new game plus. But I was pretty thorough when it came to this game. I was compelled from the jump to explore everything I wanted to. The direction is really. I was quite impressed with the direction. I whether it was a goof at the end or an actual cave door or something, like there was always something at the end of somewhere.
For sure.
I found anyway. I didn't really bump up against anything else.
No, the map design is just ridiculous in this game.
Yeah.
Like Volcano Man.
Even just the way they I don't know. This is going to be so all over the place this chat, but even just the way they make the shadows on the sides of the cliffs look like there's something there until you get right up on them, and then the shadow goes away, and you're like, oh, there's something here, you fuckers.
But
yeah, they
have a good sense of humor
so well. Yeah, they do, but also they tuned the exploration such that really quickly your brain is trained to just look everywhere for something. It's sort of in the way that like our brains are doing that for Tunic right now, Joe, where it's just like,
for sure.
Like everything is scrutinized and it gets you exploring a map in a way that you pretty much never have done before in an open world game, which is cool.
Yeah.
I don't remember what game it was I played afterwards, but I briefly was like exploring it the way I was exploring Elden Ring, and then I had to remind myself like, no, what are you doing? This is not the same type of, it was the same thing like we had, I remember, I think we talked about it, Joe, years ago, after Red Dead Redemption 2, playing like, I think it was Hitman 2 came out right afterwards, like going up and trying to hold L2 to like talk to everyone in Hitman. You're like, wait, I can't do that anymore. That's crazy people made that game. They're right. Okay.
I think the map, like Ben said, it does a very good job of, it uses sight lines and perspective and hills in like a really clever fashion where your eyes like will naturally follow a route and a path. And like Ben said, you're always kind of rewarded with something, but also there will be stuff where you will stumble upon and you're like, how the hell was I supposed to know anything was here? And once you find one of those, then you're suspicious of everything.
Oh, yes, this is true.
Exactly.
If you're like, if there's something down this tiny little nook behind this tree, there's a whole cave and a whole dungeon, then it could be anywhere, and it turns you into a crazy person.
Yeah.
And I will admit, I think you guys know this, but by the end, I did start using a completionist map when I was feeling like it was time to move on.
Right.
Just because
Totally.
I feel like Ben was maybe a bit more natural with it without looking up guides.
I was too. I never looked a single thing up playing through this game normally.
Oh, interesting. Not at all.
I looked into nothing. Like and I stayed completely blind on it all. The only, like, once or twice I would find something, like a key item or something that I couldn't figure out what it was for. I would look that up on the wiki, but I never once sought out destinations or pathways, and missed some things because of that. Especially all the night bosses. I saw almost none of them because I didn't like playing that game at night because it was dark. I played that game completely blind and solo, and that was cool.
I would say I did mostly, and then once I was like, I think I'm done with Caelid, I've seen everything, then I would open up the map and be like, oh fuck, I've missed like 17 little things over here, because I wanted to do like a thorough completionist run.
I would read almost every note I would come across as well, and those do such a good job of pointing you towards everything anyways.
Yeah, so. I did not read any of those.
I read like almost every note,
Interesting.
Yeah, I did as well. Yeah, they had great piece of advice, some very key intel.
Yeah, that's something I'm not very good at in these games, is reading or listening to people. I don't want to do it.
Yeah. I definitely like reading things in the game, but listening to people is something that maybe we'll talk about at some point, or we won't, because like we just don't give a shit about the stories in these games. Sorry to everyone that does.
Yeah.
I think Ben was quite thorough with the quests. We were definitely talking about
true.
quests.
I find the story quite compelling.
Yeah, people who love it love it.
I just say I have never once been able to skip dialogue in this game. I don't know why.
That's right.
And so, at a certain point, like for the 20th time that I heard the blacksmith say his jingle, my brain just like broke, and it turned every spoken line of dialogue into it went in one ear and out the other for the.
What is it? I took you for dead.
Yeah, where have you
Something
been
like that.
hiding? I thought you were dead. Anyways, let's get smithing. Yeah. I've never once been able to skip dialogue. I don't know why. It's so weird.
That is weird.
That is unfortunate. How early on did you guys get into Caelid?
I tried to go into Caelid early.
I got it. Well, I mean, technically, like 20 minutes into the game, I think.
God damn, that's
got
early.
teleported.
That was
like
Oh yeah.
I pretty much immediately went and found that teleporter and went to Caelid.
Those are great. Those are great moments.
Yes.
I went like, the natural route into Caelid from Limgrave, and I think I did quite a lot of Caelid really, really early, because one thing, I mean, like you said, this review is going to be all over the place, but one thing we probably should talk about, which, everyone's already said this and talked about this, but it is balance. The balance in this game is a little bit all over the place because they don't do scaling, which...
Right.
Scaling is always just like a complicated thing, because most of the time scaling is shit. I don't like scaling.
I hate it. Yeah, I never want scaling in a game.
I think people would rather feel powerful than neutral the entire way through a game.
Yeah.
But for me, the balance of the game made it so that I didn't very often get the encounters or the boss fights that I really want from a From Software game. Mm-hmm. In that them being mostly really easy, or you get to a point where they're so hard, you're like, I have to turn away and leave, which is very unsatisfying to do, but I mean, it's an open world game, and I appreciate that they allow you to go into bosses under leveled, and that you have to make the smart decision to be like, all right, I'm coming back later. But finding that sweet spot, that Goldilocks spot, just didn't really come around very often because of the way the game is framed, and I don't know how they would fix that while also allowing you to have freedom over where you go. And I think that's why I went into Caelid quite early, because it was difficult and I enjoyed it, because a lot of the game isn't really that difficult until the very, very end. And yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything more to say on the balance except for it didn't really feel the way I wanted it to feel for a lot of the game. And I'm not sure how they would fix that without some sort of scaling, which has its own problems, you know.
Yeah.
And the game is so wide and big and thick, and you can go in like quite a decent amount of directions, especially when you know a few shortcuts right at the gate. So yeah, I don't know how they would do it, but for me it was like Limgrave was a Goldilocks area. Then Caelid was really, really hard, but I enjoyed it. Then Liurnia felt super easy. Mount Gelmir felt super easy. The capital felt super easy. Mountain of the Giants felt kind of frustratingly difficult. And then everything after that was like mostly fun. It was just all over the place, and I don't know what they do to fix it. But it was just like a little bit of a problem for me, and just like a lot of I just don't like going into a boss fight and killing something in one swing. I know some people find that like hilarious. I don't. It just makes you feel like, fuck, I missed this boss in Limgrave. I wish I found it earlier and actually had a boss fight. I feel like I missed the entire fight. It's kind of irrelevant now.
Right.
And yeah, I don't have anything else to say in the balance. I don't know what they do about it, but for me, it just led to there not being like a huge amount of fights, which felt just right to me.
There's definitely probably like a perfect path through that game that gets you keeps you in that Goldilocks zone for pretty much the whole. But there's no way to. You know, they tried to sort of funnel people that way with the little like light trail, but no one plays open world games that way. No one does it. Like,
no. And I was being super thorough, so I think I was leveling up like above the zone quite quickly. But like, should I be punished for being thorough? Like, I want to see the content in the game, so I don't know.
It's a tough thing for sure, and I kind of want to just like not say anything and let Ben comment on balance, because if I start talking about balance, I've got a bit of a tirade for balance here, because it's probably my biggest problem with the entire game.
Oh, interesting.
So,
okay.
I would say their curse was making it a game with so many play styles. Like they really did have to like cater or like whether they wanted to have bosses with a lot of systems. When you think about a lot of the bosses or a lot of the bigger fights, they really do just boil down to like 4 or 5 moves. And like I don't necessarily not enjoy didn't enjoy any of the boss fights. I found them pretty interesting, but I can totally see how in a game that's more curated like a Bloodborne or a Sekiro,
it's easier to control.
Yeah, it would be, and you would they could design like by specificity they could design bosses or bigger fights to be tailor-made to like a specific playstyle and not have to consider so many more variables. But I
think like one magical moment in like the whatever the zeitgeist for me was Margit, because it felt like everyone kind of had a similar experience with Margit, because no one had figured out how to kind of break the game through different builds, etc. And everyone kind of got funneled towards Margit around like a similar pace. Because you couldn't really get into Caelid. You could get into Liurnia, but most people didn't figure it out. So I really missed this kind of like zeitgeisty community feel where it's like, oh man, did you get to this boss? How hard was it for you? And then like Jameson, Ben, and Annie were like, I killed it in 2 hits. And I was like, I spent 2 hours on this boss.
Yeah, I remember specifically us commenting on Margit and saying like, oh my god, it's like the first boss of 100. We're gonna have this moment over and over again for 100 hours, and we were just sort of shocked by that, and then that just did not happen at all. Like I never heard about anyone talking about any boss ever again, except for Radon and Melania for different reasons.
Yeah, for sure. And I really miss that. Like, I love like Sekiro when you're excited about someone like beating Genichiro or getting to the owl boss fight. You're like, oh, you're in for something now, mate.
Right.
Let me know how it goes. Let me know if you need any tips. And that wasn't really there. Like you said, there was like the milestones, which I remember clearly. I remember everyone get to Margit. I remember Radon. And then, just like Millennia. And that was kind of it.
It's kind of it, yeah.
That's what I remember people talking about.
I would say I was most taken by Rykard the most. I thought his design was impressive.
Oh my god, yeah.
And then the Radahn fight was really cool.
It was
really cool ones. I was imagining.
We're gonna leave bosses for a bit before we segue because I've got some things to say.
Yeah. Well, let me get my balance out of the way.
Yes.
So like the first 20 hours, I hated this game so fucking much, and I
really?
almost stopped about a dozen times. And I was bitching constantly about how miserable I was because
I didn't remember.
especially the first 10 hours, it's just like so. I'm like I fundamentally don't find Dark Souls style gameplay fun or enjoyable or satisfying. Like I don't know if I ever felt that like, ooh, that was a fun fight in this game, just because it's just something about the animations and the sluggishness that it feels sluggish, and all these other factors, some of which we will talk about separately in this discussion, because there are oddities with the controls and things like that in this game that are not present in some of their others. But yeah, I was extremely put off by the first 10 hours because of how Dark Souls-y it was. I didn't watch anything of this game beforehand, and I had different expectations for what it was going to be, which I don't need to get into because it doesn't matter. But that was sort of part of my problem with the first 10 hours, were like, oh, it's just a fucking Dark Souls game in every way possible. And I was really disappointed by that, and still am a little in a way, because like I had thoughts about what an open world game could be like with stuff from Sekiro, like the grapple hook and the flexibility. Anyways, Joe told me to find the fucking +8 halberd.
Yeah.
And I found it around the level hour 12 mark, and was sort of in that Goldilocks zone from about hour 12 to 20, where it was like, I'm working. I'm putting in the work here. You know, Margit, I spent about 20 minutes on Margit, you know, and I had to like sit up straight and play properly. And so that was cool. But then around the 20-hour mark, I was just like, I'm really tired of being interrupted when I'm swinging my sword. I hate it.
Try not getting hit, bro.
Yeah.
I hate it. I don't like dodging, so I'm gonna get hit all the time. So how do I counter this? Oh, I found the way. It's called a giant greatsword and a jump attack. And
love jump attacks.
A couple of buffs. And every single enemy in the game gets interrupted by that attack, and it deals so much damage. And so from about the 20-hour mark to the end of the game, it became a cakewalk in a way that I found bizarre, because it's not like I looked up a build, and it's not like I'm good at these games at all. I was terrible, but I used everything that I was given, including summons, which is another conversation for later. But if you use everything this game gives you, it's a cakewalk, I found, in my experience.
Totally.
And so I have 80 hours where I was playing the game pretty much the exact same way. And granted, I could have mixed it up, but I had no reason to. And it resulted in most of the game just kind of becoming a blur, where I had no real like standout fights or funny moments. It was just like, I run in, I poke at the boss, I get killed, and I run in, and then I kill the boss. And each fight is 3 minutes long, and I'm like, oh, okay, that was interesting. Next. And I appreciate, and I'm appreciating many things along the way, of course, but it just sort of resulted in this weird, like, the whole game becoming a weird blur. And then there's one spike in difficulty near the end, basically just with Melania. She was the only boss I summoned humans on. And I'm also disappointed by that, because I really like summoning humans in these games. When I went back and beat Bloodborne a couple years ago, I got through the back chunk of that game by summoning people and having them help me beat the bosses, and it's a delightful. I love it. I love all the weirdos that were still playing that game 6 years after launch, and getting like broken English messages from Japanese players, congratulating me on defeating things, and like it's a very unique and enjoyable experience for me. And I was saddened by the fact that there was, in a game so long, there was only one single boss that was hard enough to make me want to summon something. And that is it's a bummer to me, and I feel like I'll probably come back to that a few times throughout this from different angles. But yeah, that's probably my biggest complaint, is that the game just felt like a blur to me for a long period of time, because I spent 20 minutes on Margit, 3 hours on Melania, and literally every boss else was 3 tries or less. And it just sort of like, I know how satisfying it can be when you get like a good story out of a boss. And I did get those like doing Facebook videos, but those are sort of just like I can't count those as part of my main experience, because they happened after the fact. And I was surprised to find the game so unbalanced in that regard, even though I know that from watching, that's not the case for a lot of people.
Well, you really have to kind of bend the game to get that experience, in my opinion. It's probably a good time
I disagree.
Well, I'm talking about the fact that I had to like use no summons, no magic, and no shields.
Yes. You had to bend the game to get the hard experience.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. You're
gonna have like real self-discipline about not using all these things.
Yes,
and
totally.
I mean, God, let's go into like how we played the game, because that will also go into balance, because we have a good range here. We have Jameson, who just said used a massive strength build. I went Dex for most of the game, and I believe Ben was a magical boy.
I was a magical boy. I was a magical prisoner. Yep.
So yeah, we'll get into like how the game was in our playstyles. So I went in. As I just said, I didn't use any summons. I didn't use any shields. I didn't use shields out of like a thing of pride. I actually really liked in this game how there's like a new system where if you have 2 of the same weapons in each hand, they have like a unique different moveset where block is replaced by a special attack. That is brand new to Elden Ring, so as a Dark Souls fan, I was like, I want to use this new skill. And I'd also use shields in like Dark Souls 2, 3, 1, my first go through Demon Souls. So I'd always kind of been a shield boy, and I think for the Demon Souls remake, I didn't use the shield for the first time, and I really enjoyed it. So I kind of made my rules, and I was like, I'm going to use double whatever you call it. I can't remember what it's called. It's called like weapon arts or something when you get
power
special moves.
Power
stancing, yeah.
Yeah.
And the summons thing just came about because I don't think they were very fun.
Right.
I used them at the beginning because they're like a big part of the game. But I just found that when I used them in boss fights, my stopping place was Margit. That was the last time I used them. There's the boss fights in this game. Again, I don't want to go too far into bosses because I have a lot to say about bosses, but the bosses in this game are, from a design perspective, incredible. And they're insanely cinematic at times. And I just thought the summons made it look fucking stupid. It just looked
totally
stupid,
Oh,
man.
yes, 100%. Yeah.
Like, when I was doing my Margit fight, I did it like, I don't know. I was doing it for like 40 minutes, and she was killing me. She, I don't know, she's kicking my ass. And then I come in, and I summon I think they were like the 3 little demi-goblins. They look like Planet of the Apes guys with clubs.
Yeah.
And it was just this stupid shitfest where there's 4 of these chimpanzees punching Margit and like staggering Margit. Margit's not even looking at me. They just stab Margit in the back, and Margit dies. And I was like, that sucks, dude. I really wish I didn't do that. Because I was having this epic fight, and I was like, well, there's a new mechanic in Elden Ring. I'm going to try it. People keep saying, use the summons. They're cool. And I thought they were goofy. I thought they looked stupid. And I thought they broke boss fights in a way which isn't satisfying to me.
Totally.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Don't use things if you don't think they're fun.
Totally.
But also, I do feel like certain parts of the game are designed for you to be using summons.
Oh, yeah.
I beat every boss in the game without summons. So it's obviously doable. You can do it any way you want, but some boss fights just don't feel right or fair, and it can be really frustrating to try and play the game the way I did.
Even Radahn?
And Radahn was a fucking nightmare, dude. I didn't summon for Radahn either. That was horrible.
That's pretty fucked up, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of these boss fights also just feel weird for melee builds. Like, again, Radahn, you're down by his little cankles, basically between his cooch, and he's just slamming on you, and I can't see what he's doing. Yeah,
the final
game...
boss is atrocious for melee builds.
I'm sure.
Yeah, weirdly, Elden Beast, I think I might have got lucky with some of that stuff.
I did too, but just, having now done it a few more times with different melee weapons, it's just like, let me just sprint for 40 minutes across the arena here. I'm on my way. Not so
there
fun.
There are some amazing boss fights in this game that work perfectly with melee builds, but there's just a lot of stuff along the way, especially bigger enemies. I don't know. This game I just felt at times that I was being punished for playing the game in a way that I don't know. I thought the way I'm playing is like quite traditional, and the way the games, I don't want to say the way the games are supposed to be played, but like the OG, original way they're played. So it just felt weird that the game, I mean, it's a new franchise, I guess, so maybe that's not weird that the games are pivoting in a different direction, but I just don't think, in my opinion, magic from a distance and summoning little ghouls and jellyfish that fight a boss for you is that fun. So when there was numerous fights where it felt like I was being punished for playing the game the way I chose, I don't know. It felt strange to me. It felt like a weird build to be punished for. I expect people to be punished for using a bubble blower, not for using two swords.
Well, let me tell you, the bubble blower punishes. It ain't. You're not getting punished. But yeah, it's interesting that like you have that sort of side of the unbalanced experience, right? By doing that, and then the opposite is, well, I'm going to play the game the way they intend it to be played, really, which is using the tools you are given, especially the new stuff. And when you do that, it trivializes it and becomes unbalanced in the other direction, and which is odd. And I mean, there are arguments to be made that like it's actually brilliant how much the summons just make the game more friendly to people, to the casual audiences, and
it's just such an accessible game for newcomers.
Totally. Well, yeah. In some ways, for sure. In terms of, like, in difficulty wise, 100%. Like it's the easiest game they've made. I think.
Well, it wasn't for me.
From my experience. I don't know where I was going with that. Ben, can you save me?
I want to hear about how difficult it was for you to get used to it, Ben.
I would agree to to your point of it becoming trivialized in a certain sense. I find myself agreeing a lot with what you guys are saying in regards to the experience that you had based on the experiences you have in FromSoft games, relative to Elden Ring. And so it was interesting feeling like I was curating my experience naturally, just like, and then it feeling okay, but then fights kind of feeling like I ran magic. I eventually started to run magic. I picked prisoner just because I wanted that helmet so bad. Did not really consider I did not consider any of the stat numbers or care about anything. It was either gonna be prisoner or wretch, because I wanted to build the wretch up from nothing, or but that helmet was, couldn't say no.
It is a cool helmet. Yeah.
Never took. I never took it off. It's still on.
Yeah, in fact, it's the only thing you're wearing.
It's the only thing on me right now.
Nice.
I am. Yeah. To explain my path to a naked prisoner with a helmet and a wand. I started as prisoner. I just started leveling up. You get a pokey sword, an S-Duck, and eventually I equipped it with blood loss weapon.
Yeah, I like that as well.
And so it became a dungeon clear against those like stone goblins. It became very efficient. I could stun them with thrust, but I wasn't using magic at this point. I think I started out with it's a stone. No, it's not a stone seal. What's it? The rock. Oh, jeepers! It's a rock, pretty much, that you hold in your hand. Not a crest. Oh, jeepers! I can't think of the name of it.
The seals?
No. You hold it in your hand to like heat. Anyway, I
haven't done magic yet. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I feel like a fool. Anyway, essentially, there's two physical magic weapons. There's staves, and then these small, like, it's almost like a blessed
seal.
It's almost like, I think they are seals.
Yeah, it's seals.
Crimson. Yeah. Anyway, and so I eventually found a wand. Or a staff.
I remember you talking about this.
I forget where I found the first staff.
I remember where one of them was.
I didn't get the meteorite staff early. I had a glintstone staff. It was the glintstone staff.
I remember finding that one.
And I just started using it a little bit, and the range was doing it for me. Like, just at the time, my first spell was like a hold to charge glint blade, like that would it would take 3 seconds to manifest and then eventually shoot at enemies. So you kind of had to watch to make sure that they weren't run at you, because if they started to run at you, they could easily dodge your magic, and then you're kind of shit out of luck. Eventually get powerful enough that you get ones that just instantly fire off the top of your staff. And then eventually get ones that fire a dozen off the top of your staff. And the game certainly becomes a little bit easier as time goes on. I didn't find myself using summons until
I corrupted you.
Yeah. And then I think I had...
No, that's not true.
NPC summons, I had my Sweet Knight Engvall. I just started using, so being a magic range user, I was trying to find the tankiest boy. And so I chose there are legendary summons, is that what they are?
I think so, yeah, something like that.
And so, I had my big knight guy, and he would go in with his very large, dual wielding hammer, blade, or halberd, and just tank damage, and I could just feast on magic shots over and over and over again. And then upgrading him made him even more stupid. So I would as soon as I would walk into a boss fight, I would just ring my little bell and go, Engvall! and get Engvall in, and he would go to work, and we got through a lot of fights together.
I mean, did you enjoy it?
I did, and that's exactly what I was going to say. I did absolutely enjoy it.
Yeah.
It felt very curated, and it just felt natural. Like, I felt like I just naturally found magic as a playstyle I was enjoying, and then summoning Engvall was just as fun, because it was like, I'm just some magic idiot who's summoning a big guy to tank my hits, and I'm just rolling around, eventually naked, avoiding all damage. Like, I ran low vitality, like I still only have 21 vitality. Yeah, so that's
why you took the armor off, because it doesn't matter.
I might as well
once you're dead.
I might as well be naked.
Well, that's balanced, kind of.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm light as hell now.
That's great.
But yeah, I just started pouring my my level ups into intelligence. One thing I will say in regards to balance and leveling really quick is I definitely did farm experience, a lot of experience early in the game. In the East Grade...
that East Caelid Plateau area.
Yeah, the East Caelid Plateau.
With all the little goblins.
Yeah, the little the vulgar militia scattered throughout the hills there. Yeah, they're worth over 1,000 runes early on, and so I ended up getting that thing down almost blindfolded, which is bad. And then I would just farmed intelligence levels until I could get the spells I wanted to push a little bit further in the game. And so it was good to have that, because I'm the type of person who can do a monotonous task repeatedly like that over and over and over again, and to at least get reward out of it that way. Like, it didn't feel too tainted. It felt not too bad.
I mean, yeah.
But
it's weird. We still have the mystery of, like, I did not farm, but I was very strategic about my runes, about making sure I wasn't losing them, and I ended up like 30 levels higher than everyone else when I finished the game, and I'm just still like sort of fascinated by that. I don't know.
I don't care about runes really. I just play the game. You just get them naturally anyway.
Yeah. Whereas I would just, if I went into a boss and I was close to leveling up, I would just make sure to level up before I went in. So I did not lose a lot of them. And I remember what I wanted to say, Joe, when you were saying how, like, you don't enjoy the way that summons sort of, I don't know, take away the essence of the boss fights and the cinematics. I wanted to clarify that. I really like taking the piss, as you would say, out of these games, basically. That's part of the charm for me, is just being like, how many, like, I'm going to summon this other person and this guy, and we're just going to run in there and fuck them up really quickly, and it's going to make me laugh because these games have been giving me the middle finger for so many years. Why don't I get the upper hand and give them the middle finger? But it did, unfortunately, sort of wrap back around to being like, oh, I'm not really getting anything out of these fights at a certain point.
Yeah. It's definitely a tricky game to find that sweet spot, I think.
But also, like, I don't want to hit my head against a wall because I just don't like boss fights, right? So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, this is the only way for me to have gotten through that game is just by doing that. I think what I really wanted was just more bosses like Melania, where I'm just like, I got to get some humans in here as well. Then we'll have a good time.
Yeah.
Because I would have thrown my computer out the window trying to play this game anything other than the easiest way possible because the bosses are so fucking obnoxious.
I think when it comes to the balance issue, I don't know how they ever accomplish it because one thing that's immensely commendable about the game is just the unbelievable variety of ways to play it, from weapons and armor, magic spells, shields, new ways to use weapons, weapon arts, jump attacks, all this stuff. There's just so many ways to play this game that it just, I don't know, they probably did their best and it's just like not a feasible thing to accomplish. And it's kind of like in the hands of the player to figure it out on their own. And sometimes it's going to come together for some people and like maybe not for others, and some bosses are going to work for you and some are going to feel weird and janky. And it's, again, it's just so hard not to segue around, but this game, I think, crumbles under its own scope at times.
I agree, yeah.
Like, the balance issues come out of the game's incredibly commendable range of items, weapons, and ways to play it, which, for every, like, great thing they did, when it comes to scale and diversity, I think it comes back to bite the game a little bit. There's a debate to be said, like, did they go too far with these things, or is it always good to get more for your money, more areas, more places to explore, more weapons? Maybe that's a debate for another day, but I do think the scale of this game comes back to bite it. I don't know if you want to say anything more about Magic Times, Ben, because we're kind of skipping all over the place here. It's hard not to.
I can't disagree with that point. Like, I think jumping all over the place is probably just how it's gonna. It's jazz, baby. It's always jazz.
It's all jazz, baby.
It's all jazz, baby. Like, the mountaintop, like, felt like it could have gone. Like,
I probably agree.
Like, if you either take the time to put a bit more up there, but like, there's an entire western half where there's nothing to do other than the invisible assassin city. Like,
that is so fucking annoying, that place. I love it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. I had a great time going through it.
I think they probably could have cut 25 hours out of this game, and it would have been way better.
Jesus, I did 60 hours in Limgrave. Limgrave could have been a goddamn game, and I'd have been satisfied.
It could have been. Yeah.
Like, I think they either needed to just cut maybe 15-20% of the game, or delay it by like another 8 months to make the last 20% have like literally anything new in it, because it doesn't. Like, after the capital, the game for me really went downhill after the capital. It's just it ran out. It completely ran out of ideas after the capital.
I would say that the Limgrave, Caelid, Liurnia, Mount Gelmir, and the capital stretch is like one of the greatest segments out of in video game history. It's just like almost
crazy.
Well, because also incorporated in that section is like my favorite part, which is the big underground journey you go to once Radahn is defeated, where there are like 4 or 5 different areas that all lead into each other. But that's all sort of included in that. And then the capital or post-capital is just like, we have no new enemies. We have no new bosses. Well, that's not true. There are the story bosses are new and they're good, but they just felt like they really ran out of ideas to flush that back third or quarter or even less of a quarter of the game out, which is too bad.
I wonder if it was COVID related. They're like very quiet about the development stuff, so we don't know, but there must have been some effect, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
At some point in the game, it gets like borderline suspicious when you're just fighting like 2 Erdtree avatars together now. Yeah. 2 of these fat trolls together.
2 tree sentinels.
Crucible Knights.
Godskin duo.
2 of them.
And it's like, here's one of these little fucking stone imps jumping out from around the corner of a fucking catacomb wall, and you're like, I haven't seen that trick in 6 minutes since you last did that trick on me. Like, come on, guys, what are we doing?
Yeah, and this is, we're kind of naturally segueing that way, but as I was saying, the game kind of crumbles under its own weight a little bit.
Yeah.
The duplicating boss fights go too far. This is not a new hot take. I'm sure everyone's talked about it in their reviews, but it's not just repetitive, because I think there's some merit to repeating boss fights, because you get to feel yourself get better at the boss fights. I quite enjoyed my second encounter with Falling Star Beast, I think it's called.
Right.
Because my first fight took 2 hours in the mine, because I had a shitty pokey weapon, and he was borderline immune to it, but I was like, fuck it. The balance has been so weird with this game, I will take a difficult boss fight. And then I found him on the mountain, and it took me like 50 minutes, and it was satisfying, because I had learned every single one of his moves, and it was rewarding to be like, oh shit, this guy again, I'm in for hell. And then be like, oh wait, no, I know every single move he's going to do, and I just destroyed him. So there is merit to repeating boss fights, but there's like repeated boss fights in this game which, I don't know if I just don't understand the lore, but they just seem so weird. Like when Margit just appears in a field, and Godfrey is just in an Everjail, and it's like, huh? What the fuck is this? Is there lore behind this?
Oh, right, yeah.
And then like Astil of the Natural Born Void or whatever, that giant alien thing, is like a super cool moment. And then there's just a second one, and it's like,
oh my god, I could not believe it when I saw her the second time.
Yeah,
could not believe it.
That's like quite a special moment.
Yeah,
and the saddest one for me,
that first moment where you see her is like, holy fucking shit!
You're in the wrong game.
Yeah, it was amazing.
But the worst one for me, which I was quite sad about, is I think one of the most amazing moments in the entire game was when you first met the dragon in Limgrave. It's a really dramatic and unexpected moment.
Oh,
and even though the game is running like shit in that area, which, I mean, we can kind of touch on if you want, but... that moment has been a little bit soured forever after fighting 17 of them. Like, when I do a new playthrough, I'm not fighting that guy again because I fought 14 dragons and I don't want to fight anymore ever again. And again, like, maybe it's COVID stuff. I would actually just like if they were like more honest about that stuff, but I don't know. Japanese developers are quite tight-lipped about practices.
Yeah, they're kind of a black hole.
Yeah. So yeah, if it's COVID, fair enough. But this game just feels like the map designers ran away with it, and everyone was trying to catch up a little bit, and they didn't.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it for sure. Well, I would say the map designers and the combat like weaponed people were just like, we're cranking weapon out every day. You guys want to keep up with the enemies and the balance team is like one guy just being like, oh my god, what are you doing? I can't. There's copy and paste. Oh fuck. How many hours till launch? And that's too bad because it's like you said, the variety of combat options is staggering, and I feel like at some point we just need to have like a dedicated level design. Just like you could talk about the level design in this game for the rest of time, probably.
Yeah.
It's
holy cow!
It's remarkable. It's
unbelievable.
Truly astonishing how well designed every square inch of the world is.
It might be the greatest map ever made in video games.
I cannot believe it. Sometimes still, I'm looking at it right now, and and I just can't believe every part of it, and then it's all connected.
Without loading. Well, more or less.
Yeah.
Except for the catacombs, there's a tiny load. No, there isn't. No, what am I saying?
The lifts.
There is no
the
loading.
the lifts. The lifts are.
No, but there's like no loading screen, is what I mean. Yeah.
I do think that each individual player's revelation of the map size might have been the greatest moment in the game ever.
Yeah, because I looked at
playing
the
game.
The night you posted that image, I looked at it, and I was
you were like, you are fucking joking. It can't be that big, right?
Yeah, and I enjoyed watching, I watched Seagull play through that game when I was working for a lot of stuff, and like every 3 days he would find a new map fragment and just be like, are you fucking kidding? Yeah. What? How far north does this go? It was wild.
This is where like the game gets hard to review because parts of it are just unbelievably incredible.
Yeah.
Like, but also the vastness and like the value for money you get is like problematic to some other areas.
Totally.
But it's like, should we be criticizing it being like the greatest and biggest game map and like the biggest amount of content in this like format of game ever?
I think so. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's still, you can still critique something while also saying it's the best it's ever been, because nothing's ever perfected, and this, despite how truly remarkable the level design is all the way through to the end of the game. It's not like it falls apart in the last 10 or 15 hours. No. Like they keep the secrets going right to the very end, and
I
that's
think
all
even
amazing.
the mountaintops is still pretty cool. I think there's some really cool design in that area.
Especially when you're heading up towards, Fire Giant, like it gets a little bit more. It gets a little bit more intentional when you actually see the graveyard of Frost Giants up there, and you're trying to maneuver around and
And you go across a little bridge.
Yeah, and there's giant
long, tiny
halberds,
bridge.
and yeah,
And
then hands.
Yeah, and then you like go into Fair Missoula, and it's
Oh my
this
God.
ridiculously complicated, visually astonishing thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, so yeah, they keep it up all the way through, but it does come at a cost, and the level design I don't think is ever the problem. It's other things reacting to the level design, other parts of the game design having to react to the massive scale and failing to properly fill out the level design. I don't think the level design itself is ever really anything less than incredible.
Yeah.
It's just that like but yeah, I know what you mean. The map is too big because they ran out of ideas and content in areas. So it's like, do you cut something, or do you ship it, or do you delay it to fill in those gaps better? I don't know what the answer is for sure.
Yeah. I mean, this is the first attempt at doing an open world game, so this stuff will probably get refined as this franchise obviously goes on to continue in Elden Ring 2.
I guess. I don't know.
But yeah,
probably.
For a first attempt, I think, they maybe just bit off more than they could chew in certain areas, or, the art designers just ran away with it, and they're like, I don't know, put an Erdtree avatar there.
Yeah, exactly.
Make it a ghost.
I think my favorite thing about the level design is like there are numerous zones that feel like arcane levels, like Dishonored or Prey. Like here are these huge chunks of Elden Ring that feel like half of a whole standalone other game. Where it's like the interconnectivity of Stormvale Castle, of the downtown capital region, here's Mount Gelmir, and it's not a very big area on the map, and then the Volcano Manor is like 2 square inches on the map that's 100 square inches or 1,000 square inches, and you're like, well, this shouldn't take long, and then you spend 7 hours there.
Yeah.
Because it's so interconnected, and there's so much verticality everywhere you look. And then you eventually, like 20 hours into the game, you realize there's an entire underground map as well. And it's also full of crazy shit. And the way that they let you see stuff that you can't get to for 80 hours, and then when you finally get there, you're like, oh shit, I'm finally at the Blood Palace that I've seen off in the distance for so long.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
That was like, when I saw it, I was like, sure shit, I'm getting over there. Like,
oh yeah,
I couldn't believe actually getting over there, and it was over there. Like, it looks,
I feel like
their framing is unbelievable.
Yes.
Because that,
yeah.
That thing looked unreal sitting over there, and then you are just on it and fight Mon.
Yeah.
Like, it's cracked. I don't understand.
Like living at the tree for like 50 hours and then finally getting there in the capital.
Yeah.
Yeah. It might be the only game that actually lives up to that like meme of, if you can see it, you can go to it, because like in every other game there is eventually like a mountain you can't get over or a sea you can't cross, but in here it's just they smartly made it just one big island, and then it's just ocean on all sides, and every single piece of terrain you can see, you end up there at some point, and that's pretty wild. And yeah, the ping-ponging around the environment and slowly mapping it out and figuring out how you get to like the starting zone eventually, or off to the like I said, the tree, or it's insane. The level design is unreal.
Yeah, it's amazing.
To that point, I think what I get a little frustrated with almost out of adoration for this game is that it is if you took the combat away, it's kind of like it's just Death Stranding, really. You're just walking around a big map.
Yeah, I guess so.
So that's not really resource intensive, right?
Oh, yeah.
But no, here's the thing.
Okay.
Like, why aren't what are we wasting resources on in other games when this game has a giant walking map and a dozen NPCs that can talk, and they speak like a dozen sentences. No, sorry, they whisper 12 riddles. And
yes, yeah.
And so like, it's not a complex thing they have here. It is
on paper. Yes,
it is.
Yeah,
it is,
yes.
and it isn't, and that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand.
I think you're right. I think like the deep blueprints of the game are actually pretty straightforward. It's just like quantity.
Sure.
And execution, because like, yeah, you could have a big map, and they, you know,
and
they
we
have
see
a big
that
map
a lot. We see
and
it a
we
lot.
see many big maps, but
1,000 planets.
right. Oh, God, yeah. But there's an intention with their design and an intricacy with the design of the map that just doesn't come across without you playing all of it. And it's something that no other open world game has, because games are really flat. They're really, really flat, you know? And I mean that like fairly literally, even though like something like Horizon Forbidden West, the map is completely fucking flat. Like, okay, yeah, you go up some mountains, but everything is on just the surface level of the terrain is what I mean. Whereas this game, you know, yeah, you see a little thing, and then it turns out you can go up 40 stories and down 40 stories, and then there are things designed all throughout those 40 stories up and down. There's just a waviness to where they put things horizontal or vertically that is missing in most other games, which is too bad. Breath of the Wild was a little better at it.
Sure.
And that's part of why that game, you know, people love that design of that world so much. There is a fair amount of more extremes, but I feel like just the addition of the underground really fucks with things in this game. And then also just the way they stack their building design on top of itself. Yeah. So it's just like, here's a little square castle, and then there's 7 or 10 hours of weird hallways to figure out how to get around. But it's not just that sort of stuff. It's also, like we've talked about, just the way that they hide a pathway over here, or the catacomb entrance is weirdly hidden behind this tree, and things like that are amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Also, just like, before we move on from the map, just like the art design in this game is just off the scale when it comes to variety. And also, I just like love I don't know, it's just, Dark Souls is, you know, fantasy, medieval, Bloodborne is Lovecraftian, and I just feel like Elden Ring doesn't have as many rules.
It's both.
It kind of does what it wants. And
the secret to the lore is that it's both of those things, and that's what makes it so cool with the design. Yeah,
I think it has the best design out of any of the games in terms of, I think, everything. I like the map and the different locations. I think the enemy and boss design, from just like aesthetics and what they look like, is amazing. Yeah. And this game creates like a good sense of uncertainty, and you never really know what to expect. Just I think as the game went along, there was just like so many weird, gross, cool-looking things throughout. Just cool art everywhere you really look this game.
It's very eclectic. It's just like, here's goblins, here's chivalric knights, you know, here's giant spiders, here's
a hand, but a big
giant hand.
Legendary.
Here are chrome blobs that look like they fell out of a 1990s like Windows screensaver. Like,
here's a giant. Fucked me up, and those ones fucked up.
Here's a big ant.
Here's a big ant. Here's a weird like cat person. Here's you. Yes,
I love that fight. It's so good.
And environmentally is the same way, where it's just like, fields and daisies and sheep. Oh, lovely. And then it's like, here's a weird manor built around a volcano. Here's this rotting, pustule-ridden landscape nightmare.
Caelid is so good.
Here's this beautiful, beautiful, over-designed city. You know that. All these things. It is so. Again, on paper, you're like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, you can't have all those things in one game. But they do it, and they pull it off effortlessly with that variety, for sure. Fantasy, I feel like I dislike fantasy because of how generic it usually is. Like Skyrim, you know, it's just like quintessential fantasy. But this was a good reminder that, actually, fantasy, like sci-fi, you can do literally anything you want with it. It just, you have to put in the effort. And they've been slowly stepping up their art team, just like constantly over the last 10 years. We saw them really pop off with Bloodborne, and they haven't disappointed since then. And they just keep getting crazier. Yeah.
I think I mean, it kind of ties into the map. I
Sure.
do want to like talk about what's on offer to do.
I love
Because
that.
I think, a big complaint about Breath of the Wild, which is a nice side-by-side people like to compare it to, is that it was just shrines and then what are they called? The legendary monsters or some shit?
The Divine Beasts.
Divine Beasts. And, you see the patterns emerge very quickly with the shrines. And I think Elden Ring is better. I like the catacombs. I really like especially the hero graves with the horrible chariots and lava. I like the weird like magic puzzle towers. There's some really strange ones.
Yeah.
But I do feel like the game needed like one or two more things to keep the magic alive throughout the game.
Yeah,
like
as
you said,
activity
Jameson,
types in a sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, Jameson, near the end, like mountain tops of the giants or whatever it's called. Around there, you've been with the game for so long that you kind of start to see the format unveil itself. You understand a hero's grave, you know what's going to be in there. You open up another crypt and you kind of know exactly what it's going to look like. And I don't think any of the side activities, whatever you want to call them, are bad. I think they're all cool. I just think maybe it needed to either introduce something new for the end or just up the variety within those, because the patterns emerge near the end and some of the magic really did vanish in the end. I think a lot of people complained that the difficulty ramped up too high in the last quarter. And for me, I didn't mind it too much. It definitely was harder, but it was just seeing the patterns and kind of knowing what was going to happen. And I still think, even with that critique, that every now and then there would be something which broke the rules. Like in Mountaintops of the Giants, where there's that strange village with the invisible assassins and the archers on the rooftops, which is a horrible fucking nightmare. But at least it's something like different and interesting.
Yeah.
I just feel like the game needed a couple more of those because of how long it is.
It's a very unpredictable game. And then having it become predictable is disappointing,
Yeah. Like when you see the mausoleum for the first time, it's a crazy moment, and the dragon and Limgrave.
Yes.
And you kind of feel like the game could do anything, and it kind of just treads the same beats for a little while. And I don't think those beats are bad. I don't know, the magic of the game at the beginning is so potent and strong that losing it is, I don't know, you feel it. I think that's maybe a lot of where people's discontent of the back quarter comes from, is you just like see the same enemies, the same tricks, the same side activities, and there isn't just, I don't know, it needed like a moment, I think, a couple of moments to the end.
I've been nodding my head a lot for the last couple minutes while you said that. Yes, yeah.
You get the crumbling Farron Missoula, and it's like, holy shit, this is amazing, and then just like 4 of the electric dragons pop down, it's like, ugh, God, all right.
And there's more talon, more saber-footed birds.
Oh
and,
man, I love those damn
fuckers.
Birds with knives on their feet, like that's.
I loved the little chunk right around the Capitol where there are 3 different catacombs that all really mess with the rules and and the expectations of what a catacomb can be. They're all sort of fairly close together.
Yeah.
And there's one in the sewers that is like the wall into the catacombs is broken, and then you go in and it's this anyways, there's 3 of them all sort of in that area, and those were all amazing. I loved all of them because they're so weird and because they break the rules that you had expected. And it is too bad, related to what you just said, that like all the catacombs after the Capitol, and there aren't many, there's like 8, 10, none of them do anything weird. They are all just linear, shitty, annoying catacombs, and that's
It's not a huge area of critique. It's just something that I felt, and I feel like it's going to be hard to keep the feeling of like a fresh discovery through 100 hours. But I don't know. You just feel it at the end, and it's just kind of like a bit sad when you lose that magic and you feel this like I don't know. It just starts to feel familiar. And at the beginning, it was so new and interesting. And it's just a shame to lose that. And, this is the first time they've ever done this, so I understand some of these things are going to be hard to master on this scale. But, yeah, it's just a little sad.
And that was sort of compounded or added to me with the my fatigue with the combat and just the playstyle and just being like, this solution I found works for everything. And now also the game has run out of new things to show me. And it's going on for too long, and there's the same enemies, and it's more challenging, and it was just
like probably like found your build and are not going to change your weapons because the upgrade materials are rare and
and it's like, well, I can't. Yeah, exactly. I can't. I'm not going to spec out into something else just to make the game more interesting to me because A, I don't want to, and B, I can't basically. And so yeah, those last like 15 to 20 hours were really unenjoyable for me. I would say I was just like I couldn't wait to fucking get the game done for like the last 20 hours. I was just running to the next boss, just being like, let's get this. I want this game out of my life. I'm so over it. I'm so bored by all of this shit. And it's always a bummer when you end on a low note, you know?
Yeah. I definitely didn't get to that point. I still enjoyed myself all the way through, but I think that has been said quite often. Like our friend Dawson, who was playing alongside us, didn't even finish the game. I think he dropped off Mountaintop of the Giants, and I think a lot of people really, really didn't like that last segment. I personally still had fun, but yeah, for me, just like the magic wasn't really there.
I'm glad we are doing this a long time after I beat it because that
the heat would have been brought.
Fades off, yeah. And I always like doing, our top 10 at the end of the year, especially when we're discussing games that came out quite a while earlier in the year, because it's always easiest to just really figure out how you feel about a game, for me at least, after time. And it's like, when I think back on Elden Ring in 6 months, what will I really remember about it? And I'm still not 100% sure yet, but if we had recorded it right after I'd finished the game, I would have been a big Debbie Downer for a lot of that, I think.
Totally.
Yeah.
Before we can leave bosses, or is this the boss talk? I can't remember where we are anymore.
So to you, Ben, is there anything you want to say about? Is the game still like fresh and fun for you? You've been going for 160 hours, so you played more than us.
Well, at this point, I'm so deep in the spaghetti of the game that it's like I don't have anything else to do. Like, I am at the end.
Yeah.
And so like that is a little bit frustrating. Like I would otherwise be exploring new stuff and having fun in that regard, but I don't have anything else to explore. Like I do.
So that's a good sign.
Loved every inch of exploring the world. Some catacombs I did have to bounce out of, but I always tried to fuck around in every one I got into. Because why not? But yeah, to speak on formula as well, knowing a mine from a mine and a catacomb from a catacomb, it was. I would agree that it does get a little stale in that regard.
Yeah.
But
not
no,
like a huge complaint, but it definitely does.
I found traversing the world and things to do. Like I love walking around these spaces. Like
for sure.
Not to harp on the map again, but like I still can't, like, learning the lakes is crazy, like especially when you step out of Stormvale for that first time and overlook it, and then you can walk, and anywhere you see when you overlook that vista, like you see the top of Raya Lucaria, and but like beyond it you can see Gelmir. Like
that place is like a painting.
Yeah, that spot is just nuts. Like it's nuts. Everyone has a screen. Like everybody took their screenshot. Like it's that.
Yeah.
Like, the share button exists for spots like that. Like it's crazy. So I wouldn't say I found myself running out of things to do until there was nothing to do.
Yeah, it's good, man.
But I guess which is a good thing. I did find myself quite thorough. I would not say I left a lot of stones unturned, except for except for nighttime. I'm right there with Jameson, where I just never found myself playing the game in its night setting.
Yeah, it's a bit obtuse to just change to night and look for bosses, I think.
I did see a message on the ground, which we could obviously talk about messages, because holy frig, man, what a riot, man. But I did see a message on the ground in a spot that said try night, and I did, and there was a giant boss, and I was like, no, I'm not ready.
No.
Yeah.
A death bird.
I think it was like along a beach. It was along the beach in Limgrave somewhere. Maybe in the Weeping Peninsula, I think. But anyway, things. Because I'm sure there's like a lot I'm sure there's just so much that we have done, that each of us have done, that the other ones hadn't done, and we would just have no way of knowing or explaining. Because one thing the game does extremely well as well, I find, is just allowing you to go in any direction to its detriment or to its benefit.
Yeah.
Being allowed to go anywhere and everywhere off the jump is just nuts. Because I found myself, once I got into the challenge of Caelid, I did not want to leave it.
Same.
Yeah,
I loved
like Castle Redmane alone, I must have sunk so many hours in at a very low level too, and then I left for a bit and then came back, got a little bit further, and I
never even saw Redmane with enemies.
That's crazy.
I think you can go back after you defeat Radahn, and I think it's repopulated.
I think I might have done that, I think I actually even might have told you how to do that. I think I did eventually go back and do that, but...
Not that interesting, it's just a bunch of dudes, but I think it opened some doors, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I avoided Caelid for a long time.
Sure.
I love that place.
Yeah,
and I wish that there was like the Breath of the Wild, track your movement throughout the whole game.
God, I wish.
That'd be so cool.
Bad.
And I kept a Photoshop document fairly up to date up until about the capital area with dates for each of my like big chunks of movement around, so I could go back and check roughly when I got to Caelid, but it's a shame that I would love to compare our paths, because I bet they're completely different, and I bet there's some big holes on each of ours, where it's like, oh, completely fucking missed that. Which is great. I love missing things in games, honestly. I know I know, Joe, you don't.
No, I've had a completionist brain forever, dude.
Yeah, I like, I don't know, that's just how my brain always has been, where it's just like, I'm quite content knowing that, like, I'm gonna miss that thing, or not see this, or...
Depends on the game, for me.
I'm getting better at it,
podcast.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like, where I played The Witcher 3, and I skipped every question mark, because I was like, man, I don't like these. If I know what it's gonna be, I'm not really that interested, but if it's, like, unique and interesting content, I want to see it all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Were there any side quests in the game that you gave a shit about this one?
No, I didn't really listen, but
yeah, same.
I like that.
Shit was fucked.
I just wish they were more fun to figure out and do, because the world seems cool, the characters seem cool. I just don't like the chore of talking to someone. I really hate the shit. It's like rest at the grace, get up, talk, rest at the grace. I hate that shit.
So unintuitive. Yeah.
I hate just checking locations.
It's a bit phony.
Obviously the update, which actually labeled them as a good improvement, but except for I think it was Rani's that had that dragon boss quest. Was it Rani? Had that unique lich dragon. Yeah, I did that. And I did a bunch of others that gave good rewards. I just don't really find them very interesting, because there's not unique gameplay elements to them. I did the assassination contracts in the what's it called?
Yeah, Volcano Manor.
Volcano Manor. Those were fun.
I missed that entire chain.
I need there to be some gameplay tied to the quest. I don't really just want to walk around and talk to people back and forward. I appreciate that all that stuff is optional. People really like the lore, and I think From Software have always done a good job of making it peripheral for people who don't give a shit, or people who are invested actually usually get a ton of stuff if they are interested in it, which I think is a good way of doing it. It's just, I would be more involved if the quests were a bit more hands-on with gameplay stuff, I think.
I like the lore in all their games. I dislike their storytelling in all their games.
The storytelling?
The way they tell the story through I like the way they tell the story of the lore through vague bits and pieces. I dislike how they tell the story of the actual A to B plots of the game through their weird fucking stilted, creepy, kind of slightly out of it dialogue, where it's all just greetings, tarnished. What dost thou want from me on this thine lovely day? I'm like, shut the fuck up, I'm not listening. My brain just tunes it all out, and it's so hard to keep up with that stuff. And it's always felt to me like a very disconnected from what the actual experience of the game is in a weird way. FromSoft games are very video gamey. And then in the sense that, you're respawning on these points, you're upgrading yourself, all these weird video gaming mechanics are there, but then they have these very self-serious characters talking at you, and it's always just a one-way thing. and they tell you vague riddles about how to go do something, and then you have to, like Joe said, you have to rest 3 times and find the item in your menu and then talk to someone about it, and you get another riddle from someone, and you're like, I just don't
Here,
enjoy
hold this
or
finger. What?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just don't care about any of it, but I really like the lore in all their games. It's just that I don't get the lore from the game itself. I get it from someone else's video about the lore, basically.
Yeah,
and the lore in this game is fascinating. It's bizarre, and it's really, really interesting. There were times where I was like, I was enjoying reading the item descriptions because those paint little like vignettes about parts of the world. I like all that stuff a lot, but the actual side quests, I never paid attention to any of them. I somehow just stumbled through the Ronnie and Fia quests almost completely by accident, and I think I had to look up like one step at the end for each of them. And then you could name any character in the game, and I don't think I'd be able to tell you who they are aside from those 2 people and Blade Blythe. Like I have no idea who anyone in that game is, and I just don't really care.
I did quite a few of them. They're okay. I don't know. I think you went pretty deep, didn't you, Ben?
I did Alexander's. I got Bach done. I did Millicent, and got Ron. I'm gonna get the Ronnie ending.
Yeah, I think I did. I think I did the same.
I did. Yeah. So I guess this is all loose spoilers or mega spoilers. Yada yada.
Game came out 6 months ago.
I did kill. Yeah, I killed the dung eater down in the jail.
Like,
I don't think I ever found him.
I killed him dead, and that.
Hell yeah.
Like, that blocked me off from the Flaming Frenzied ending, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, I need to look into him next time I play.
Yeah, because he tells you at the round table that he's down in the sewers, the capital, and to go
his corporeal form.
Yeah, and he asks you like to join him and put his scourge over the world, and I was like, no, dog.
What's the lore behind that guy? Is he eating the poo poo?
He
sort
like
of.
Yeah, he like is bad. Like
he's just like pure chaos and wants to kill everyone, and it's too complicated to answer that question. Like,
fair enough.
Because like everyone is trying to, when they die, is trying to get to the Erd Tree, so basically they can go to like heaven or whatever the fuck. And he puts these curses on people that just stop. It just like kills them completely. Like it kills their spirit completely. And he just wants to do that to the entire world, so that there's just like nothing left
it can be
of anything ever.
Nice.
And
nice.
Also likes the poo poo. Yeah.
Definitely likes to eat it.
Keep all children. But yeah, it's Hugh as well. Like Hugh and
Hugh. Who's Hugh? Oh, is that the blacksmith?
Hate Hugh. Yeah, you hate Hugh.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rodrika, I did like they had a really nice quest. Yeah, she's your spirit tuning.
Okay, right.
I think I did that. Yeah, I think I did a bunch.
Their whole quest is you just talk to them back and forth a bunch, and it's really sweet because she's like, he takes her under his wing, and then she's like, I'm really concerned about it. He like is obsessed with making the god-killing weapon, and then he's like, it's all he thinks about, and then he forgets himself and why he's there, and she's like, I can't leave him because he taught me everything I know, so I gotta stay with him. And then like the round table's on fire, and they're both still there, and you're like, they're both still here.
It seems like there are some nice storylines. I've definitely seen people get really attached to some of the character and stuff.
I want to make Hugh. I want to make Hugh the Elden Lord.
Like the weird snake daughter in the Volcano Manor.
Yes. Yes. Oh,
what was that?
I don't know. I didn't see. I missed that entire quest line because I had no idea it was even there. So
yeah, she is. Yeah, her mom, who like runs the manor, is talking to you. Basically, like lied to her about her affliction, like it being able to like changing from a human to a serpent. And anyway, basically at one point she asks you to put her out of her misery. It's like, I did. And it's like
sad.
Yeah.
But you can also free her,
sad.
I think, and sort of like there's an alternative path where I think you sort of help her be comfortable with her weird snake person body, and she's like, thank you, and then she goes off on her own. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, you fucked up. You got to replay the whole game now.
I will.
I can't believe you killed her.
I wasn't happy to do it. I tried to tell her that she was beautiful. I tried to tell her she was beautiful. And then
with a knife?
No, oh god, no. Oh jeez. Oh god. But no, I thought, yeah, I think that's all 12 NPCs we talked. No, just I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything with Jaren. Blythe was cool. I did, and then I did Alexander's quest all the way to the end. Alexander the Great Jar.
Oh yeah, he was cool.
The jar. Right.
Yeah.
I missed him. I went to Crumbling Pharaoh Missoula and I saw him. I just couldn't figure out how to get there, so I completely missed it.
Yeah. I watched Ben finish that quest. Yeah.
You killed the man.
I did.
Yeah.
He
You get a really powerful talisman out of that.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, it buffs your weapon art damage by a huge amount. Yeah.
Ooh, the weapon arts are great. Just gonna
They are. They're very
drop
good.
that. That's such a cool addition.
Yeah.
Sure.
The only other thing I would say about the story
Yeah.
is like the nerdy part of me. We had this sort of discussion briefly in the Discord where it's like, I love how much some of the characters revere the world itself, if that makes sense. Like the opening cutscene with that narrator is so fucking good.
Oh man.
Because he is like literally in a state of ecstasy describing how sick the world was before you arrived, and you're just like walking through this crumbling hell, disaster of a world, but there was once something amazing there, and they've always been really good at that in all their games. They take their worlds very seriously in a way that isn't off-putting, because like serious tone can be really exhausting sometimes, but like most games aren't worthy of being self-serious. Their games, their worlds, they are worthy of being self-serious because they are so thoroughly thought out and creative and unique and clever. And
but also it's like not afraid to be goofy at times, which is what I like about them as well.
Oh yeah, or just outright weird. Like all the gods in this game are fucking aliens. Like they're aliens in this weird medieval fantasy world and so yeah. Anyways, that's the last point. I just wish more games struck that tone. It's hard to do because it requires them coming up with a really, really cool world, and then also talking about it in a serious manner that isn't exhausting and boring in the way that probably like Starfield's writing probably will be. Let's say.
Oh god. Yeah. What was? Yeah. We'll get to that.
Well, or there are other better examples of games or like Dying Light. Dying Light 2, completely self-serious, the most self-serious game most of the time, and it's not worthy of that because it's just a dumb fucking zombie game, and it's like, who gives a shit? Anyways, that's all.
I think that's why for the scope of the game, the narrative delivery being so underhanded was just extremely effective for me. Like I was hanging on every word that everyone was saying to the point because there are so few allies, despite everyone
for sure,
despite a lot of folks like. At the risk of saying too much, helping coach you along, I would say that there is like a level of optimism within everyone you talk to, or somebody's just trying to figure something out one way or the other, unless they suddenly want to kill you. But it's
that does go on. That does happen a lot.
Yeah, I found myself really like turning up the television anytime anybody spoke, or I had the opportunity to speak to somebody. Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was cool. I'm just in awe of. I'm in awe of the concept alone. Call my brain simple, but to stage the world like after the cataclysm essentially, and then to have your own version of that through your story of the game is like just watching the world just be destroyed and reborn again. I guess in a way, it's just It's cool that we were here after the cool thing happened. Like it would have been nuts to see it before. Like to watch a dragon pierce the side of the Capitol with a giant trident. Would have been.
It's wild,
breathtaking. Like it's.
Oh, when you climb up its wing as well, you're like, oh, you guys are out of your mind.
That the Capitol. The Capitol just breaks my brain. It's so dense.
It's too good.
It's unbelievable.
The Capitol is so dense and so bespoke. It's unbelievable, and then they just throw a putrid avatar at you.
You're like, oh great, and it doesn't even get a boss health bar.
It doesn't get a boss, man. I think. Yeah. But no, that man, the Capitol is unbelievable. Anyway,
I love all their games are post-apocalyptic games in non-traditional ways, which is really cool. And it's a lot of the time it's like a religious apocalypse has occurred most of the time, where it's just like, we were worshiping this shit and oh my fuck, it all went horribly wrong. Oh god. And like the world is still intact, but everyone is screwed. And that stuff's really cool. And yeah, they are able to paint pictures of what was better than most any other developer out there. And I would say that goes all the way back to even Demon Souls. Like those games have extensive, complex lore that you get hints of in really neat ways.
Totally. I was blown away by how they conversations with people. Like, the world really did feel so ingrained. It felt like Blythe felt mythical and mystical. Sorry, I got the lispy in here. That one caught me. But there were aspects of the characters that just felt so ingrained in the world already. Everyone felt like a survivor. It was just crazy. Not polluted with people. Well, except for, people who just want to savagely rip you apart.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
it was neat also to like see the like you can, if you know what George R.R. Martin is into and what he likes to write, which I mean I've never read any of his books, I've just read about him and watched Game of Thrones, but like you can see his presence throughout this game big time for sure. Like he's a big fucking history weirdo. He loves like Norse, Celtic.
He didn't do shit, dude. He probably just made the crab.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he made the crab. He made the dog.
Yeah, that's all he did.
Yeah. He wrote "Tri-finger butthole" and then said, "Here you go, buddy. See ya."
Who knows?
Ben, you wanted to talk about messages for a second. I know, Joe, you want to talk about bosses as well, which we'll do both. This is their best selection of words to form messages that they've ever had.
Yeah.
Like, genius level.
The pure fundamental idea of messages is like maybe my favorite thing in all of the Dark Souls. Just like, it's the best thing that's one of the cleverest things that's maybe ever been put in a video game, right? Is just player
Strand
messages.
game before Kojima. He got there first.
It is. 100%. Yeah. And just the consistency with which throughout that series you find like hidden door ahead, and it's like, no, there isn't, you fucking asshole. I hate that you put this there. I'm gonna give it a like so that the next person also thinks what I thought. Or, try rolling on the edge of a cliff. Like, it makes me laugh every single time.
Labeling every turtle as a dog was my favorite.
Yeah, totally. and then just the selection of words they put in here. Like, someone knew exactly what they were doing when they put butt in and they put finger in, and it's like, okay, yes, I get it. It makes sense. Butt is just a common word, and fingers are all throughout this game lore-wise. But like, there are just so many perfect combinations.
Fortnite was a good one as well.
Fortnite was great. I love the occasional Elden Ring ahead, and it's just like leads to a hallway with nothing in it, and you're like, oh yeah, thank you. That's very, very funny. Thank you. The messages made me laugh all the way through the game.
Yeah, some really clever ones as well.
There's it's such a great mechanic.
Yeah, you get someone likes your message, you get a health buff. It's good. It's perfect. I've had some clutch heals.
I bet, yeah. I don't think I put more than like 3 messages down, and mainly because I didn't understand how to do it until about the 70-hour mark. So
yeah, the menu stuff is.
We'll
still
talk about that
cumbersome.
maybe near the end.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. You can talk. You could talk about it now if you want to.
I don't really have much else to say except for they're just like still a bit of a mess.
They're fucking terrible. Yeah.
Still just like confusing to use. I couldn't figure out how to look at weapon descriptions for like 20 hours.
Oh yeah, the UI is one of many things that I think they need to spend some time changing going forward.
The menu UI, sure. Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Bosses, boss fights.
Yeah,
and the fighting with the bosses.
I'm looking at my notes and I'm like, I'm almost done. I'm almost out of notes, and I'm into sort of like miscellaneous little things. So I think we should talk about your bosses, Joe.
Yeah. How do I start this? I think I'm just gonna dive in and say that I think Dark Souls combat is starting to feel a little archaic and aged at this point. I like the new additions. I like the Ashes of War. The variety of weapons and playstyles is great. The summons, if you like them. And the jump attack was a nice addition. Although I will say, I feel like a lot of enemies don't know how to counter or react to jump attacks.
100%.
It feels like a free hit very consistently, depending on, I don't know, timing-wise. I really enjoyed the combat when I'm traversing the world and exploring. I think it doesn't matter how good the combat is when when you're walking around a castle fighting some random dude. You don't care if you're having like an incredible back and forth with random soldier number 29, you know what I mean? You're more just like excited about being in the world, exploring and seeing what is ahead of you and what is to find. And I had a great time throughout exploring the world, fighting the amazing designed enemies. But I found I just didn't really like the majority of the boss fights in this game. I think the design is outstanding. Some of the most visually impressive stuff they've ever done. Rickard, Fire Giant. There's just so many. You're going.
Well, I love how they took the like one of the greatest things ever put in a video game, which is the end cutscene in Sekiro when the fucking spirit of this bitch, enemy that's a young pup guy is just like, I'm King Big Dick, and then his grandfather's just like spirit rips out of his own body and says, no, I'll do this.
Oh, yeah.
And I love how every other boss in this game has that moment in different ways.
They keep ripping themselves apart.
They keep ripping themselves apart and just being like, all right, enough fucking around. I'm putting a dragon on my arm.
Oh, the cutscenes are so good as well.
They're so cool, man. Every one of them is just like, it's so good. And there's like probably a dozen, maybe at least a dozen that do that gimmick. And they're all amazing.
It's hard to like nail it down. I think Sekiro is partly to blame. Sekiro's combat system was just so much further ahead than Dark Souls in its back and forth and its flow state. And just going back to the very classical, you hit, you dodge, and you block, or you back off and fire magic, it just feels a little old. And it just is such a significant step backwards compared to Sekiro. I know this game was made alongside Sekiro, so it's not going to get the same treatment as, say, in Dark Souls 3 kind of absorbed some of Bloodborne's energy and speed. And it went on to make Dark Souls 3 feel like the best game in the series so far. I just wish Elden Ring had kind of got that treatment where it had absorbed some of the better stuff from Sekiro's combat, specifically in the scenarios of bosses, because I just kind of found the cycle of dodging a boss's hit over and over again and hitting him once just a bit tiresome by the end of the game. I think Sekiro has really spoilt us when it comes to flow state. And I've been recently playing Sifu, and I think that game has really learned from what Sekiro taught the industry and has amazing backwards and forwards. And a lot of, for me, again, it depends on your playstyle, but for me, every single Elden Ring boss fight, I'm being exaggeratory, there's a good variety of boss fights, but a lot of the boss fights just felt like an enemy doing a 17-point combo. Swing, 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 swing. I had to dodge like 20 attacks, and then I hit once, maybe twice, and then I just do that over and over again. It felt like I was just watching every boss fight do some anime bullshit ballerina moves, and then I just desperately try to get one hit in without getting slammed in the face. And it just felt like I was doing that over and over again, and I just found it irritating, honestly. I just didn't have a good time in most of the boss fights in this game. I found them to all look amazing. Animation-wise, they were amazing. I found the act of fighting them just kind of frustrating, honestly.
You didn't like the really long wind-up attacks?
No, oh my god, I can't believe I almost forgot about the fucking wind-up attacks. Oh my god, it's so fucking annoying, dude. Like, I understand the idea behind purposely delayed attacks. They have their physical tail, and then they hold the physical attack, so you dodge prematurely. Every game's had that. That's not new. It's always been in Dark Souls, but they've always been like not that common in the boss fight, and it's always been like the one move where it's like, oh, the timing's a bit different on this move. I need to learn this move, and that's kind of the part of mastery in the boss fights. But it feels like every fucking boss's move in this game is just a delayed attack, and it's so annoying, and the timings are so specific that it just feels frustrating to me to dodge attack that I knew was coming, and I'm still punished. Just because, like, I didn't get the tiny little window because I haven't memorized. I don't know. I think the design is meant to slow down veterans of the series. I think that was a lot of the design philosophy behind Sekiro as well. And I like the concept of being able to play Dark Souls games forever and not just breeze through them because, something's changed and I have to relearn a new skill. I don't think that's it. I just think that's fucking annoying. memorizing a timing is, I don't know, that just doesn't feel like a fun skill to learn, in my opinion. I would rather get better at a combat system through mastery than just have to sit back and watch a boss fight and be like, okay, here's the slow ass swing up and this is when he lands it. I just didn't find it satisfying. I thought the combos were annoying. And yeah, I don't know. I found a lot of the attack patterns of the boss fights in this game frustrating. All the large bosses have these explosive attacks. There's a lot of magic in the game as well. There is some good boss fights in the game. I actually really like the horse boss fights. I liked Margit and Margot a lot. I liked Tibia Marina. Millennia was amazing, but again, Waterfowl completely ruins that fight in my opinion. I really like the god skins on an individual scale, even though I don't like the fat noble one that does that spin move that just never ends. There's just like every boss fight I can name, there's like something which I think is just kind of obnoxious and annoying.
Oh, yeah.
And every Souls game has this. This is not a new thing. But it just felt more common in Elden Ring. There isn't a Souls game out there where there's like a infamous boss fight in every single game where people's like, this boss sucks and is annoying to fight. But I don't know if Sekiro has ruined the feeling of Dark Souls boss fights, or if it was for playing the game for so long and the magic wearing off, the repetition of the fighting style. I don't know. I wish I could quantify it better. All I can say is I just found most of the boss fights to be kind of frustrating. There were some which really worked for me. I liked Commander Nile. I liked the big black blade kindred bird things. Falling Star Beast was pretty good, but like most of the bosses I just found like fucking irritating and just like never stop attacking forever. And it's just I'm just gonna watch, I guess, until I maybe hit you once. And it got more prevalent near the end when you're doing like what's the big dog?
Malekith.
You get Malekith into Godfrey into I actually really like Radagon. Radagon's one of my favorite fights in the game.
Yeah, Radagon. Yeah, I like him as well. I have only came to like him by doing the like helping people try to beat him.
Yeah.
Because I fought him twice and then beat the game, but yeah, I like his moveset, and he's the one that I've learned the most, I would say.
Yeah, but he's like a classic design where you're learning his moves, because a lot of his moves are like super stupid explosive stuff. But I don't feel like you have to learn this super niche timing for Radagon.
No,
you just need to like play him and learn his set of moves, which is way more satisfying.
And he doesn't have like one big stupid flurry attack either.
Yeah, or something that kills you instantly. I guess depending on your build or if you're Ben.
It depends on your vigor levels. But yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if I did a good job of quantifying it, because I don't know if I even know exactly what it is about the boss fights which are annoying to me. All I can say is that I found them annoying, and I didn't find the combat outside of boss fights frustrating at all. I liked fighting all the ads around the world. There was just something about the behavior, the attack patterns. Yeah, I think I'll stop talking, because you can tell I'm trying to figure it out, but I actually don't really know what it is.
When they have to bring it all together like that, yeah, for boss fights, it feels like we alluded to before, or I alluded to, it was brought up before that when like the game is so wide, obviously there's so many play styles, when they have to bring it to a peak like this, when they have to throw all the systems together in a way but lean it one way or the other, it's certainly, the game is so walks that line so well in so many ways, but that's just one where it just can't quite get the balance right. Like, we have all these ways to do it, but we just can't make these bosses just compelling enough to be just like one step further, other than either being a high damage kill shot or just or having an AI trick. Like the Radagon's delayed javelin throw, like, oh my god, it's like he hovers there for an extra half a second. Just
and it also like goes back to the previous point of the balance issue, where sometimes the most infamous one for me is Margot, where sometimes there would be an amazing boss fight and I'm like, holy shit, this is so cool, and then they're just pathetic and they're just like balanced weirdly. Because like Margot was one of my favorites, because I got so excited when they did that attack where they were raining swords down from the sky and it kind of segmented off the battlefield where you couldn't like move in certain ways. I was like, holy shit, this is super cool. And then I killed them first time because they're pathetic. And they go down and they're like weak for ages and they're just like super easy to kill. So yeah, for me, the boss fights are just all over the place in this game. The balance is weird, and as I said, I find them frustrating. And I think for me, it is a low point of the game. I definitely like Dark Souls 3 boss fights more, Sekiro 100 times more. And yeah, I hope in the future this is a case where Elden Ring was made not after Sekiro, but alongside it. So obviously, like, the design teams are not gonna, I don't know, merge into each other, you know?
Yeah.
Because what's even weirder is Elden Ring has a stagger system, like Sekiro, but you don't have a stagger bar, which is like the main point of Sekiro. You have a stagger bar, so you can actually incorporate that into your strategy. But in Elden Ring, it doesn't have the bar, so it's a really like fun and satisfying moment when you stagger an enemy, and you have that amazing sound effect, and you have the weak point. But sometimes I don't know if an enemy can be staggered at all, because there's no feedback from the game about if they're on their way to being staggered, and that was like the whole thing in Sekiro, was the whole game. So they implemented the stagger system, but not any feedback on how to like implement it like in a strategy. I don't know. I just hope going forward their next game, whatever it is, I think it's Armored Core, so maybe that one would be a bit of a wild card. But when it comes to like the traditional Souls game, that it like takes from Sekiro's back and forth with boss fights. Because I think Elden Ring's just a bit of a step backwards in that regard.
I think two things. First, from what I've seen, I think a lot of people generally agree with that.
Okay.
That Elden Ring's bosses are not the top tier in the series. I mean, it's hard to, it's hard to know, of course. It's hard to judge those things based on just commentary and things like that. But I also think, like, we encounter things like this sometimes where you are struggling to fully quantify why they bothered you so much, and it's always interesting when that comes up, because it's usually the result of like 6 little things all sort of working together to just result in you just not enjoying it, and you don't know what else to say other than like, I just didn't have fun with these fights. And you're the guy that likes these fights, right?
I love them.
So,
and there was a lot of good fights in there. Just, I would say, like, probably like 70% of them I found kind of obnoxious and annoying.
Yeah.
I think Millennia, like, is potentially the best boss they've ever done. It's just an incredible boss fight, but I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with Waterfowl. It's just, like, not a fun move to combat.
So stupid.
Like, if there was a tell, then it would be, like, completely fine, because I would just run away, and it would be like, I learned how to dodge Waterfowl. But the fact that it feels like a casino just ruins one of the best fights they've ever made, I think. And it's just, there's always, like, one thing. Like, when they have ulcerated tree spirit in a tiny room, and it's like, I like ulcerated tree spirit. Most people hate that boss. I think it's really cool. But I can't fucking see because I'm in a tiny room and I'm against the wall. Same with the first Falling Star Beast. There's just, like, a lot of weird, rough edges with the boss fights. And I think maybe, again, lack of time, COVID rush. I don't know.
Or just there were so many that they can't polish every one of them in a way that they can in a 30-hour game where there's, like, 20 bosses.
And like you said, there's always like tiny, minute things which will make these boss fights feel amazing or bad. Yeah. That's why no one's ever been able to make a Souls game that is as good as From Software, because every time you play these little indie Steam equivalents, just they don't feel right. And the developers
Elden Ring is sort of like a reminder that like they From Software themselves struggle with nailing what makes their fights so unique.
It's like a perfect magic, and just sometimes they don't hit it themselves, but I feel like in previous games they've hit it more consistently than in Elden Ring.
Yeah. Interesting.
But I think that's all I really have to say. Again, from a design perspective, it's the best work they've ever done. Not just bosses, but world and just enemies around the map. They're just ridiculous stuff. So like I obviously have a couple more miscellaneous things to talk about, but I feel like my general conclusion is, from a design perspective, this is like one of the greatest games ever made, in my opinion. One of the best maps ever made. But just from a Souls perspective, it's good. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. It's just not their best work for me when it comes to like boss fights, combat. I mean, the weapon stuff's amazing, but the balance is weird. So I actually don't think I have a concrete conclusion. I'm just all over the fucking place.
Yeah, I have miscellaneous, which we can talk about in a second. But I would, again, just echo that. Like, I think the level design is incredible. I would not call it one of the best games ever made, because there are so many weird, like, yes, no, pull, push, this is good, this isn't, everything is sort of so strangely interconnected. But I think it is one of the... I think it might be one of the best games ever made, dude. Like, I've had many complaints, but this game is going to, like, revolutionize the entire industry for, like, years to come. I don't know that that's true, because people said that about Breath of the Wild, and it didn't.
Well, I think everyone's just trying to catch up with Breath of the Wild.
I mean, Elden Ring is the first game to have like really learned a lot from Breath of the Wild.
It's definitely debatable. I'll put it that way. But it's fucking good. That's for sure.
I don't know. Like, to me, best game is just like such a nebulous, like, whatever, who the fuck cares, and also just it's a matter of what I like, and
for sure.
I think I just fall back to I respect so much about From Software's games, and especially this game, but I don't know how much I actually like it, or how much fun I had with it. I still don't quite know where I'm at, because I'm still playing it and still being annoyed by a lot of it. So I look forward to like finally putting it to bed, no more work videos with it, and giving it a few months to like really mull it over, because that's when I really land on how I feel about a game. And I've just been playing it like once a week for 6 months almost, and still am usually ending an hour session with higher blood pressure and annoyed. Because I just fundamentally don't find most of the game fun to play, like in a satisfying way. But there's no denying the quality of the level design, the combat, the enemy design, the art. Like, it's, when you put it all on paper, it's one of the best games ever made. When I play it, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't know. It's hard to say. So I think
it's irrelevant at the end of the day.
It is. It completely. Of course. Yeah.
I think it would be like industry shifting type of thing.
I think I would say this. I hope it has an impact on other developers,
me too,
because
man.
I hoped that from Breath of the Wild, because I think there is a lot of amazing inspirational stuff in the way Breath of the Wild is designed, even though I didn't actually like that game the way everyone else did. I still liked it a lot, but again, it's more of just like, when I lean back, I can see all the things that are amazing about this, and I respect the hell out of it, and I hope that other people learn a lot from it. And in the 5 years since Breath of the Wild came out, it feels like almost no one has learned anything from it. And again, now Elden Ring comes out, sets the world on fire, and I hope that people can look at it and say, let's shift what an open world game can be about. Let's shift it away from the fucking Ubisoft formula, So, like, in that sense, it's a once in a generation sort of like holy shit revelation game for sure, 100%.
Sometimes, nailing a coffin takes a couple of hits.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. And I hope this is the final nail.
Let's hope it's the final one. Breath of the Wild was the beginning, and finally,
it takes time to react as well, right?
Yeah.
So, if in 4 years we're still seeing this the Ubisoft type of game outside of Ubisoft themselves, it's going to be a problem. And I don't expect every game to be Elden Ring or Breath of the Wild, but this was a good reminder that people are generally smarter they're smarter than games give them credit for, I would say, because this game is very hands-off, and
people like exploring,
it sold
discovering.
15 million copies already, and is the first monumental game release probably since Breath of the Wild, and then before that it was The Witcher, and then before that it's The Last of Us. It's like one of 5 games in the last 10 years that come out and like shake the earth, basically.
For sure.
And I don't know that I necessarily admire it in the way that everyone else does, but I certainly respect it, and I certainly hope that people do something with the new knowledge that we have from playing this game, for sure.
Definitely. Well, it's no Pac-Man.
It's no Tetris,
right? I still too close to say where it falls in the discussion. Not even for me personally. I think as in gaming right now, it's just that concept is so in flux these days, because as technology is advancing, we're making the best games ever made every year.
Yes,
it's so hard to quantify in real time what is an all-time great. But yeah, to Jameson's point, there is so much to revere here. It is really From Software putting its CV on a piece of paper, warts and all. Even if they can't quite put it, even if they can't quite make it all connect in a cohesive way in some aspects. It's still an incredibly tangible, integrated world that just works, and you can just go and do anything in it. It sounds like we've said so trivial and so simple on paper to make this game, but here we are when it's taken Breath of the Wild. Like, I've balked at Breath of the Wild and I still struggle conceptually to come around to playing that game because I equate it to sparsity and there not being enough to do in between the areas. This game, I never felt that way. Just always felt like there was something around every literal corner or pathway or brush or wooded area or blood swamp or it was
God, this game is so big. Fucking hell, man, it's ridiculous.
I've had the map up the entire time we've been recording, just staring at it.
It's just ridiculous.
It doesn't hypnotized by it.
It doesn't help me try to keep coherent thoughts because I just keep looking at different spaces, being like, "Oh yes, I did. Something cool happened there, and something cool happened there."
I don't think it will ever stop being awe-inspiring. Like, it's just ridiculous, man.
I think that's part of why it's sort of difficult to come to a decisive conclusion, is because it is so substantial. Where it's just I need a year to fully digest the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. I still want to play Melee. I still want to approach, because I'm sure I will, now that I know how the world unfolds, obviously approach it much differently, and how I access different areas and what I do in different spots at different times and what I can do, and it's just a new game. My experience, despite being this close to the end at 160 hours and feeling fulfilled with the time I've spent in the Lands Between already, I still don't feel completely fulfilled. And that's not a detriment to the game. I just need to play more. I need to play it again. I need to play another fresh pass at it, just to really feel like I've taken a sample of everything it has to offer.
I've been chipping away at a new game, and it's pretty fun. Pretty fun to redo.
I would imagine.
I think you should try Melee in Elden Ring before you try Sekiro.
Yeah.
I really think you should, dude.
I do like the Moonveil. I got the Moonveil very early on.
Cool. It's very good,
And that ends up being kind of the katana for the game, eh? So it's I really did well, I don't, come on now. I'm not gonna know the sword.
No, that's fair.
But I know, I headed that one fairly on, so I'm carrying it with me. But yeah, I do like my I do like my jabby little fencing sword. It gets the job done. But yeah, I do want to do. I also want to swing a big hammer sometimes too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do a magic playthrough.
I love that.
The game looks fun with magic.
Yeah, I think I'll be very interested to see how you get along with a magic playthrough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I want to throw more stuff. I want to throw more pots and stuff. I want to throw more knives.
The pot build's pretty funny.
Yeah, I need to use more items. I wish there's a weird thing where you can't use any coatings on somber weapons for some reason.
Yeah.
So, every fun, quirky weapon feels like a somber weapon, so I just didn't use them, and it just felt weird. I don't know.
Got a lot of grease in these pockets. It's a soppy disaster.
It's disgusting down here.
Yeah, I do not want to know what the main character of Elden Ring smells like.
Oh, someone actually figured out who the stinkiest character in the franchise is, because I can't remember how they did it, but every game has soap, and then they valued how much soap you have to use or something. I can't remember, but someone figured out who was the stinkiest. I think it was Dark Souls 3, I think.
Oh, it was someone in Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, Dark Souls 3 be stinky.
I wouldn't want to smell that helmet.
No.
I don't think I want to smell most of their games. I think they will all smell bad.
Imagine, what does Caelid smell like?
Sulfur.
Yeah, definitely. Farts and ash.
Sulfur and ash, is a good, the smokiness of ash, but then the, acidic, sulfur,
Yeah.
You know where? Okay, best smelling spot, I'm going to say Crawfish Boil Guy's shack. Dude is cooking up a storm.
Oh, I did kill that guy by accident.
I'll bring the butter.
Yeah.
I think I will just.
I bet Liurnia smells good. It looks like a nice temperature. It looks cool.
It looks like it gets a good breeze from the ocean. Yeah, definitely.
I'd love to cook a little chicken noodle soup in that giant cauldron at the top of Mount frozen mountaintop. You know what I mean?
The fire giants.
I'll have some forbidden soup.
That'd be a lot of forbidden soup.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh man.
Do you want to just rattle off any remaining miscellaneous tidbits,
actually,
Joe? And I have a couple.
I think I've only just missed one, really. I think I've kind of criticized most things I wanted to criticize.
Yeah.
The rune arc system feels completely like wasted and useless, which is a
A
shame.
little
because,
undercooked. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cool idea. It's like Mega Man, you get this superpower from beating a boss, but they feel like very close together in a way which just maybe not that excited to like switch between them.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like one's like boost your HP, MP, and stamina, and one like just boost HP. It's like,
And then another boosts everything. And it's
Yeah.
Like Breath of the Wild did that in a cool way. We got like a real game-defining power when you beat a divine beast.
Could you imagine if you could get Rivali's Gale in this game, or
Yeah.
whatever it's called? You just fly around in Elden Ring. That'd be amazing.
The horse could fly after beating a boss. It'd be so sick.
That'd be
That'd be
great.
cool.
I mean, it'd break things, but we're just spitballing here.
Of course.
Yeah, that's kind of the only miscellaneous thing. I think I kind of rambled on about most things I wanted to talk about. The camera can still be a complete piece of shit, but I kind of
It's
mentioned that in the boss fights.
Yeah.
I think the lock-on system can still be frustrating as well, but there's not enough buttons in the controller for this game either. I had to like remap a bunch of things, and it was awkward.
Video games, I think we talked about that with Horizon as well. It's just like the controllers don't have enough. Like games are too complicated for these controllers nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, there's too many weird ass combinations to hit. I still mess up trying to two-hand a weapon in my left
God,
hand.
it's so clunky, yeah.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
The two-handed weapon switching and the pouch stuff is all a little bit clunky.
Yeah. That's my main like miscellaneous item. Is just it sort of encompasses many things, but it's just like there are issues that are just like they've been present in every single one of their games that they just seem completely uninterested in fixing. And one of them is just their technology is bad.
Which is a shame because the art is so good and it's not complemented by like 60 frames or, if it looked like Demon's Souls, imagine.
Yeah, like they're like the art is really good, but then like just the sort of like lame nerdy graphics part of it is terrible. Not that really matters at the end of the day. Like this game is a good reminder that just like art still trumps everything
for sure.
But the frame rate is so all over the place. Less so than their other games for sure. The PC port though is just not good at all. In a lot of ways, locked to 60 FPS is still fucking bizarre. Just general tech problems. They have a tech debt, I feel like, that they need to make up for at some point. As we mentioned, the UI, again, it's like functionally identical to how it's been for a decade, and it's not good. It's not good. It takes so many button presses to figure things out, and like putting things in the pouch. You guys had to explain it to me. I was like 25 hours into the game. I was like, you can what? Huh? And I still struggle to be like, wait, okay, hit the start, hit right, hit the switch, not swap, not A, it's Y. Okay, and then scroll through the 19 tabs and find the thing, and then okay, there I did it. Oh, okay. Oh, and I've died because I'm trying to do it mid-fight, which is a mistake.
And there's no pause.
No pause, still stupid, because you don't get invaded. I was never once invaded by a human, so I don't know what's up with that. Also, the terrible camera, like, again, it's been how many years? They still just, the camera just, like, not an hour goes by where there isn't a moment where I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with the camera right now? Be it because it's in a tiny room or because you're locked onto a, like, guy who's doing somersaults over your head.
Right.
And it's, yeah. And then there's just weird control issues with, like, the what do you call it? Like, the queuing of inputs.
Yeah.
And how some things get queued and others don't. And sometimes it's like, I hit dodge. Like, what the fuck's going on? Nothing happened.
Oh, yeah.
Or where did that R2 attack come from? I'm not even touching R2. Like, what's going on here? Did I hit that 30 seconds ago? And those issues haven't gone away ever in 150 hours of the game.
No, not really, no.
And I just don't know what exactly is going on with them, but it's very frustrating, and it just makes the game feel not good. Yeah. And then you also mentioned the horse combat. I think the horse combat fucking sucks.
It kind of does, but I like it.
I think it's completely shit, and I basically never used it after a certain point because it felt so bad.
We didn't really talk about the horse.
I would spawn the horse, run, and then jump off of it because, yeah. I mean, we didn't talk about the horse, I think, because at the end of the day, it just wasn't very interesting.
It's cool. I like
It's too bad because it's cool for exploration, and I love the double jump, especially jankily climbing things, but...
totally.
I like fighting dragons on it.
More. Yeah.
I was on it for Fire Giant, and that shit looks fucking cinematic as hell.
I definitely, No.
I was not on it because I summoned, and you can't ride the horse if you summon.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense. Human.
No, I summoned Alexander.
You can ride a horse. You can ride after you've summoned an NPC.
And Engval. You
can definitely ride a horse after you've summoned an NPC.
Nah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, probably.
I think, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, what? The horse is stupid. He sucks.
You might have modded it, Jameson.
That is possible. I can't remember the before times at this point because I've played almost as much of the game with cheat engine as I have without it. So
totally.
It's hard to say, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think just like in general, I would say I prefer when they are making games that are linear versus open world, but we've only had one, so I'm not sure. Just because and I've only ever played Bloodborne, right? So it's hard for me to. I mean, I did play all of Sekiro, but I cheated all the way through it because I don't give a shit. But there's just like a precision I feel to something like Bloodborne that is missing here. And,
yeah, for sure.
But you're getting a lot of other experiences that you don't get with something like Bloodborne. But
a lot for your money.
And for sure. But I'm definitely. I want quality. Over quantity. I don't give a shit about money, dollar per hour ratio stuff. I feel like there's like a really crazy 60 to 80 hour game here. Yeah. But instead of it's 110. If this and I wouldn't want them to shrink it down into a 30-hour thing because they would lose too much. But
100%.
Like the best parts of the game are when you're going through the quote unquote legacy dungeons where it's this linear interconnected castle or whatever. Those are my favorite parts, at least. Yeah. So
I think is it time for just closing thoughts, I guess?
Yeah, definitely. We've gone long here.
Yeah.
Weird.
I think
that never happens.
No. We haven't gone that far over what we estimated, so that's good. Yeah.
I think closing thoughts. I think the game is amazing, and I had a great time. The majority of the game is obviously exploration and wandering around the world and fighting the enemies in the lands between, and all that stuff worked really well for me. I had a really good time most of the time. I have problems with the bosses and some of the variables and the variation and stuff near the end of the game, but that stuff is nowhere near enough to soil the experience for me. I had a great time. I don't know if I would revere it as high as some other people seem to, but I do think it is a very exciting look towards the future for whatever From Software is going to do next. And I will be very excited for Elden Ring 2, because they have a good track record of improving as they go along. And there's a lot of room for improvement. But yeah, I think Elden Ring is great. And some parts of it I think are absolutely incredible.
I would agree that this is an outstanding video game. I just don't know how much I'll be thinking about it in a few months' time.
Well, depends if DLC is announced.
Oh, certainly. That'll be... That would certainly obviously get me right back in. It's I'm always paying attention to the patch notes in case anything gets dropped in. But I still could be too close to it, but it's a very good video game. It is good video game. When I think about it, I don't know, it sounds so stupid, but it's a great adventure game. It's a great adventure every time you sit down to it.
I think there's actually, sorry to interrupt, Ben, but I think that's something I really kind of regret missing out saying, is this game, maybe out of all games ever, has the greatest sense of a journey. And it's the only thing which I think the quantity actually paid off for. Was even though some of it was not the best, this game has a feeling of a journey which I don't think any media has portrayed in since Lord of the Rings, honestly. It just feels like you're going on such an epic quest, and it's so the trials and tribulations, the frustrating nights, the glorifying nights, the discovery. Like, this game is just an absolute adventure. And for better or worse. Sometimes adventures suck for the characters, and that character was me.
No, totally. So it's like...
Yeah, it's a nice way of putting it, I think. Yeah.
I think it's like, it's such a big... when I think about when I think about approachability, or when I think about, like, those best games, it's a game that you can put a controller in the hand of anyone and tell them to play. And, like, this game is really close. Like, I just don't think it's been long enough yet. It's a really great video game. It's an excellent video game, and I'm grateful to have had my introduction to these games, like be Elden Ring.
Yeah, I didn't think
it's a great entry point. It's an amazing entry point. Yeah.
So
do you think you will continue with the franchise? Are you in?
Certainly. Yeah, I'm always looking for sales. I'm considering looking up how well Dark Souls performs on the Switch. I feel like that would be just a nightmare.
That'd be interesting.
Oh boy,
Dark Souls would be rough, dude.
Yeah, playing that Dark Souls remastered on there, because
it's gotta be 30.
Gotta be 30. Yeah,
a shaky 30, right? It's
Dark Souls is good, but it's old, man.
Yeah. So, but I'm always looking for Sekiro on sale too.
Sekiro's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's still the best game they've ever made, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It is so hard.
Like, the main, like when I hear precision, like I've said before, when I hear precision, it just makes me think of rhythm, and it just makes me want to play that game.
You are good at that stuff. I am not, so you would probably do okay, but maybe, I don't know.
You'll be fine.
At a certain point, Sekiro is just a reaction speed test, it felt like to me, and I just don't have that. I never have, so
you'll be fine.
That's fine.
These games are old. You can learn anything. They're just video games.
Yeah.
Just depends.
But no,
you got the will.
I was pessimistic before it came out, but damn, incredible stuff. Just incredible game. Glad it came out.
I did not think that you would be here 160 hours in. That was quite the plot twist.
It's like another thing. I'm trying to think of any other single player game I've played this much.
This game is long.
And yeah, I can't think of any. It's got to be just this one.
Yeah, I don't know if I can think of many.
It does make me want to play Witcher 3.
Pretty good video game.
Yeah, it makes me want to play that one.
But that flashy remake coming out, remaster.
But I don't want to wait for that one, and what if they ruin that poor boy?
Good point.
Yeah.
I hope they do.
I have no reason to trust them now. Like,
no, you don't. Yeah.
They pulled the biggest scam of the century. Like, I have no reason to trust those remakes are going to be in any way good. I hope
they do a Blizzard where they break the remake and then like delist the old one. You can't even play it.
Oh man,
they just ruin The Witcher 3.
I do not approve of these. Oh
God!
Wait.
that happened again.
Yeah, I guess I should say.
Jameson, Jameson, what are your conclusions? I
think
thoughts?
I agree. I haven't had enough time to contemplate fully because I'm still playing it, and B, I would say once I'm free of it, I don't think I will ever want to touch it again. And when DLC gets announced, it will be a reluctant return to it, just because I like story stuff is what I like most in games, right? And when he said like this feels like the most epic journey you've ever been on, like I agree, but it was pure gameplay, and at a certain point, gameplay just sort of all blurs together for me. And like I think of The Witcher 3 as like the biggest journey I've done in gaming or anything, because it's 150 hours of story content, not of gameplay content. Well, not exclusively gameplay content.
The blend is heavier. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Witcher is a story-driven game, first and foremost, and this is a pure action game. And yeah, I would say like all of their games I massively respected, and my brain is totally confused and all over the place with it, but that's a good thing. But it doesn't have my heart, if that makes sense. Like, like Horizon Forbidden West, it pleases my heart. This game doesn't. It's like, this is academically fascinating, and this has been a great chat, and I'm glad to have finally done it, and we'll talk about it again later in the year when we get to end of year stuff, and I'll have to figure out what to do with it and all that stuff. But like in a few years' time, I don't think I'll have that little like twinge of oh, Elden Ring. oh, Elden Ring, as the trailer man says. I don't think I'll quite have that. It'll be more like, oh yeah, right, Elden Ring, that was crazy. It
was a moment.
It was the moment of probably, I don't know, maybe this whole generation. We started off, I don't know if we're gonna get something that pops off the same way this did for another 5+ years, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't look that way. It does not look that way.
And at this rate, no, probably not. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think the conclusion is just listen to this entire chat to get the conclusion, because there's too many things to say about it to conclude.
Yeah, for sure. I think before we wrap up, I think I agree where I actually also don't really know where I fully stand on it, because I do want to replay the game a couple of times without my self-inflicted restrictions.
For sure.
That was the way I wanted to play the game. I don't really regret it. But now that I've kind of, satisfied my urge to beat every boss single-handedly, I'm looking forward to playing the game. I'm going to equip a shield. I'm going to use summons. And eventually I'm going to do a magic playthrough. And
Jesus.
There'll be at least 2 more playthroughs. They actually don't seem that long once you kind of know where to go, like 30 to 40 hours or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think what's going to be interesting is top 10 of the year. Obviously, it's going to be on there because nothing else is coming out this year, and it was an excellent video game. But we will talk about it again, and it'll be interesting to see where it sits and how I feel in about 6 months' time.
Yeah. I agree. And you talk, like, I balked at you saying, like, I'm gonna replay it like 4 or 5 times, but I'm the guy that, like, I've played Horizon and The Witcher and Mass Effect like 4 or 5 times because I like story stuff. Like, I would replay Forbidden West right now, but Elden Ring, like, I'm okay. I think forever, and that's just what I like in games. I'm and stories in general. I go for stories first and foremost, and I know that that's not the way a lot of people are. And there's a great player story here, but not so much not a told story, which is fine. So yeah, but that makes it hard for me to be like, yes, I know exactly how I feel about this game, in the way that I do have a definitive opinion of something like Forbidden West. But it's nice. It's nice to have a complicated chat about complicated games.
Yeah, it is a complicated one.
I feel like we haven't had like a really good, like, it sort of reminds me a bit of Red Dead Redemption 2, where it's like a lot of Red Dead is kind of not great in terms of like game design, but also most other parts of it are like the most insane thing ever made, and
hell of a thing going on here.
Yeah, and it's complicated. It's nice to not just have like nothing but complaints or nothing but praise. So when we get into these long chats, same with Horizon, there's a lot of constructive criticism to be laid out, and those are good. That's a good thing. It means the game is good, and we were engaged by it, and we also want to see them improve on the next iteration of these things.
For sure.
Totally.
Because they can always improve games, except for Portal 2, which is a perfect video game, as we all know.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that finally wraps it up. We finally did it.
Oh, well done.
Here's the real question. Will there be another one of these chats this calendar year?
Looking pretty scarce.
Probably one more in November. That would be my prediction.
Yeah, I think God of War will probably be out this year.
God of War is probably locked in for like late October, yeah.
We'll probably talk about God of War, and then that's probably it.
Xenoblade Chronicles 3,
skip that one.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Oh, and the Callisto Protocol. That's like a cool big thing.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh yeah. If that
if that stays,
of course, yeah. Yeah, so
Christmas game.
It's probably good. Yeah, really upbeat Christmas game too. It'll probably be a long gap before the next one of these, just because there's not really much coming out. We normally talk about the big AAA stuff, so we could do a chat about Tunic, but that would also,
that's for the podcast.
Spoil everything.
I was gonna say, yeah.
And
Ben,
tune into the podcasts.
Yeah, I was gonna naturally wrestle this literal point away from James.
I would say the next one that I can guarantee that will be Joe and I talking for too long. It's gonna be a top 10 of 2022 at some point in 2023. So there you go.
6
Until
months
then, you can listen to.
You can listen to the Defend the Podcast anywhere you find podcasts, including, if chances are you could be listening to us right there right now. So yeah, you can find us anywhere you find your podcast. Defend the Podcast. It's like where we do all of our offshoot backlog game talk. Usually drops every 6 weeks or so, or whenever.
Pretty much everything that isn't AAA, basically.
Yeah, it's everything. Like, it's everything that we're playing that you don't see on video. So for the most part, which is cool. It's great chats, and gets us to positions like this where we just kick the tires on Elden Ring back and forth for 2.5 hours.
Boys, guess what? I have 2 hours and 17 minutes of Elden Ring footage saved for this chat, and we've been talking for 2 hours and 17 minutes. Holy shit.
You just slow it down by 0.01% and no one will notice, and you'll make it.
I actually will be doing that for the Horizon gameplay because I did not record enough gameplay for it, and I'm not going to I'm going to throw my back out, lugging my PS5 back into my office to capture footage for it, so.
Oh my.
If you listen this far, comment if you noticed weird oddities in the Horizon footage. I bet you didn't.
All right, that is going to do it for this episode of the Big Roundup podcast. Like Jemison said, probably won't be another one for a while, but we're not very prompt with these anyway, so no one's going to notice when one doesn't come out for 6 months. If you listen to the end, thanks for hanging out. Like Ben said, check out the podcast in the links below if you like these long chat things. But for now, thanks for listening. See you next time.